Wings of Time and Fate. Copyright 2019 by Isla Wynter and Skye MacKinnon. Narrated by Ava, an AI voice by Google. Chapter 1. The creaking and groaning of the Vardo was my lullaby. It carried me forth from the endless journey atop the wagon, soothing my mind and caressing my senses. From time to time the Vardo shivered as it reached yet another pothole, but old Mare Lily dragged it along without pause. Her musky smell tingled my nose before the soft wind carried it off again. Birds warned each other of our passing through their territory, their song loud but beautiful. The sun warmed my entire body and its strong rays shone through my eyelids. I squinted them tighter shut. There was a light breeze that tousled my hair, but I didn't mind. All I wanted was for this moment to last forever. I rarely got peace and quiet like this. There was always something to do or someone to talk to. But today, I had the warm roof of the Vardo for myself, and Mara had taken over the reins. My mind lingered in that fuzzy place between sleep and consciousness. When was the last time I had a moment for myself? Usually, even if there was no work to do, there was always someone who'd disturb my thoughts. Chino was so full of questions that I rarely had the time to answer one before he came up with the next. Mara always fussed about me, asking how I felt or what I planned to do that day. Sometimes I liked how she cared, but on other days her mothering became crushing. Although, it was better to be around people than to be alone. I'd been very alone once, so I shouldn't complain about being among caring and happy people now. Still, I enjoyed this moment of peace and quiet. Suddenly, someone knocked against the wagon roof, pulling me back into the present. Come down," Chino shouted from below. Not again. Ever since he saw Mara use a broomstick to knock at the ceiling, he'd been doing the same thing. I was tempted to just continue lying here, but I knew that he wouldn't leave me in peace any longer. I rolled over, opening my eyes to the beautiful day. We were traversing the high plains that would lead us to the town of Hawkfair, where we'd meet with other traveling families for the autumn equinox celebrations before making our way to our winter quarters in the Free Cities. There were no trees in this area, only windswept bushes and heather fields divided into large islands by small streams. Still, the landscape radiated a strange beauty. In the distance, low hills formed a natural end to the plains. On their other side, the eternal river flowed, never ending in either direction, cutting through the fertile land around it. I couldn't see the river yet, but in my mind I pictured it, the water dark blue with a hint of green, a short stretch of sand where the river met the land, then lush green vegetation on the side. In the middle of the river, the water flowed wild and fast, with droplets of white steam shimmering in the sunshine. River gulls sang to each other, and in the evening, once the birds had retreated to their nests, small crickets chirped in the brush. As children, we walked along the river banks, looking for treasure such as river glass and smooth skipping stones, or building castles out of the thick sand. Even though I was older, I still looked forward to sunbathing and relaxing to the soothing sounds of the water. Sometimes there were small rainbows over the river, spanning it in a way bridges couldn't. There was only one stone bridge over the eternal river, at the place where the river was narrowest, near the village of Ashenfields. In the spring, when the river swelled and took over the flat lands around it, not even this bridge was traversable. Then the only safe way to cross it was the old ferry, hundreds of miles to the north. But in all the time I'd traveled with the Gorez family, we never crossed the river. We never had a reason to, as the people on the other side weren't as welcoming to traveling folk as they were on the plains and in the Free Cities. Old Mara said she once crossed the river long ago to seek out new audiences and new tunes, but changed plans after only a few days, having been turned away from inns and threatened by people in the villages. And anyway, there were enough places to visit on our side of the river. Chino shouted again. Eona! Come down. I sighed when I heard Mara's chuckle. I liked the boy, the youngest member of the Gorez family, but sometimes he got on my nerves. I sat up and climbed through the open window. It was warm inside the Vardo, even hotter than outside. The air hung thick in the small room. All 4 windows were wide open, their red curtains gently swinging in the breeze. A fresh cake sat on the shelf next to the kitchenette, baked with cherries we plucked from a tree by the road earlier that day. I was tempted to cut myself a piece, but Mara wanted to keep it for dinner. Instead, I slid onto the bench next to Chino, stretching my legs under the table. He'd cleaned his slate and set it out in front of him next to a selection of chalk and charcoal pieces, carefully sorted by size. Not many traveling people would spend money on such items, but Luca had always been a little different from his kin. Back when I was Chino's age, Luca taught me to read and write, and I was passing that knowledge on to his son. Even though right now I'd have preferred to lie in the sun and do nothing, I still felt honored Luca had the confidence in me to teach Chino what he needed to know. My student looked at me expectantly. For a moment, I couldn't remember what I was supposed to teach him today. My mind was still half asleep. Well, there was always a solution to that problem. I cleared my throat and asked him, "Let's see if you've done your homework. Which letter did we learn last time?" Chino smiled and started to draw a large shaky M onto the slate. The chalk made a rasping noise, he was still pressing it down too hard. Once he finished the writing, he took his chalk-covered hand and wiped his blonde hair out of his face. His pale blue eyes looked straight at me, his stern glance reminded me of his father's. One day Chino would surely look like Luca, and like his father he'd be besieged by girls and women of all ages. At the moment, his face was caught up somewhere between childhood and adolescence. Over the last few months his cheekbones had become more pronounced, but his lips still had a childish look to them. Try it again, and see that the last line is a little straighter. Again he drew the letter M, this time a little quicker and with less pressure on the piece of chalk. He turned the slate towards me, proudly presenting his work. I envied his enthusiasm. Chino could rejoice over anything, even if it was nothing but repeating the same letter over and over again. "Can you give me 5 words that start with an M?" I asked, and he crinkled his brow as he pondered the task. My, meet, music, mood, and mother. He spoke the last word under his breath. Then he looked at me, his firm glance holding a challenge. I smiled at him, ignoring his expression. "Well done. Let's see if you can write down any of those words. You should be able to spell at least 2 of them." As he turned to his task, his whispered mother echoed in my mind. It was pretty simple, neither of us had one. I never had, at least I didn't remember having one. My grandmother was my mum, she looked after me, she was the one I mourned. I never knew my mother, so why should I mourn her? But Chino, he'd known his ma, he was loved by her in a way I never was. He used to be a mummy's darling, always showing off when she was looking at him, always snuggling to her breast when they sat at the campfire at night. She had spoiled him a little, but as the youngest member of the Gorez family, everyone had looked at him with both joy and pride. It should have been his mother teaching him his letters, not me, a stray they'd picked up on the road. But his mother was here for him no longer, having been bitten by a wild dog last winter, and succumbing to her writhing madness weeks later. I wondered what was better, never having known your mother, or being loved by one then losing her. From the outside Chino seemed to be doing fine, but sometimes when he thought no one was looking at him, sadness filled his eyes. By hiding his grief, he tried to be older than he was. Perhaps I was doing the same. Please welcome with great applause the fastest girl alive. Luca shouted, and the crowd clapped and cheered dutifully. I'd waited for hours or so it seemed, and my moment had finally come. I straightened the folds of my simple blue dress one final time and took a deep breath. Almost time for me to enter. Luca turned and walked towards me, grinning widely. He winked at me, took a mock bow and strolled past me, whistling softly. I'd waited long enough, and I entered the arena, waving and smiling at the audience. The tent was almost full. It was our first performance ever in Ashen Fields, and the villagers seemed to have come with their whole families. Some had brought baskets filled with beer and food, and many of the people watching me were in the process of eating noisily. I reached the middle of the tent, where I stopped and bowed in all directions. The sand under my bare feet gave me something to keep me grounded as I blinked into the bright lights directed at me. Slowly, and with as much drama as I could muster, I walked towards the long rope ladder on the other side of the ring. Here, I made a show of testing the stability of the ladder before swiftly climbing it. I was used to its swing and kept my body close to the ropes, without looking down on the audience. If they looked up my dress, they'd be disappointed. I wore tight breeches underneath. Once I'd made it to the small wooden platform, I bowed once again to the crowd. Then I reached for the single red rose I'd kept hidden below my dress's neckline. I'd removed its thorns earlier that night so I could grasp it with my whole hand. The stem, not much longer than my hand was wide, was still wet from the water it had stood in and a little slippery to hold. Slowly I increased my grasp on it and closed my eyes. Centering myself, I focused on my breathing. I could feel the air go in through my nose, feel the little hairs move in my nostrils, the coolness when it passed through my pharynx. I rode my breath, no longer aware of my surroundings. The coolness spread when the air entered my lungs, and my ribcage expanded in one fluid movement. Then I left the breath and flowed on as nothingness towards my beating heart, then up my aorta, running with the blood into my right arm, down all the way until the skin on my fingertips stopped my progress. I waited until all of myself had gathered there, then focused on my index finger. I made myself sharp and long like a needle, and slowly forced myself out of my body into the rose. It took some time to adjust before I could let my consciousness feel the shape of the rose, and fill it up completely. Suddenly I began to feel the loss of my thorns, the first sign of withering in my petals, the intake of air where there should be water. I felt it all, and with one practiced movement I made myself round and small and even smaller, pulling the essence of the rose with me back through the tiny opening in my index finger. I expanded, filling my human body once more, until I was back again where I started, except that now, I had the link to the rose that was still in my hand. I opened my eyes, and suddenly the noise of the crowd reached my ears. I'd only been standing on the platform for some seconds, but it felt like I'd been up there for hours. I breathed in deeply, clutched the rose to my side and focused on the task ahead. I made the first step and time slowed down. Seconds melted into syrup and slowly floated by like leaves on a river. I concentrated, and the river slowed to a gentle trickle. Time slackened. Every second stretched like a rubber band, becoming longer and longer until it encompassed a full minute. Here I stopped, and let the slow syrup wrap me in its flow. It built a comforting blanket that prevented me from falling off the rope I stepped on. The warm thyme syrup around me pressed softly against my exposed skin. Walking through it took a lot of energy, but it was worth it, otherwise I'd never be able to walk on the rope. My sense of balance wasn't very well developed. Step by step I crossed the rope. My bare feet ached from the rough cool rope, so I tried to get it over with as quickly as possible. I didn't need to spread my arms for balance. The time blanket held me securely in place. I wished I could stay in this moment, relax in the warming timelessness, but the energy I was sapping from the rose was quickly draining away. Stopping time was no easy task, and I didn't want to use too much of my own energy while still on the rope. I might have fainted, and I still had the scar on my leg from the last time that happened. After 30 or so Ls, I arrived on the platform on the other side of the tent. The cool wood under my feet felt refreshing, and I rested for a moment, before taking a deep breath and concentrating on releasing the time stream. I pictured a large golden clock in my mind, like the one on the town hall tower in Port Royal, its delicate hands restrained by the shackles I put on them when I first stepped on the rope. Now I removed them, starting with the smallest hand, and time began to flow more quickly again, accelerating, taking up speed until it was back to normal. The warm blanket dropped away, and a cold draft fluttered against my skin. When I opened my eyes, a wave of exhaustion crashed into me, and I staggered backwards, leaning heavily on one of the tent poles. Below, there was a collective gasp from the audience. For them, I'd just raced across the rope in a matter of 1 or 2 seconds. They saw nothing but a running girl traversing the tent, quicker than they'd ever seen anyone move. There were shouts and pointing fingers as some children saw me on the other side. It took a while for the clapping to start, and even so, it was a cautious noise. I could feel the closeness to the front border in the wariness of the applause. Normally the crowd cheered and clapped raucously, but here the worry of how their wonder would be interpreted dimmed the people's enthusiasm. Well, nothing I could change about that. It would be different in the next place we stop, once we were further away from Vere and its backward beliefs. I opened my hands and let the dust that once was a rose trickle from between my fingers. She'd served her purpose well, but still I used more of my own energy than planned. Without looking down, I stepped onto the rope ladder that led to the ground and began to climb. In the background, music started to play, and the three dwarves marched into the tent, although they weren't actual dwarves, just very short humans. The audience seemed glad to forget my questionable act, and clapped loudly as the dwarves began to juggle their axes. But I couldn't have cared less. Why should they enjoy something that so obviously looked like magic, especially in a place like Ashen Fields? We were too close to the Faran border here, too close to the Blue Militia and their everlasting hatred. With a sigh, I slipped out of the tent, leaving the laughter and the noise behind me. "I told you so," I said to Luca accusingly as he stood outside looking at the night sky. "You should know better than to have me do this here. Did you see their faces?" There were some who laughed. "And there were some who looked as if they'll run to the militia as soon as the show ends," I retorted. Luca didn't understand. He wasn't the one who had to fear for his life in a place like this. "You're overreacting," he told me. "It's still at least a day's ride to the Eternal River, and another one to get to the bridge to Vere. We're amongst friends here, especially in a place like this. They haven't forgotten the Fifth War, and all the sorrow it brought to the people in the plains. Don't worry. Nothing is going to happen to you, or any one of us. Go get yourself some food from Mara and then go to bed. You look tired." That was so typically Luca. He was as calm as a deep pool in the mountains. Nothing could stir him, nothing could move him. Sometimes I liked him for it, but today I wanted to slap him and tell him to wake up. Instead, I walked away into the dark, towards the closest Vardo. Light shone through the small windows of the wagon, and the smell of pea soup grew stronger the closer I get. Before I could knock on the Vardo's door, Mara opened it, smiling. "You look like you can use some food," she said, beaming away, ignoring my grumpy expression. Even though Mara had to have seen at least 80 winters, she had the energy of a young child. She ushered me inside, sat me on the comfortable bench near the rear window, and put a bowl of soup in front of me. Its delicious smell made my mouth water. Mara's cooking was one of the reasons why I still traveled with the Gorres. "How was the performance?" she asked while cutting a large slice of bread for me. "Dreadful. I'm sure some people noticed it wasn't just some trick. Luca is too reckless, having me do this in Ashen Fields. It's too dangerous." Mara smiled. "Weird, this coming from you. Normally you're the one who's reckless, sweetheart, not Luca. But this time it's not about walking on a rope or falling from some tree. This time it's about the Blue Militia. They say they're quite active here, even though this isn't yet Gint's land. Doesn't he care what could happen if they find out?" "I'm sure he does, child, but maybe you're seeing the whole thing a bit too bleak. Nothing has ever happened after one of your performances, has it? So why should it today? Now stop worrying and eat your soup. You've lost weight again." I wanted to answer back, but it was useless. When arguing with Mara, she always made me feel like a child who didn't know any better. Frustrating. Instead, I turned to my bowl of pea soup. Maybe I was just hurt by the lack of response from the audience. Usually in other places I got a lot of applause, even standing ovations. Never had the audience been so quiet. Maybe I was confusing a lack of interest with caution. I suppose the success of my little act had made me vain. With that thought in mind, I got up and bid Mara good night. Some days I was so exhausted after the show that I went straight to bed, but tonight I felt like I wouldn't be able to sleep. When I opened the door, warm air pushed against me. The moon shone as a thin crescent with stars twinkling beside it. In the distance, in the hedges that surrounded our camp, the flickering light of hundreds of fireflies danced and wove a trail of light. They blended smoothly into the night sky. It was almost impossible to see where the shimmering insects ended and the stars began. I walked towards the lights of the village, leaving the Vardo's and circus tent behind me. The only inn in Ashen Fields was brightly lit, with flickering candles poked in flower pots outside of it, inviting both villagers and visitors inside. It was the tallest building in the village, towering over the other houses that lacked the inn's second story. The noise of people talking drifted outside and added to the welcoming atmosphere. Just when I was about to enter, two large men spilt out of the inn, arguing loudly over something. I stepped around them and their stink of stale beer, and quickly squeezed inside before the heavy wooden door closed behind me. The noise and smell of dozens of people pressed against me, and I swayed slightly, needing a moment to adapt. "Come on in, princess," an old man sitting by the door bellowed with a boozy breath. "Come and sit by me." I smiled at him innocently, then turned away and walked towards the counter that sat proudly in the middle of the crowded room. Behind it, a plump man with a soiled apron that had probably not seen any soap in weeks served the guests. With his red nose and bloated cheeks, he looked as though he enjoyed drinking a pint or two himself. I squeezed myself through the crowd that the counter drew in like moths are drawn to a flame. In front of me, one man slipped from a bar stool and turned to the door, and I gratefully slid onto his vacated seat. The chair was still warm and slightly sticky. I signaled the innkeeper and ordered a pint of the local beer, putting 2 copper coins on the counter. A moment later, he put a large clay mug filled with frothy ale in front of me. I took a large sip, enjoying the froth tickling the insides of my mouth. It wasn't the best beer I'd ever tasted, but it wasn't too bad either. The salty pea soup at Mara's had made me thirsty, and sooner than I expected, I saw the bottom of my earthen mug. Once again, I beckoned the innkeeper to refill my mug. He smiled at me with yellow teeth glistening between his thick pouting lips, and exchanged my emptied mug for a full one. The beer made me more relaxed. I leant back and listened to bits and pieces of conversation that floated through the air towards me, while keeping my eyes fixed on my mug. One man close by complained loudly about the continuing drought, while another bragged about the girl he was courting in a neighboring village. I strained my ears to hear anything besides the usual tavern talk, but without success. There was no discussion of politics here, no news of the world outside this village. I turned back to my mug and slowly sipped the lukewarm drink and let my thoughts wander off. Why is a lovely young lady such as yourself sitting here all on her own? Want some company? A raspy voice pulled me from my thoughts as a young man slid onto the bar stool next to me. I hadn't even noticed its former occupant leaving. My new neighbor was dressed all in black, and his tight shirt showcased his broad shoulders and muscular arms. His face was made up of delicate features. Only his nose seemed a little out of place, long and pointed as it was. He wore a short dark blue cape over his shirt, seemingly more for decoration than for warmth. He looked lost in this village inn. His clothes were made of finer materials than any of the patrons here possessed. His shoes were made from black leather, and they were strikingly clean. He couldn't have traveled far in them. "No, I'm quite all right on my own," I replied, but he'd already settled on the stool to my left. The innkeeper put a mug of ale in front of him, which he took without nodding thanks or murmuring acknowledgement. "Have you noticed you're the only lady in this place?" he asked with a slight smirk. "If I were you, I'd be a little worried by that fact. You never know what might befall single women on their travels." My good mood vanished immediately. I didn't like this man, and even though he didn't seem too dangerous, I disliked sitting next to him. He took a big gulp from his mug, then looked me in the eyes. His irises were as dark as his attire, which made the white around the pupils as bright as starlight. His glance bore a challenge that I refused to take. "You might be right about that. Luckily, I'm not traveling on my own. And now I'd prefer to enjoy my pint on my own." I tried to sound strong and confident, even though I was a little unsettled by the stranger's demeanor. He was right about the fact there were no other women in the inn, but that was often the case in the places we visited. I wasn't your usual female villager. Usually, I celebrated a successful show together with Luca and the other members of the company. I'd even expected to find them here tonight, but maybe I was too early. After my act, the dwarves would have done their juggling, then Marco would entertain the audience with his fire spitting, and lastly, Luca himself would close the show by thanking the crowd for coming and encouraging them to spread the word about our show. Usually, the latter would happen automatically anyway, especially in an area such as this, where the only evening entertainment could be found in the village inn. Word of our arrival always spread quickly. Sometimes, villagers would prepare a place for our camp and fodder for the horses even before we actually arrived. But not here in Ashenfields. Yes, the tent had been full of people, but the atmosphere was not as cheery as usual. The man on my left cleared his throat, pulling me from my thoughts. He must have said something, but I had no idea what. Not that I'd admit that to him. He signaled the innkeeper, and reached over to take my empty mug. Before he could do that, I slid from my stool, nodded at the innkeeper and turned to the door, without even gracing the black-clad stranger with a single glance. Suddenly, there was a booming voice behind me. "Here you are, Eona, I was looking for you. Mara said I might find you here. What are you doing here, all on your own?" Luca stood there beaming away. From the corner of my eye, I saw the stranger slip from the bar and into the crowd at the other end of the room. "I was just having a drink. Or maybe more than one. You're swaying a little, sweetie." And again, Luca belittled me. I was old enough to drink, I was old enough to go out by myself. Yes, I was fairly small and might look younger than I was, but that had nothing to do with my age. On days like this I felt ancient. "So, why were you looking for me?" "I talked to Mara earlier, after she sold the tickets for tonight. She says many people in the village would like us to stay for an extra day or so. They want to invite their friends and relatives who live further away from here. It seems they've had no companies come through here for more than a decade, and are hungry for some entertainment." He shot me a wolfish smile. "And how could we refuse them that?" I frowned while he chuckled softly. "And what has that got to do with me?" "Well, you might want to think about doing a different act tomorrow night. Not that yours wasn't good today, but I'm thinking of putting together a slightly different show for the day after tomorrow. I've also told the dwarves to think about juggling flaming torches, or at least something other than their usual axes. Then we'll not only have spectators from other villages, but maybe people who've already seen us will come again if we promise them some surprises." "Agreed." "I guess I've got no choice. I'll have to practice tomorrow though, and need the tent for myself for a few hours." "That shouldn't be a problem. Marco and Chino can practice outside anyway." "That's settled then." "Great." I nodded and turned towards the door, but he softly grabbed my arm. "One more thing." He leant towards me, almost whispering. "When you were doing your performance, I noticed some white highlights in your hair. You may want to dye your roots again before we get to Hawk Fair. Now tell me, how bad is the beer here?" Chapter 2. Once I left the inn and its stuffy air, my head became clearer. Clouds moved across the sky, hiding the stars that had shone so brightly earlier tonight. It wasn't far to the camp outside the village, but no street lights showed me the way. There were small stocky houses all around me, obstructing the view. They all looked the same, and I stopped for a moment to contemplate the direction I had to take. I didn't have a clue. I'd never found it easy to remember directions, but this was different. The memory of walking to the inn seemed irrecoverably lost within my head. Maybe Luca was right, and I did indeed have 1 pint too many. "May I assist you, young lady?" a kind voice asked me. An old woman stepped out of the shadows, leaning heavily on a walking stick. Her white hair was tugged back by a dark blue kerchief, but a few strands had come loose and framed her lined face. She smiled, and cute little dimples showed on both sides of her mouth. In some way, her motherliness reminded me of Mara. I'd be very grateful if you could point me in the direction of the travelers' camp, I replied politely. You've lost your way. You're not the first one, nor will you be the last. Come walk with me, my house is close to where you want to go. With that, she turned without looking back to see whether I'd follow her. I smiled to myself. Just like Mara. For her age, the old woman walked pretty fast. After checking behind myself one more time to see if Luca might have come out of the inn by now, I began to follow. When I caught up with her, she flashed me a smile. You look to be the same size as my granddaughter. She moved away from here last year, together with her fiancé. I've still got some of her clothes tucked away in a box, but I'm worried they might attract moths if they stay with me any longer. They could fit you, maybe you'd like to try some of them. I shook my head. I should go back to our camp. I've got to get up early tomorrow morning, there's so much practicing to do. But thank you very much for the offer. She sighed and turned her head to look me in the eyes. Her smile had gone, replaced by a sad frown. I understand. It's just, with my granddaughter gone and her mother dead, I'm all alone in the house with no company save a few chickens. Evenings alone can feel so much longer than those with company. My house used to be filled with noise and laughter, with children running around skylarking and always up to no good. Now it's empty and cold. I only use 2 rooms. The others are always shut, their closed doors reminding me every day of my loneliness. When children move out, they not only leave an empty nest. The emptiness brings a coldness and loneliness into the house. They take with them a piece of their mother's heart, leaving a wound that closes but never stops hurting. The children will become mothers themselves, but they won't know of the pain until their own children leave home one day. It's a pain that can be found in each new generation, yet every mother thinks she is alone with that pain. And now I have not only my daughter's but also my granddaughter's things packed in chests and boxes. Though I don't see what's in them, there's sadness and loneliness pouring from them whenever I catch a glance of them. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. When she spoke again, her voice shook a little less. But don't mind the pains of an old woman. Let's get you back to your camp. See the house up there, at the end of the road? Once we're there, you'll be able to see the lights of your campfire. Her words made me feel guilty. Yet I was tired and wanted nothing more than to curl up in bed and go to sleep. But still, if it were Mara, I wouldn't like to see her in this way. So, against my gut feeling, I decided to go with the old lady. After all, it was just to look at a few clothes. How long could it take? I'm sorry if I offended you. I'm tired and I didn't think. But I'd love to have a look at those clothes if the offer still stands. Her face lit up immediately. Smiling broadly, she offered me her arm and on we went. At the end of the road, a large house beckoned. No light shone through the windows, but in the hedge around it were the flickering lights of fireflies. The garden looked untended, with weeds growing freely among the bushes. Even in the darkness, I could see plaster crumbling on the outside walls. The woman took a key out of her pocket and turned it noisily in its hole. The door groaned in its hinges when she pushed it inwards. Darkness welcomed us. The air inside was stuffy and smelled of dust. The elderly woman shuffled from the hallway through a door on her left, feeling her way around the room. When she stopped, I could hear her busying herself with flint and steel, until a tiny spark shone in the room. Soon she had a small fire going in the fireplace, and ignited a small lantern for us. The fire's flickering light illuminated the stone walls around us. There was only one window in this room, with a dust-covered curtain above it. An armchair stood in front of the fireplace, next to a small side table. On the other side of the room, a shelf containing a few dishes leant heavily against the wall. It looked like it would fall apart any minute. The entire room seemed empty and unoccupied, except for a break in the dust line where we'd walked. When I met the old woman, I judged her to be a clean and tidy woman. If that was true, she hadn't set foot into this room in months. Then why would she go in here with me? There were no chests of clothes that I could see. Maybe they were in another room. I opened my mouth to ask her, but suddenly there seemed something weird about her. She still stood in front of the fireplace but motionless with unseeing eyes. Her chest no longer moved with the intake of breath, her right hand held the lantern without any movement at all. It looked as if she'd just stopped. Then the scratching started. A noise that came from above me, from the ceiling. I looked up but there was nothing to see. It sounded like claws scratching on the wooden floor of the attic. Thin spirals of dust began to float down from the ceiling, and I moved back to the wall, trying to keep both the frozen woman and the rest of the room in full view. Feeling my path along the wall with one hand, I slowly inched towards the door that would get me out of this frightful room. The old woman still hadn't moved. My hand glided along the wooden panels that made up the wall, then there was nothing. Finally, the door. Walking backwards, I took a step into the hallway and felt something thin pierce against the space between my shoulder blades. "If you move, you're dead," a harsh voice whispered behind me. A gloved hand landed on my shoulder, and I was shoved back into the room I'd just exited. The fire still flickered softly, but the old woman no longer stood beside it. She lay in a heap on the floor, unmoving. All color had left her cheeks, she was as pale as the crescent moon outside. I was pushed into the middle of the room. There was the sound of a second pair of feet behind me, then a man clad in black and wearing a black woolen cape stepped into view. He pulled the armchair closer to the fire and sat himself down on it, not even wasting a single glance on the dead woman beside him. He laid the long knife he'd been carrying across his knees. The fire's glow danced on the bright metal, and its reflection created a thin line of light across the man's face. "Welcome," he said with a mocking nod of his head. "Thank you for joining us." His voice was soft, almost feminine, yet his tone reminded me of sharp metal and cold ice. With a single fluid move, he threw back his hood. His pale face glistened in the fire's glow, his dark eyes fixed on my own. There was no hair on his head. Instead, broad dark red stripes ran over his skin, ending in sharp spear-shaped ends just over his eyebrows. A single red line went down onto the base of his nose. His facial markings gave him a wild and dangerous appearance. His piercing eyes lay deep under his brows, his nose a thin sharp line dividing his face. There was a white scar on his left cheek, which made his smile look uneven and wild. He'd shaved his beard off except for a thin goatee. He looked as terrifying as any man I'd ever met. I tried to understand what just happened. Had I been careless? How had the old woman who'd breathed and talked only moments before become a cold and stiff corpse? There was no sign of life when I looked at her now, and somehow her pale body seemed to degrade quicker than it should. Small stains were appearing everywhere on her, some light blue, some violet. While I stared at the old woman's corpse, those blotches became more prominent. They started to flow together, until all skin close to the ground was colored in a mixture of purple and pink. At the same time, small blisters appeared on her pale skin, and her body seemed to grow. Her torso increased in size, her belly becoming more and more bloated. Her arms and legs swelled and stretched until she no longer resembled a human form but a shapeless balloon. The stink coming from the bloated corpse made me nauseous, and I would have swayed were it not for the knife held to my neck. When the stretched skin ruptured at a multitude of points, I could no longer watch her sped-up decomposition. I closed my eyes. Still, tendrils of that horrible smell reached my nose, making me gag. Inside I was raw and blistered from seeing the poor woman's fate, and wanted nothing more than to curl up and cry. Better even, forgetting what I'd just seen. But the image of her bloated, oozing body would stay with me forever. There was a noise that sounded like air escaping a balloon, and after, the small popping sounds of her fingernails falling onto the hard wooden floor. I recoiled from thinking what her body might look like now. There were no distracting thoughts to be found within my head, only an overpowering fear of what might come. The old woman was dead, nothing I could do about that, as much as it hurt me inside. But I was still alive. Only for how long? I carefully opened my eyes, avoiding looking at what was left of the friendly old woman. Although, had she ever been there at all? Or had it all been a trick to lure me here, into this abandoned house, with no witnesses and no one to help me? She'd seemed normal like Mara. And then it struck me. She'd seemed a little too much like Mara. The old woman's daughter was dead, as was Mara's. They were about the same age. They spoke in the same flowery way. Was I trying to see a connection where there was none, or was there indeed a link I hadn't seen before? One day we'll all look like this. A stinking puddle of fluids, all that remains. Our dreams, our hopes, our convictions gone. No matter how long we've lived, no matter what we've done, in the end we'll all turn to dust. The man looked at the old woman's remains and smiled smugly. Or slime. He turned back to me and looked me in the eyes. Somehow, he seemed to see straight into the depths of my soul. His cold and calculating look told me he deliberately waited for me to see what happened to the woman's body. He was using her to showcase his power and ruthlessness. The message was clear: this was what happened to people who got in his way. Are you afraid to look at her? The lovely old lady you trusted only moments ago? Come on, look at her. Look at what's left of her. I resisted the temptation and continued to stare at him. I was as frightened as I'd ever been, but I fought hard not to show it. Not to give in to that monster. Make her, he said to the man standing behind me and motioned towards the old woman's corpse with his head. When the guy grabbed my hair in his fist, I became painfully aware of the knife point touching me between my shoulder blades. I didn't think it had broken my skin yet, but the touch of the cold metal hurt. The man behind me pulled on my hair and shoved me forwards, closer to the fireplace. The knife left my back and was suddenly held to my throat. It pressed against my skin, and the new position made it clear that one simple movement could end my life. With his other hand, the man directed my head, until I had the choice to either look at the rotting corpse or close my eyes. I decided to do the latter. I said, "Make her look at it," the man repeated. This time there was ice in his voice. Fingers groped their way around my face, feeling for my eyes. The man wore thick leather gloves. 2 fingers pressed against my eyelids, heedlessly squeezing my eyes. It hurt, but I did not want to open them. "Step back," the soft voice said impatiently. The pressure on my eyes ceased. The cold blade on my throat disappeared. Blue dots appeared before my closed eyes. I swayed slightly. Without the touch of the man behind me, I seemed to be unable to stand. Too much had happened, too many unexplainable things. A tiny hope remained in my mind, the thought this was just a bad dream, nothing more. Just a bad dream. But the single drop of blood running down my throat where the knife had kissed me was proof it was real. Suddenly someone touched my face again, placing one finger on my left brow and one on the soft spot below my eye. Someone with fingers as hot as glowing coals. I cried out and recoiled from the touch, but the fingers didn't disappear. They burned through my skin, hurting in a way that went deeper than a simple flesh injury. A second hand touched my face, with fingers crawling across my cheek until they reached my right eye. The pain was too much to take. My knees gave way and I fell to the ground, my hands clutching my burnt face. "So, you really are the one the gypsy boy talked about? You've got magic, yes, but I'm not sure you're worth the trouble. You're pathetic." His voice came through a fog of pain. I pulled my knees to my chest, making myself as small as possible. Yet I could still feel the burning hot fingers on my face. They were there, touching me, hurting me. I opened my eyes. There were no hands on me, no one standing in front of me, no one touching me. But I felt scalding hot fingertips burning my cold skin. I made myself even smaller, trying to hide from the pain. Dimly I heard someone laugh in the background. I didn't care. The pain filled my mind. There was no energy to focus on anything else. Every passing second stretched into infinity, becoming as long as a day. Never-ending pain. This was my present, my past and my future. If there was a future. Then suddenly the pain vanished. It left an aching feeling of emptiness. I could still feel where the fingers had touched me, like a shadow on a wall after the person it belonged to had left the room. I stepped away from the fogginess that inhabited my mind, and cautiously began to extend my senses. The wooden floor I lay on was cold, I could feel the small bumps below me where branches had once grown on a tree. My back was warmed by the small fire burning in the fireplace. It crackled as a piece of bark broke off from a log. The more I crept towards consciousness, the more piercing the penetrating smell of decay became. It filled my nose and mouth until I could no longer smell anything else. Again there was laughter. It was not a happy noise. Slowly, I managed to move into a sitting position. My head hurt, and I could still feel the echo of burning fingerprints on my cheeks and brow. I raised my gaze and looked around the room. The man who was obviously the leader of the two, still sat in the armchair by the fire. He leant against the softness of the chair, seemingly relaxed. The other man had moved and now stood behind the armchair, his arms crossed over his chest. Finally I could see his face, it was the black-eyed man from the inn. With both men by the fire, a quick glance over my shoulder confirmed they'd left the door unguarded. "You don't have to look that way. You won't be leaving without us, sweetie, I can promise you that." I mustered all the courage I had left and asked, "Why are you doing this?" He smiled again. "What do you mean?" "Killing this old bitch." "Why was I doing this?" "I hate to disappoint you, but it was just for a bit of fun. I was bored, and I needed something to do." "Don't look so shocked. She was old. She's lived long enough. No one will miss her." "Or do you mean, why did I hurt you?" "Well, you didn't do what I asked you to. That wasn't polite, was it? So you had to be punished. That's understandable, is it not?" He grinned at me, a predator grinning at his prey before he rips out its flesh. "If you mean, why have I lured you here, that's just as simple. You did something there, in your little show, that mustn't be. You know what I speak of, don't you? You moved a little too fast, too quickly over that rope. It wasn't natural. And it isn't legal. The king himself has forbidden it. And of course, doing something the king has placed a ban on is prohibited. Unfortunately, this means bad news for you. The penalty for using magic is death. And as his representative, I'm in charge of enforcing the king's laws." The king. There was only one king in this area, and that was King Gynt of Vare. But we weren't in Vare now, it was still more than a 2 days' ride to the border. Why would a servant of the king be in Ashen Fields? Was it chance? Or had he waited here? It didn't matter. He was here now, and I was in his power. He'd kill me. I'd never thought about dying before. No, that wasn't right. Once before, I thought I wouldn't see the next day. Back then I'd been a child, half-starved, dirty and alone. It was a long time ago, but now my feelings echoed those I'd experienced all those years past. Again, I was alone, with no one to hold my hand in my last moments. No one would even know what had happened to me. Would they look for me? Or would they assume I'd run off, leaving them and thereby doing what I'd planned to do for years? I didn't want to die. But there was no strength left in me to keep fighting. The king's men were too powerful. I'd seen what happened to the old woman. The brute made me watch her decay, and now I wondered whether he'd do the same to me. Would I become a pile of dust, lying in this abandoned house, with no one the wiser to what had happened? Better to lie down now and die. Yes, that seemed like a good idea. I lay on the floor, curled up like a cat in front of the fire, and waited for death to come. Forgetting all about the two men, I drew back into myself, getting smaller and smaller until I was a tiny flickering flame. I danced with the flames of the fire around me, getting closer and closer to them until their heat mixed with my own. I let go, becoming one with the fire, burning without getting burned. There was no pain, no sorrow, no tears. I simply became something else. I left my body behind, and with it, all that I was. But something held me back, a small strand of ice that came towards me like a glittering string. It began to wrap around me, quenching my flickering dance, until I could no longer move with the fire. The ice's coldness hurt, and with that pain I slowly became aware of my body again. The icy string pulled me back, further and further away from the beckoning flames, until with one final snap, I flowed back into my body. I lay there, hurting from some stabbing pain in my chest, unmoving. The strand of ice wrapped around me, cooling my mind. It felt threatening, yet I didn't know what to do about that. The pain grew bigger and bigger. "Breathe," a chilling voice in my mind said. "Breathe." I opened my mouth and took in a big breath. The pain subsided. Panting, I rolled onto my back. When I opened my eyes, I looked straight into the man's eyes. He was bent over me, his face a grimacing mask. "How easy it is to manipulate you. Have you no control over your abilities? Did no one teach you to guard your mind? Oh, I forgot. You're an orphan." He spat at the word, making it sound ugly and despicable. I must have frowned, wondering at what he meant, when he laughed coldly. "Pathetic. You didn't want to die. It was me making you. I just wanted to see how far I could push you. And it seems you are so weak I can push you all the way, even to your death. It's easy to plant a seed of thought into people's minds if you know how. And it was easy with you. Making you think you'd lost your way. Getting you here following that woman. Convincing you that you should come in with her. Easy. Far too easy. I'm already bored by your ignorance and weakness. But I am to take you to my master, and so to my master you shall go. And when I say go..." He smiled viciously and motioned to the other man who stood behind me once more. "I really mean be taken." And that was the last I heard, because the next second fireworks exploded before my eyes, and I was no more. Chapter 3. There are only fragments left of this journey. Waking up, breathing in the wooden smell of my coffin. The swaying movement of the cart carrying me. The scratching of the cloth over my eyes and in my mouth. The stink of my own waste I lay in. The noise of several men talking, yet their words always out of my reach. Once the sound of water flowing when we crossed the eternal river to Ver. The restless sleep that seemed to come from nowhere and would only last a short while. The stale bread they fed me from time to time, the foul-tasting water they made me swallow. And always, the feeling of being on a mental leash, with icy barbed wire curling around the outer edges of my mind. One evening they opened the wooden coffin and pulled my limp body onto the grass. They removed the gag from my mouth, bound my hands behind my back and sat me in front of a tree. My shoulders hurt from the claustrophobic position within my wooden prison, and I leant gratefully against the trunk of the tree. Someone came and a metal spoon was pushed to my mouth. Hungry as I was, I swallowed the slimy mush they fed me, but far too quickly the spoon disappeared. I was left there still blindfolded. I heard them start a fire, but its warmth didn't reach me. The late summer evening was chilly, and I shivered in my short dress. I could picture me there wearing a tattered, soiled dress, grime and dirt covering my entire body, my hair filthy and unkempt. What a sorry sight I must have made. The rough rope that bound my hands chafed and scratched. Still, it was great to be outside again, being able to breathe the fresh summer air. The cooler it got, the more my guards seemed to talk and drink. They didn't come close enough for me to understand what they talked about, but I was glad to have some privacy. The food and drink, though the aftertaste made my mouth taste foul, gave me back some of my energy. Left to myself, I had time to think. The cold air seemed to drive away the fog that had cluttered my mind ever since I'd been hit on the head at the end of that horrible night, when they captured me. At some point during the journey here, more men had joined the two others. By the noise and talk, I estimated them to be at least 5. The magician with the soft voice had traveled with us, his icy leash a constant reminder of his presence. Suddenly I noticed this was no longer the case. The band of ice around my mind wasn't as strong as it had been earlier today. It was still there, yes, but small fishes were appearing. The leash was thawing. Maybe the sorcerer was no longer traveling with us, or he'd become careless. No matter why, I'd try and use this new development to better my situation. I relaxed and carefully extended my conscious to feel for the weak points of my mental shackles. There were many to be found, some cracks were small, others almost large enough to sever the icy bond. When I touched them with my mind it hurt, but not enough to keep me from exploring them. There was one large crack, its edges thawing slowly. Soon the band would break, I was sure of it. And when it did, I'd be ready. My guards had made one vital mistake. They'd sat me leaning against a tree. A tree. Night had fallen by the time my bonds finally dissolved. I'd used the past hours to convince myself I did indeed have a chance to escape. And I'd come up with a plan. I didn't know whether I could succeed. So far the only special skill I'd discovered was how to slow down time. Tonight I'd have to try something else. Ironically, the tricks the sorcerer had played with my mind gave me confidence I might have the power to do more than to play with time. While he seemed to be able to conjure power from thin air, I relied on borrowed energy from plants. And my bound hands were touching the thick bark of the tree behind me. I slowed my breathing and focused on the cold air flowing into my lungs. Once I'd found my inner center, I began to ignore the world around me, retreating into myself. Calmness was all I aspired to, being a mirror-like lake in the midst of chaos. Slowly I extended my senses. I could feel other people around me, and I carefully moved my mind towards theirs. 6 consciousnesses burned like silver flames in the darkness. I couldn't make out their gender, but I assumed they were all men. It would be easy to quench those flames, had I got enough energy at my disposal. Instead, I pulled back and extended my senses in a different direction, searching for the tree. I looked for something as large as a tree, but there was nothing. The more I searched, the more my energy depleted. I turned my focus to the ground. There were flickering dots of energy, the half-squashed blades of grass on which I sat. Taking their life force would cost as much as it would gain. Still, there was no sign of the tree. I'd never tried using a tree for energy before. There was no experience to fall back onto. I tried a new strategy. Centering myself on my own body once more, I felt my back against the tree trunk. There, our bodies touched. There, I might have success. In my mind, I imagined a tree high and wide, a majestic crown of leaves around its branches. Its thick bark was its best defense against threats of any kind. Its leaves were too many, I wouldn't be able to get much energy from them. But down below, deep in the earth, I could feel its searching roots spreading through the ground, changing their width from as thick as my body to as thin as a human hair. I chose one small root system and followed it to where it met others. The root was tingling with water it had claimed from the earth, and I took this water from it, pulled softly until not just water but pure life energy flowed towards me, taking up speed until a stream of energy washed over me. It threatened to overwhelm me. There was nowhere to store it. The hard-won energy fled back into the ground, leaving me tired and exhausted. This wouldn't work. I sagged against the tree trunk and took some deep breaths. My guards had forgotten to put the piece of cloth that served as gag back into my mouth. But calling for help was useless, it would only draw their attention to me. I tried to discern what they were doing by sound alone. Some were talking, another made some noise that sounded as if he was cleaning or putting away the dishes. One more try, I told myself. Then I could sleep. Not now, one more attempt. This time I searched for the mind of one of the guards. I focused on the silver flame burning and wrapped my consciousness around it. Maintaining this state was wearing me out. With another tendril of my mind I went down into the ground, once more searching for roots. When I had found one, I began to sap its energy. Instead of taking it for myself, I channeled it through my body until it reached the flame in my grip. Carefully and very slowly, I began to quench the flame until it flickered softly. Somehow, I instinctively knew the man was asleep now. Killing him wasn't an option. I wouldn't take the chance of killing one, and then not having enough energy left to deal with the others. I pulled back and chose another flame to quench. After sending 5 of the 6 men to sleep, the tree's energy was almost depleted. I could feel it ache and shiver at the effort to transport water up the stem. Taking the tree's last reserves, I quenched the final man's flame. Just when I wanted to pull back again, the tree died. Its life force flowed into me, and with it came pain that slammed against me. Instinctively, I let it pass through me and into the man. He screamed, a high-pitched sound that made me shiver. It filled my heart with dread. I'd done this, I'd caused his suffering. Then it stopped. I searched for his flame, but deep inside I knew I'd killed a man. I needed to leave. I wiggled on the rough ground until my face touched the bark of the tree behind me. Pressing my head against the wood, I managed to slide the blindfold up until I could finally see again. I spotted a knife lying next to one of the unconscious men, and let myself fall forward until I lay on the grass. Using my bound legs to propel me forward, I crawled until I reached the knife. A moment later, I'd cut the bonds that secured my hands behind my back. Stretching my aching arms, I felt tired and worn out. But I couldn't stay there, I had to move on. Around me, 5 men lay on the ground, all looking as though they'd collapsed where they'd stood or sat before. Their sleep seemed deep, but I took no chances and tiptoed around them, avoiding any unnecessary sound. I picked up a sheath and belt for the knife and attached it around my waist. After a quick search of the camp, I made myself a bag filled with dried meat, a few apples, and a bottle of fermented wine. 2 horses stood some distance from the camp, bound to a lonely birch tree. They were stocky animals, not used for riding but for hard farm work. Their harnesses lay on the ground next to the cart. A long box was secured on the cart with ropes. This was the coffin I'd been kept in until earlier tonight. If I took one of the horses, I would be much quicker than if I traveled on foot. But horses were difficult to hide, and while I could change my own appearance, I couldn't change that of my mount. One of the men snored loudly and I jumped. I'd lingered here too long already. I hung my bag over my shoulder and started to walk away from the camp. Assuming that we'd crossed the Eternal River and were in there, I had to turn west to get back to the river crossing, and therefore the way back to the plains. Maybe Luca and his company had stayed in Ashen Fields after I vanished, or maybe they were looking for me. I talked about leaving them for so long now, that perhaps they thought I'd finally taken off. I wasn't a child they had to search for. I'd seen 20 summers already. They probably assumed I just dreaded to say goodbye. But I hadn't taken any of my clothes or belongings. Surely they'd look for me. Surely. I glanced at the stars. Ever since I was a child sitting on the Vado at night with Mara, I knew my way around the night sky. Finding all 4 directions was easy if you knew which stars to look at. There were the 9 stars that made up the Bear, which during summer appeared on the southern horizon. Close by was the Child, my favorite constellation. If you looked closely, the stars formed an infant lying curled up on its side. But tonight, I searched for the Serpent. Her stars shone brightly. The only thing more resplendent was the moon, a perfect half-circle. She'd guide me on my way home. I ran and ran until I couldn't run anymore. Then I walked as quickly as I could, dragging my aching body through the darkness. My bare feet had stopped hurting some miles before and numbness spread through me. But I continued on, driven by the sardonic smile of the magician whose laughter echoed in my mind. On I went and on until I started limping, and still I walked, following the serpent in the sky. With me I took the image of the dead man lying on the grass, behind him the dead tree, its brown leaves splattered on the ground, its brittle branches swaying in the light breeze. I'd killed today. What that would mean for me didn't bear thinking about. While traversing a spread-out cornfield, I fell face forward onto the ground. The stubbles of harvested wheat pricked me, as if 1,000 knives stabbed at me. Luckily, none of them hit my eyes. I couldn't walk anymore, so I crawled. I didn't know how I had the energy to keep going. Maybe I instinctively used the energy of the plants around me, something that would save my life on several occasions later in life. When I'd crossed the field, I reached a small stream. Thankful, I crawled to its edge. With both hands I scooped up water and drank until my stomach wouldn't take any more. Then I let the cool water run over my face and my arms. It took away some of the pain, but not my tiredness. I slowly managed to sit at the banks of the stream, and let my legs hang into the water. I lay back, feet still immersed, and looked up at the sky. Once, long ago, I'd looked up at the same sky in the same despair I felt now. I sympathized with my younger self as I relived that moment. I'd walked all day, while all the time looking for food on the sides of the road. I'd passed the last village days earlier, but I'd been chased away by dogs and screaming children when I tried to steal some fruit at a market stall. That had been the last time I met other people. I avoided every settlement I saw in the distance. I was alone, and the presence of other humans would only make that fact even more unbearable. The road had become my home, the evening wind my grandmother's embrace. I lost everything. There was no one I could call family, no place to call home. Nowhere to go but on and on. I couldn't say what I was looking for. A better life maybe, but how that should come to pass was hidden in the shining stars above. One night I walked along the road, wary of any people I might meet. I was exhausted from stumbling over fields and through wilderness. Using the road was easier. I could go on without having to concentrate on where I stepped. The repetitive movement of setting one foot in front of the other had become my lullaby, and my thoughts flew freely. I could see myself sat at the evening table with my gran, eating simple but filling food. There would be a candle between us, flickering softly in the draught. Gran always left the windows and the door open. She liked to feel the evening wind on her face. As did I. No one lived close by, no one would disturb our togetherness. We didn't need anyone else. Then the scene changed. I sat in the stable next to the warm body of Eona, my favorite goat. The other goats ate all day, avoiding us humans if they could, resenting the times we milked them. Eona was different. She would lie next to me, breathing softly, listening to the stories I told her. They were simple tales I made up of princes and queens, of wild animals and mythical creatures. Others were stories my gran told me, and I repeated them when leaning on Eona's warm and comfortable side. Sometimes when she looked at me from beneath her long eyelashes, I almost thought she understood every word I told her. When I quarreled with Gran, I'd go to Eona to tell her of the chores I didn't want to do or of the hated salad Gran made me eat. Back then my problems were simple, a child's complaints in a perfect world. Thinking of Eona made me smile. Oh, how I longed to be close to her, sitting in the straw in Gran's small stable, breathing in her soothing smell. I hadn't appreciated the simple, happy life my gran provided for me. Now I was alone, everything seemed like a life another had lived. I was a different person now, yet I still yearned for the version of the past that spooked my mind. Caught up in the shadows of the past, I fell asleep. Voices woke me. Before I could even open my eyes, strong hands pulled me up roughly and put me on my 2 feet. They wouldn't carry me. I sank to the ground again, looking up at the grim faces of 2 men. My heart sank. They'd found me. It had all been for nothing. I was bound and gagged once more. My cheeks hurt and bruising crept over my skin. When the men found me, they'd tied my hands with rough rope, then dragged me along, not caring for my exhausted state. When I sank to the ground, they slapped me in the face and shouted that I was solely responsible for how they were treating me. I'd killed one of their own. I'd been a simple prisoner before. Now I was their enemy. They dragged me on, using the rope around my hands as a leash. Halfway to the camp where I'd made my escape from, we stopped. I sank to the ground where I stood, falling into a deep state of unconsciousness. When they woke me with a slap on my cheek, it felt as if only an hour had passed since we arrived in the clearing. A man on a horse stood by the 2 men who'd found me, arguing loudly. When I tried to sit up, my muscles screamed with pain. Rough hands pulled me to my feet. My chin touched my chest, my knees threatened to buckle. Exhaustion stole every other feeling from my body. My throat burned from thirst, but when I begged them for water, they laughed. The man jumped down from his horse in one fluid motion, then walked towards me. I didn't see his face, but I recognized his gait. The sorcerer was back. The urge to run filled my mind, yet I didn't have the energy. I stood there, only half conscious, waiting for them to do with my body as they saw fit. I could no longer move. The sorcerer lifted my face with one hand, then spat at me. "You've cost us enough time already. Bind her on the horse. We're late. And once we're back at the keep, you'll pay for letting her escape." The other two men approached and lifted me onto the horse, then secured me with ropes behind the saddle, my legs hanging to one side, my upper body on the other. The sorcerer mounted in front of me, and on we went. With every step the horse took, the ropes that secured me cut into my belly. Yet I was numb to the pain. Parting from my body, my mind flew freely into the sky. Chapter 4. I woke to the sound of dripping water. My head hurt. When I tried to sit up, lightning exploded before my eyes. I sank onto the cold stone floor. How had I got here? The past was a scrambled pile of puzzle pieces. I'd tried to flee. I'd used a tree for energy. And I'd killed a man. I recoiled from this thought. I was no killer. Was I? If I hadn't planned it, did it still count as murder? Or was it murder because I'd taken the chance someone could come to harm? My head ached, which made thinking coherent thoughts difficult. My body was heavy, my limbs frozen to the ground. I was in no condition to think. I stopped keeping the waves of tiredness away, and they crashed against me until I was swept away. I opened my eyes. It was almost pitch black wherever I was, and I lay on something wet. I sat up, and a small wave of nausea washed over me. I swallowed hard and took a moment to settle my stomach. I sat on a wet stone bench, roughly carved into the shiny black rock. My feet didn't reach the ground. Water dripped down from somewhere. Small trickles ran over me as I leant against the stone wall. My clothes were damp and wet in some parts, and I crossed my arms in front of my chest as I shivered in the cold air that moved all around me. A cold draft fluttered from somewhere. Carefully I tried to stand. Out of the darkness, thick metal bars appeared in front of me. I stood and grasped 2 bars in my bare hands. I was a captive, with no way of escape. The cold metal only reinforced this truth. My fate was at the mercy of another, whoever that was. Never had I felt so helpless before. For want of anything else to do, I lay down on the bench again, trying to avoid touching the wet wall as I curled into a ball. Tears came into my eyes as I thought of the hopelessness of my situation. No longer was I Eona, the acrobat, the respected member of the Gorez family. I was back in my old role. The girl without a home, without a family. The girl who had no words. I was as thin as a skeleton when they found me, lying in a ditch next to the road. Other people had passed before, but none had noticed me. I was a pitiful thing, all skin and bones. My eyes were big in my haggard face. I hadn't eaten in days, and the water I'd drunk the day before came from a muddy puddle. While I lay there, something happened to me. I left my body on the roadside and drifted away, looking back over the corpse-like girl I'd become. After days of hunger and starvation, I was suddenly free of pain and despair. I was free, flying away into the dawn. Mara found me. She took my light little body and carried it into her Vardo. There she held a wet cloth at my lips, and with each drop that reached my mouth I was pulled back into life again. She fed me warm broth and rich porridge, but as often as not my stomach would spill out the food as soon as I swallowed it. She lay me in her own bed, and covered me with a quilted blanket she had made herself. The other travelers told her there was little chance of my survival. She nodded and went back to work. Often she'd sit by my bed and talk of days long past and stories often told, as much to herself as to me. As easily as I'd let go of life the night she found me, I clung to it hard now. Mara instilled a will to live into me that was as fiery as her own. Once I grew stronger, she'd sit me next to her, safely wrapped in a blanket, on the driver's seat. From that time I remember the smell of horse all around me, the soft cushions she'd embroidered, the simple sounds of the Vardo moving through the landscape. Sometimes Mara would ask me questions, where I came from, where my parents were. But I never answered. Ever since I left my body for a few precious moments, the sensations of life overpowered me. Every passing touch overwhelmed my senses, leaving me unable to react. And whenever I saw Mara's kind face, I thought of my grandmother. Gran, whom I'd loved so fiercely but who left me alone nonetheless. Who'd cared for me all my life, who showed me how to walk, who taught me my first words. Maybe that was part of the reason for me not speaking. The only person I spoke to before everything fell apart was my gran. There were no houses around ours, no other children to play with. Sometimes a traveling salesman would knock on our door, but then I hid and gran did all the talking. We had chickens in our yard and goats that gave us fresh warm milk every morning. From time to time gran would venture into the nearest village, almost half a day's walk, but I always stayed at home. She didn't want to lose me, she said. But in the end it was I who lost her. She had a cough all winter. It would go away on its own, she said, but it didn't. I held her hand when she had coughing fits, and when it got worse and she coughed up blood, I wiped her mouth afterwards. One morning I found her lying still in her bed, a tiny smile on her lips. She looked at peace. I lay beside her, like I did every morning, and fell asleep. When I awoke, her body had grown cold. Still I stayed. I didn't know what else to do. The next day she'd changed so much that I grew frightened. I hadn't cried over her death, as I still waited for her to get up when she was feeling better. But when I saw her sunken cheeks and splotchy skin, even at such a young age, I knew she wouldn't get up ever again. I packed some cheese and bread into my little backpack, and added a bottle of water mixed with elderflower syrup, just as I would if I went for a walk with Gran in the summer. I took my small walking stick that I'd carved the autumn before, stepped outside and locked the door. Until now, nothing had been different from a usual day. But when I stood on the doorstep, it suddenly came over me, the despair over the fact that nothing would ever be the same again. I took a deep breath and bravely willed the tears away. I'd manage on my own. After all, I'd already seen 5 winters. Shouldering my backpack, I took one step, and then another, walking away from the house where I grew up. I didn't look back. I didn't know how many days passed. In my cell, it was always night. I lay on the hard stone bench all day, looking at the dripping ceiling. Sometimes I was brought simple bread and water, and my waste bucket was taken away, only to be brought back empty soon after. When someone approached the bars of my confinement, was some time after I had been brought in. I tried to still my thirst by collecting the water from the trickles that slowly tracked down the walls of my cell, but the water tasted foul and it was hard to get enough of it to make even just one sip. My hair hung down in tangled and dirty grey strands, the black dye had mostly faded. I first heard the clattering of keys in the distance, then the sound of heavy footsteps coming closer and closer. I moved back as far as possible, pressing against the wet stone wall. A dark figure walked past my cell, holding only a small torch with flickering light throwing wild shadows at the walls. There was some noise coming from further down the corridor, the sound of an inhuman hissing that was echoed back and forth through the cave. I heard him put something metal on the floor, then his footsteps returned to my cell. The figure stopped in front of the bars. He was wearing a hood that cast a shadow over his face. He drew a bottle of water and half a lump of bread from a bag, and carelessly threw them through the metal bars. The bread landed in the middle of a dirty puddle. Pressed to the cold wall, I waited until he'd gone again. Then I jumped and grabbed the bread, stuffing it into my mouth, careless of its moldy texture. Every day or so, this process repeated itself. It was my only indication of how slowly time passed. I grew accustomed to the dark, yet the wet air in my cell made my bones ache. Soon I coughed whenever I got up, and with every breath I took, the wheezing of my lungs got louder. As the days passed, I lost more and more weight. My ribs became so pronounced that it hurt to lie on my side. On good days, I did simple stretching exercises, more for the memory of better days than for staying agile. But soon, I had no strength left for unnecessary movements. I'd lie on the cold stone bench all day, willing my mind to fly away. But my sleep was so light, I rarely dreamed, and if I did, it was of the traveling people who had become my family. It was too painful to think of them, to think of my old life. There was a wound deep within me, the scar of all my losses. Old Mara had mended the first scars long ago, but now there were new wounds that would not close. Once again, I'd lost everything. I was nothing without other people around me. His footsteps approached down the stone corridor. I didn't bother to open my eyes. He'd bring food and water, something I yearned for, but eating only prolonged my suffering. I'd die here, there was no question about that. They'd throw away my corpse and I'd be gone, erased from the earth in a tiny moment. I could either continue to wait to die, or I could hurry the process by not eating and drinking any longer. My body already hurt in every place possible, and the pain of hunger wouldn't make any difference about that. The man paused in front of my cell. I awaited the familiar sound of the bread hitting the ground, but I waited in vain. Had they decided to starve me now, just as I'd made the same decision? "Get up," a low voice growled. It was the first time I heard his voice. It was raspy and sounded like he rarely used it. I stayed lying on the bench, too weak to lift my body from the wet surface. A key turned in a lock, and with a penetrating creak, the door to my cell opened. He entered and took one step to stand bent over my bench. "You breathe, you alive," he said simply. I slowly opened my eyes. Even this simple movement was almost too difficult to manage. A round face stared at me. His blue eyes were small and sunken deep beneath a thick brow. He had no beard and his bald head reflected the light of his torch. He looked like an overgrown infant, with his pouty lips and puffed-out cheeks. I closed my eyes again, weary with the effort of holding them open. My mind drifted away, ignoring the man standing over me. From a distance I felt two strong arms lifting me from my stone bed and carrying me away. My head lay on his arm, my unkempt hair flowing down, almost touching the ground. It had grown since they put me in this dungeon, and the white of the roots would stand in sharp contrast from the black I dyed my hair before we came to Ashenfields. Like a child held in its mother's arms, the man carried me away from my cell. The rocking motion nauseated me, but there was nothing in my stomach in the first place. We went through endless corridors, passing doors, some open, some closed. At some point we exited the cave system, and suddenly stood under the warming autumn sun. My eyes, not used to light anymore, burned, but I opened them anyway, blinking at the bright blue sky. We traversed a courtyard of sorts, high buildings surrounding us. The man carrying me didn't stop anywhere, except to open some doors and shut others. Soon we were in a labyrinth of rooms, some big, some tiny. The whole place looked like a child had built it from bricks, not caring about everything being the same size and shape. After walking through a corridor that had a ceiling made from blue velvet, we climbed a staircase, going up and up a flight of winding steps until we reached a round chamber. There were few windows, more resembling arrow slits than windows. He put me down roughly on the floor. A soft carpet welcomed me, and I thankfully lay on it. Here I could sleep. "Sit her down over here," a new voice emanating power and authority said. Once again my guard picked me up and moved me around. This time, he carefully lowered me onto a large armchair. I leant against its soft backrest. I hadn't felt anything this comfortable in a long time. The comfort of my new surroundings made me tired. I started to drift off, my mind separating in thousands of threads. Keeping myself together was so difficult. I longed to just let go. "Don't. Please don't." I paid no heed to the words that drifted towards me. I broke away, floating. I was a child again, running barefoot over grasslands. No, I was ancient, white hair framing my face. I stood on the right side of a golden throne holding up a crown, and then again I was running, this time over snowy fields, chasing a dark figure that fled from me, and while I ran there was the sound of wings over me. Something pushed me to the ground, and suddenly I was a human no longer. Claws sprouted from my fingertips, and I jumped up to fly through the air before softly landing on crimson paws. I was... Stop. Suddenly I re-entered my body. Pain made my eyes water. I was back in my miserable, hurting, abused body. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes. Colors flooded my mind. Used to the black shadows of my prison cell, the multitude of colors, shapes and smells overwhelmed me. A fireplace stood right in front of me, but instead of a gently crackling fire, there was a silver cage standing in the hearth. Masterful craftsmanship showed in the many embellishments and flourishes that the silver cage bars formed. An animal that looked like nothing I'd ever seen sat inside. First, I thought it was a chicken, but it was bigger than that, the size of a large cat. While its legs, feet and body looked like that of a rooster, it had not feathers but scales that shimmered golden in the light of the fire. Its wings were too small to be much use for flying, and its beak was long and curved. But the most peculiar thing about this strange beast was its antlers. They looked like those of a stag, but much smaller. They sprouted from the place just above the creature's eyes. They were dark red in color, and the ends looked sharp enough to do serious damage. The animal sat on a nest made from a variety of materials, with wooden branches bound together by colorful strands of cloth. Its eyes were closed. It seemed to be sleeping. "I gather you have not encountered an elvedrich before," the deep voice said behind me. I startled. Staring at this peculiar animal made me forget about the second person in the room. They are not easy to catch. They're quick but also very curious. Hunting an elvedrich is a skill not many possess. You need several beaters who try to find and rouse one. They drive it to the catcher, who has prepared a variety of interesting things. I've heard that candles, sweets and a mirror are most effective. While the elvedrich inspects the offerings, the catcher throws a sack over the animal. Elvedrich are naturally scared of the dark and won't move while they can't see. Once you've got an elvedrich in a sack, it won't even do so much as squawk. This one has been with me for quite some time. To my knowledge, she's the first of her kind that has laid an egg in captivity. Now that he mentioned it, I could see a light orange egg peeking out from her scaled lower body. Their eggs grow while they're close to their mothers. Soon it'll be large enough to hatch. I'm quite looking forward to that. He stepped into my field of vision, and I saw him for the first time. He was a tall man dressed in a black suit. He was quite handsome, with his dark hair and slender figure. His skin was darker than that of most people in this region, but I couldn't discern if it was from the summer sun or his parentage. Were it not for his piercing blue eyes, he wouldn't stick out in a crowd. He wore no jewelry or other decoration but still looked striking in his simple black clothes. He gave a small bow in my direction. "I'm sorry, I haven't yet introduced myself. You may call me Lassada. And what is your name?" He smiled kindly, and I felt the urge to tell him anything he might want to know. "They call me Eona." My raspy voice sounded foreign to myself. I hadn't spoken for a long time. Until then, I hadn't noticed I'd spent the last weeks in silence. My thoughts had been loud enough that I hadn't minded the quiet. "Welcome to my tower, Eona. Would you like something to drink, wine perhaps?" He didn't wait for an answer, but went straight to a little shelf on the wall. He selected 2 crystal glasses and filled them quietly. Then he offered me one of the glasses with a flourished move. Grateful, I took it, my hand shaking with the effort. The wine was excellent, although after living off stale water for so long, anything would have tasted good. When I put down my glass, I caught a glimpse of my reflection. I was a skeleton with huge dark green eyes in a bony face framed by dirty pastel white hair. I'd never been beautiful, but now I was just a shade of whatever I was before. Lassada pulled a chair close to mine and sat himself down. He settled his elbows on his knees and leant his chin on his fingertips. Then, as if it only just came to him, he looked at me and said, "I'm so sorry for how you've been treated here. I only arrived earlier today, otherwise I'd have seen to your accommodation myself. But I put someone else in charge of my affairs here, and he must have misunderstood my orders. Don't worry. You'll be punished for how lowly you have been treated. Of course from now on you'll live in better quarters. I'll have my own physician see to your needs. He'll probably suggest we start you on small portions of food, but soon you'll be able to eat anything your heart desires. And once he says you're fit to travel, I'll take you to my dwelling on the banks of Lake Vailva." He paused and looked at me. I felt as if I had just been struck by lightning. His words were so beautiful, they promised things that I hadn't thought possible. It made sense that someone as noble as himself wouldn't have known of my painful time in a prison cell. Surely he could not have known. I took another sip of the wine. It ran warmly down my throat, making me feel light and happy. My seat was comfortable, and it was nice and warm in this room. Here I could stay, here I felt safe. I must have fallen asleep because when I woke, I was lying in a soft bed. I was warm and comfortable, something I hadn't been for a long time. I wore a simple nightshirt. All the grime and dirt that had covered my skin for weeks was gone, almost as if nothing had happened, as if I lay in my bunk bed in Mara's Vardo. The smell of freshly baked bread filled my nose, and I sat up hungry. There were 3 pillows behind me, and one large fluffy duvet keeping me warm. On my left, a tray of hot soup and a few slices of bread waited for me. I put the tray on my legs. I hadn't eaten in bed for years. The soup was delicious, small pieces of meat swam in the nicely spiced broth. I broke off a piece of bread and dipped it into the soup. It was such a meal as I hadn't even seen in a long time. After a few spoons of soup, my hunger stilled. I'd grown used to much smaller rations of food, and this bowl was more than one received in several days combined. I put the tray on the little table once more, and pushed away the duvet. The small window beckoned. I wanted to find out where I was. Unsteadily I stood and moved towards the window. It took me a lot longer to walk across the small room than I expected. I opened the window, and a cool breeze flowed into the room. I closed my eyes and breathed in the fresh air for a while, before leaning out of the window to look around. Vertigo overcame me. There was no ground, only water a long way down from where I stood. I was in a high tower. Far below me, waves crashed into black cliffs. This must be Lake Vailva, the largest inland lake known to man. Gintkeep, the homestead of King Gint himself, lay on its shores. Was my room in the keep itself? Or was I in one of the other towns and villages, built on the shores of the lake? I leant further to see more. The tower was built from the same rock as the cliffs below. I turned to both sides, but I could see nothing aside from the rounded tower walls. The buildings I saw when the jailer carried me to this place must be on the other side of the tower. In the distance I thought I could see low hills on the horizon, but it may have been a trick of the light. The window isn't a way out then. I looked around the room and thought about why I'd need a way out. The man I'd spoken to, Lassada, seemed kind. Why would I want to leave when he was giving me this lovely room and food and his attention? 2 doors led away from my room. I tried the larger one. It was locked. The other led to a tiny room where a hole in the floor served as a lavatory. Through the hole I saw the water below. Waste would simply fall into the lake. I left this small garderobe and sat on my bed, saving the little strength I had. A short knock sounded on the door, then a young man entered the room. He was dressed all in green. The color of his loose, shimmering trousers reminded me of moss in the dark shadows of a forest. "I see you're up already. When I looked in on you earlier today, you were still sleeping. How are you feeling?" "Not too bad, I guess." Which was a lie. I felt amazing. But I liked his mothering attitude. "Who are you, anyway?" He gave me a shy smile. "I'm Healer Reaving. His Lordship has ordered me to give you any assistance you need to return to your usual healthy self. Which is why I've brought along some potions that will help you to regain your strength." He pulled several small bottles from the leather bag he carried over his shoulder. Each of them had a carefully glued-on label filled with spidery writing. He removed the tray from the table, then sat the bottles in front of me. I picked up the largest of them and tried to decipher the tiny handwriting. "You can read?" he asked, and when I nodded he smiled. "That will make this a little easier. The potion you are holding is to increase the amount of nutrients your body absorbs from food. It will help you gain weight again quickly. You might feel a little drowsy after taking it, but that will pass quickly." He gave me a conspiratorial wink. "Most ladies of the court request potions that have the opposite effect. But I won't let you gain more weight than what suits you, don't worry. Then we have a potion to give you energy, should you feel too tired or worn out. This blue bottle contains medicine that will help with nausea and vomiting that might occur if you eat too much too quickly, which I advise you to do because you need to get some more flesh on your bones before the winter starts. The potion in this bottle is against your cough. And lastly, this one here is one of my favorites. It's quite bitter, I know, but it will make you feel good. Nothing more and nothing less than that. You look like you could do with some happiness." His broad smile is contagious, yet I didn't know what to say to him. "Thank you for your kindness," I finally managed. "Don't thank me. I'm only doing what His Lordship has asked me to." "His Lordship? Do you mean Lassada?" He paused for a moment as if thinking about what to say, then he replied, "Yes, I mean the man you know as Lassada." With that cryptic answer, he left the room, slowly shutting the door behind him. Chapter 5. Several days passed by the time I was called to Lassada. I'd spent the last few days recovering from the time in the dungeons. I was brought meals 3 times a day, all of them delicious. Once Healer Reaving learnt I could read, he brought me a book on herbs, one of his favorites, he said. I'd never had a book for myself before. There'd only been one in the possession of the Gorez family, a selection of essays on the history of the traveling people. I used the time my body needed to recover to read Reaving's book, which became my first encounter with the art of healing. Some herbs I knew as cooking herbs, others I'd thought to be nothing but wild-growing weeds, and again others I'd never seen or heard of before. On the second day, I asked my healer for some paper and ink to make notes on what I'd read in the book. Gladly he did so, and passionately offered to answer any questions I might have on the things I read. It seemed he didn't have anyone else who shared his passion for healing. Yet after noticing his discomfort during our first conversation, I didn't want to strain our burgeoning friendship by asking questions about his master. But now, Lassada had sent a servant to ask me to join him in his study. It was the first time I'd left my room since I had arrived. He led me up a winding staircase that began close to where my own room lay. It took a long time for me to climb the stairs, I had trouble breathing at every step. The study turned out to be the same room where I had met Lassada for the first time. This time he sat in the armchair. He stood up when I entered, and motioned me to take a seat on a simple but comfortable chair opposite his own. "You look so much better today. I trust you've found everything to your liking?" He smiled at me, as if sure I'd agree. And agree I did. I told him how I was so very thankful for him giving me room and board, and sending Healer Reaving to tend to my physical needs. When I finished, he cleared his throat. He picked up a little bell from a small table beside him, and rang it. The servant who'd left once he saw me to the door reappeared. "Find Law and send him to me," Lassada ordered. The servant bowed and exited the room. Lassada turned to me. Again he was dressed all in black, yet his simple attire didn't hide the quality of the fabric it was made from. "When I saw you a few days ago, I promised I'd punish the person responsible for your mistreatment. This hasn't been done yet, as he was away from the keep, but now he's returned. I thought you might like to witness what happens to people who mistreat my guests." I wasn't sure if I wanted to see this punishment, but when I thought of all the time I spent shivering in the wet and dark hole they'd kept me in, white-hot rage filled me. Yes, I wanted to see the person responsible punished. I wanted him to pay with pain for the pain he'd caused me. "While we wait, would you like to have a closer look at the Elvedrich? You fell asleep last time before I got the chance to properly introduce you." Without waiting for an answer, he got up and bent down to the cage in the empty fireplace. He drew a small golden key from a pocket, and opened the upper part of the cage. The Elvedrich, who'd been sleeping peacefully, lazily opened one eye and peeked at Lassada. He smiled and carefully lifted her from the cage. She protested noisily over being separated from the dark orange egg lying on thick velvet scraps in the cage. Her little wings went up and down. She looked a little like a grilled chicken that had suddenly come to life. With antlers. Lassada placed her on the floor beside him. We need to give her something to look at, otherwise she won't shut up. Could you pass me that little mirror from the cupboard over there? I walked to the other side of the room. The cupboard was a magnificent chest of drawers, made from mahogany and black ebony. Its drawer handles were made from gold in the shape of leaf garlands. On top of the spotless cabinet lay a small silver mirror. It looked old, its back had started to tarnish, yet it was still beautiful. I took it to where Lassada held the Elvedrich. Put it right in front of her, he ordered. When I did, the fowl stopped struggling in Lassada's firm grip and began to curiously eye the mirror. Once he was sure that she wouldn't run, the man loosened his grip and let her explore her new toy. Curiously, she put one of her bony feet on the mirror, studying her reflection. She tilted her head to both sides, trying to see the effect that would make, and then opened her long beak, examining the insides of it with the mirror. You'd think this is the first time she does this. Lassada laughed. I gave her the same mirror only yesterday, and still she's fascinated by it. Well, while she's busy looking at herself, we can have a closer look at her egg. We moved over to the cage again, leaving the Elvedrich to her toy. I only caught a glimpse of the egg the last time I was in this room, but I was sure it had not been as big nor as shiny previously. About as large as a man's fist, its smooth surface shone as if it had just been polished. Its color went from light gold at the top to a dark yellow where it touched the ground. It was neither translucent nor opaque but somewhere in between. When looking at it closely, I thought I could see a shape within the egg, but it might have been a trick of the light. I yearned to touch it and feel its smooth surface, but I didn't know whether Lassada would allow it. As if he'd read my mind, he said, "Go on, you can touch it. He won't mind." Wasn't the Elvedrich female? Then why had he said he? I stretched out one finger to touch the egg. The closer I got, the more it called to me. At the first contact, I pulled back my hand immediately. Questioningly, I looked at Lassada, but he only smiled and beckoned for me to repeat my action. The egg had hummed. I lay my whole hand on it, and felt the vibration go through my arm into my shoulder. I closed my eyes and opened my mind, looking for the egg that my hand still touched. When I found it, I couldn't believe what I felt. It was as if a golden flame burnt brightly within the egg. It was neither hot nor cold, the flame did not radiate any kind of warmth. While I was staring at it, the fire turned and looked at me. Startled, I opened my eyes again. Lassada smiled at me. Isn't it beautiful? I merely nodded, unable to speak. It had felt as if the egg knew me, as if we'd met before. There was a familiarity between us, unlike anything I'd ever experienced. But I knew if I connected with the egg again, the thin bond that joined us would become stronger, maybe even unbreakable. I wasn't sure I wanted that. There was too much I didn't know. What would a bond to an egg mean? Would it only stay while the chick hadn't hatched? Too many questions, not enough answers. You have felt it. It wasn't a question. Lassada knew. Yes. I paused. What does it mean? He smiled. It means that we are alike. I feel it too. The egg is burning in my mind just as strongly as it is in yours. It means Law was right to bring you here. You have powers, some of which you don't even know yet. If you hadn't come here, these powers might never have come to light. You would have stayed ignorant of your own abilities, caught in the hamster wheel of repeating the same thing over and over again. I offer you a new path. Explore your powers with me together. Let us push away the confinements of knowledge, let us learn new things together. This is why I'm showing you the Elvedrich and her egg. This is something new, something not many people have seen before. We're pioneers, making our way out of the darkness and into the light of learning. He paused and looked down at the egg. The fascinating thing is, I don't know what will come out of this egg. You see, Elvedrich are born in such a way that they cannot reproduce, at least not with one another. In this they are like mules born from the union of a male donkey and a female horse. When Elvedrich lay eggs, there's usually nothing in there but stinking fluids. It's like nature is mocking them by letting female Elvedrich lay eggs, yet never produce offspring. However, this particular hen managed to lay a fertilized egg. I know you can feel the embryo inside, as can I. Yet whether another Elvedrich will hatch or something else entirely, I cannot say. I've never heard of Elvedrich eggs growing either. This one here is something new. And I have to admit, I find it quite humbling to be the first to be able to witness the hatching of an Elvedrich egg. There was a knock on the door. Lassada shot me an irritated glance and called for the servant to enter. He was followed by a familiar man, dressed all in black. The sorcerer who'd kidnapped me in Ashenfields, the man who killed the old woman, who strangled my mind with his icy leash, stood only a few feet away from me. I jumped up and staggered backwards until I bumped against the wall behind me. Easy, girl. He isn't here to hurt you, Lassada said soothingly. He beckoned to the servant to go, then kneeled to put the Elvedrich back into her cage. When she sat down on her egg, something tingled in my mind. Lassada sat on his armchair and signaled me to sit on the chair beside him. The sorcerer stood by the door, arms crossed over his chest, unmoving. His face was a calm mask, hiding any emotion he might have while still radiating wariness. His black clothes were immaculate, yet his boots were sprinkled in mud. Lord, Lassada said with a sigh. I waited for him to continue, yet he said no more. Each second stretched until I felt the urge to speak myself just to break the uncomfortable silence. Yet I said nothing either. Then Law bowed deeply while keeping his eyes fixed on Lassada. Master, you called. This time Lassada answered. Indeed I have. I came back from my travels to find our young guest here. He nodded his head in my direction, half-starved in the dungeons. Only by good fortune, I arrived in time before she perished right under my eyes. You were in charge of her well-being, yet you failed her and me. Did I tell you to kidnap innocent people and drag them here, only to let them die in those horrible caves? No, I told you to find people who might be gifted in the same way as you and I, and ask them to come here so they may be taught in our ways, so their potential doesn't go to waste. Yes, I hoped some would follow my call, yet I didn't ever think of forcing them. What would someone who is magically gifted, yet refuses to cooperate due to ill treatment add to our cause? I haven't dared to ask young Eona here to assist me, because I still feel indebted to her due to the mistreatment she suffered at your hands. So what am I going to do with you? He left a dramatic pause. Law stood still, not moving a single muscle. He didn't look guilty at all, he was devoid of any emotion. I envied his self-control. While I looked at him, his eyes suddenly locked with mine. We stared at each other, not able to look aside. I could feel his consciousness move towards me, trying to read me with more than just his eyes. It felt as if he was extending fingers, groping around in the darkness for my thoughts. The closer he got, the more afraid I became. I forced down the impulse of running away. I would have to learn how to fight him. Running away couldn't always be an option. Hide. But there was nowhere to hide away from his disgusting fingers. When he touched my mind for the first time, a shiver ran through my entire body. He felt wrong, he was a foreign body in my consciousness that needed to be removed. I could feel him expand his hands around me, seeking a way to enter. I felt all the cracks he could use, and somehow he seemed to read those thoughts, getting closer to the site of a fracture. If he managed to gain entry to my mind, all would be lost. There was only one way out. I took all my powers together and repelled him, imagining a splinter being forced out of an open wound. I staggered with the effort, but it worked. His fingers had gone, and within a fraction of a second, my mind was safe. I opened my eyes. Law kneeled on the ground, panting heavily. Interestingly, the action of expelling him from my mind had a physical effect on him. "Well done," I heard Lassada say close to my ear. I swayed, suddenly conscious of how much energy this simple act of defending my mind cost me. An impenetrable fog closed in on me, and my legs gave way. I fell, but just before I hit the ground, strong arms wrapped around my back and held me. Tiredness was a wave that threatened to carry me with her, yet the touch of Lassada's hands on my shoulders kept me anchored to the present. I was a flag in the wind, fluttering wildly yet fixed to a post. Forces pulled at me from all directions, yet I was grounded to reality. After some time they subsided. I'd withstood the storm. I opened my eyes. The orange color of the sunlight that struck my eyelids told me at least an hour had passed, yet Law still stood in the same position by the door where I saw him last. Lassada stood next to him, murmuring. It looked more like a friendly conversation than the accusing speech Lassada had held not long ago. Maybe he'd already punished Law, then saw the issue as over so could pretend nothing had happened. But Lassada had sounded pretty angry earlier. I couldn't believe he'd just ignore what Law had done to me. I yawned loudly to get their attention. Immediately, Lassada was at my side. "Feeling better?" he asked, a worried look on his face. Yes, I must have nodded off. "Sorry, I didn't want to take up so much of your time." Heat crept into my face. What would he think of me, having me fall asleep in his room for the second time? "No, don't feel bad. You took no time of mine at all. In contrary, your display of your powers, untrained as they may be, quite impressed me. Forcing a man as trained in magic as Law to his knees is quite a feat. Now that I know how strong you are now and how strong you might be once you've received some training, I am almost impatient to waste time on Law's punishment, if we could spend the same time instructing you in some basic ways of how to use your powers. Still, I promised he'd be held to account over what he put you through. It's no way to treat anybody, least of all an honored guest such as yourself." When he called me a guest, my mind flew to the image of my locked door in this tower, yet I ignored this nagging thought and willed it away. It was for my protection, so people such as Law couldn't harm me. I'd spent the last week in bed, too weak to move, too weak to defend myself. It was only logical to keep my door locked. Lassada was on my side. "I'll make it your choice." Somehow, I'd missed part of the conversation. What was my choice? Surely not what I thought. Surely not Law's punishment. They didn't know what I could do. I'd killed a man. I was in no position to judge Law, we were the same. How could I be better than him, having murdered someone in cold blood? I don't know the customary sentence." My voice faltered. I looked around me. Law stood by the door, an amused smirk on his lips. Lassada looked at me expectantly, waiting for an answer I couldn't provide. I searched my mind for reasonable punishments. I found none. What Law had done was despicable and evil, yet so was any punishment I could condemn him with. "Don't fight fire with fire," my old gran used to say. If I showed Law kindness, would he see it as such, or would it count as weakness in his eyes? For some reason, I didn't want him to see me as weak. Lassada must have sensed my predicament, for he cleared his throat and offered, "I can understand you don't know the laws in the kingdom of Ver, and I won't hold that against you. Let me tell you what sentence I might impose on the offenses of deprivation of liberty and wrongful incarceration. While these might be penalized with the loss of a limb or the loss of a sense, he acted under my orders, even though he misinterpreted them. Therefore, if I were to speak judgment over Law, I'd say that the just punishment in this case is the loss of a small body part such as a finger or toe. Would that be agreeable to you?" Though I found these punishments more barbaric and gruesome than they would have been in the plains or the free cities, they would be those Law was used to. He wouldn't find me weak if I agreed with Lassada's proposition. I took a deep breath. Yes, it would. Maybe losing a finger will mean Law thinks twice about doing things you haven't ordered him to do. Exactly. Although I might suggest changing the sentence to the loss of a toe. Sometimes Law might need all his fingers to do what I ask of him. I didn't question what this might be. Law seemed to relax a little now he was sure to keep both arms and legs. He even shot me a small conspiratorial smile. Ice-cold hatred flooded me. He should have been sorry for what he'd done, not smiling. He should be afraid just as I'd been. He should fear me just as I still feared him. But it was too late. Lassada had already asked Law to leave. After the door shut behind him, Lassada turned to me. Now this unfortunate business has been settled, we can continue where we left off. I think I was just about to explain about the Elvedrich's egg. He turned to face the fireplace and shook his head as if startled. My time has passed quicker than I had thought. I looked at the wooden clock that ticked away on the wall over the fireplace. You must excuse my rudeness, but I have to ask you to continue our conversation at another time. I'm expected at dinner in only a matter of minutes, and must put on some proper clothes. The king doesn't like to be kept waiting. When I heard a knock on my door, followed by the turn of the key the next day, I expected a servant who would take me to Lassada, so we could continue our conversation on the Elvedrich as promised. Instead, Hila Reaving came in carrying an armload of scrolls and a large bag. He used his foot to close the door, then put down his heavy load on the table in the middle of the room. I was sitting on a chair by the window, letting the warm sunshine on my face. Outside it was getting colder as autumn was close. Yet today was a beautiful day, and warm air filled my room. I hadn't been outside for a long time, and I longed to see a different scenery from the endless water below my window. I made a mental note to ask Lassada if I could explore the castle a little, now Law had been dealt with. Hila Reaving began to sort the scrolls he'd brought with him. Some of them were new, the ink still vibrant, while others seemed ancient, the paper stiff and crumbling at the edges. I've taken the liberty of bringing a few scrolls on healing herbs, after you seemed interested in them the last time I was here. He paused, seemingly embarrassed. I hope I'm not bothering you. If I've misunderstood, you can tell me, and I'll leave you in peace. Sometimes I get a little carried away, and you've been the first who seemed interested in this, and… His voice trailed away. I shot him a big smile. No, it's wonderful. I enjoyed reading the book you brought, and I'm sure I'll also have a great time looking at those scrolls. Sit down, make yourself comfortable. He breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the other remaining chair, and shyly smiled back at me. I thought we could look at them together, and I also brought some herbs for you to look at. It's always better to see them in real life, to notice their smell and taste. He opened the large bag he'd set down next to him. An assortment of aromas and scents shot out of it. He pulled out a bunch of yellow flowers, and gave me one to look at more closely. It had 5 symmetrical petals and smelled a little like honey. This is verbascum, more commonly known as velvet plant. Its seeds are slightly poisonous and are sometimes used to paralyze fish, which makes fishing a little easier. I use its extracts for making a remedy for ear infections, and an infusion of its flowers for respiratory disorders. It was in one of the potions I gave you for your cough. I trust it's helped. I nodded and curiously looked at what else his bag might contain. He smiled and pulled out another bundle of herbs. This time it was dried green leaves. They looked familiar. Is this lamb's tongue? He nodded with enthusiasm. Yes, or as we herbalists call it, Plantago lanceolata. In other areas, it's known as narrow-leaf plantain. Again, something that was in your cough medicine. But people use it for all sorts of things, like putting a plantain paste on itching insect bites or eating its thick root to ease a toothache. I've got a scroll somewhere that debates whether a salad made from plantain leaves helps against impotence. If you ask me, it doesn't, but… He suddenly stopped, his face a deep shade of red. I couldn't help myself. I laughed loudly. He looked at me, then grinned and joined in. I hadn't realized how long it had been since I'd last been laughing and joking around. It seemed like years had passed. I thought of Mara, Luca, Chino, all the people I held dear. They'd become my family, they'd cared for me when no one else did. I wondered what they were doing right now. They'd leave Hawkfair soon if they hadn't already done so. I loved staying in the town of Hawkfair. The people there were used to hosting multiple traveling families in late summer each year, and celebrated the arrival of each company with evening dances and bonfires. Many families who lived in the small town were related to traveling people, and so it wasn't only a coming together of travelers but also of extended relatives. Mara's sister lived in Hawkfair, having settled there after she got pregnant the first time. Now she had dozens of grandchildren running around, and last year her first great-grandchild had been on the way. I imagined Mara sitting amidst all those children, telling stories of life on the road, giving out sweets, inviting the children to tell her their favorite stories in return. My thoughts went to what Law had said when he captured me. A gypsy boy had told him about me. Had it been one of the children there? Someone in the extended Gorez family even? Not on purpose, I was sure of that. I didn't hold a grudge against any of them, and even though it had taken them some time to get used to the foundling, they'd all come to accept me into their family. Maybe the Gorez family had already left Hawkfair, and was on their long and challenging way to the Free Cities, where they'd spend the winter. Yes, it was getting cold outside, and they'd try to take the mountain pass before the first snow. Alambak was the city we spent most winters. The story houses there were famous and attracted not only traveling people but guests from local towns as well as faraway places. Here I spent most of my winter evenings sitting in the warm bar of the Lonely Minstrel, listening to songs and stories, and sometimes even telling my own. Or maybe they'd decide to winter in Rittletown. Now young Chino was learning to read, Luca might want to show him the great library or the grand halls of the old university. I wondered who was teaching Chino now I wasn't there with them. Luca was always so busy organizing shows, helping out wherever he could, and I wasn't sure if he'd take the time to teach his son. Maybe Mara took over Chino's education. She taught her daughter to read, even though back then this had been unusual. Now her daughter had passed away, she might take the opportunity to pass her knowledge on to her grandson. Am I boring you? I flinched, having forgotten all about Hila Reaving sitting there with me. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the family I used to travel with. I'm wondering what they are doing. I miss them, and I miss traveling outside, seeing the land and its people, traversing the plains. Have you ever been there during summer? It's beautiful. The heather is in full bloom, the few trees that manage to survive there have shiny red apples or ripe plums hanging from their branches, ready to pick. You'd like it there, I'm sure. All the herbs that grow by the side of the road. Mara taught me to recognize some of them, although I'm sure you'd know exactly what they all are. I stopped, caught in emotion. The young man was quiet, simply listening. Until now, I hadn't realized how much I miss the outdoors. I haven't been outside for so long, and here I only see the lake. There's nothing green. Now you've brought all these herbs, I want to see them where they grow. I want to smell their scents intermingling in the warm summer air, I want to feel them with my hands, I want to walk barefoot over grass, There were tears in my eyes. I couldn't speak anymore without letting go, without crying in front of Hila Reaving. I crossed my arms in front of my chest, hugging myself. There was a long silence between us. Then timidly he spoke. Would it help if I ask his lordship whether I can show you the gardens? I'm sure they're not as beautiful as the wild nature you're used to, but they're quite nice. And I could show you my little herb patch. It's not as big as I'd like it to be, but space is sparse in this castle. Every square meter has to be claimed from the lake. I nodded, still not trusting my voice not to falter. And I could show you my laboratory. It's nothing big, but it's mine. I try out new recipes there and dry the herbs I grow. Sometimes his lordship brings back exotic plants and flowers from his travels and asks me to find out if they have any use. That's one of my favorite things to do, experimenting with those new and unknown plants. I've written a few scrolls on some of them, not that anyone would read them, but still, it's interesting to do. This one here is one of those his lordship gave me to study. I call it fairy's wing. See here those tiny purple flowers? They are actually much larger but all rolled into minuscule balls. In the evening they unfold almost like wings to catch the last rays of the sun. In the early hours of the day, they do the same but this time to catch the morning dew. Then they fold up again, protecting themselves from the heat of the day. Quite fascinating, those flowers. But the important bit of this plant is its root. They're really quite bulbous, and there's a thick juice stored in them. I use it to glue together the edges of a wound, and only a thin scar will remain, much thinner than it would be if I used conventional methods. I've also noticed injuries heal much faster when treated with the root juice of fairy's wing. I smiled at the enthusiasm that had replaced his earlier shyness. I liked him. Maybe this unplanned trip to Vare had its good sides too. Chapter 6. Once again, I stood in front of the large wooden door of Lassada's study. A young servant boy had brought me here then left, telling me to wait until his master bid me in. I'd waited for at least 10 minutes now. The staircase was cold, and I shivered slightly in my light summer dress. I'd received this dress when they moved me to my tower room. Even though I was brought warm water to wash each morning, I hadn't been given any new clothes to wear. Not only was the dress too light for this cold autumn morning, but it was also beginning to smell. I'd have to ask Lassada for another one. I didn't like to rely on him to provide me with the basic things I needed. It wasn't like living with the Gorez family, where I worked for my living. There, I had a fixed allowance paid to me by Luca, depending on how many shows I took part in each month. Usually, I didn't need a lot of money while we were traveling in the warmer months of the year. A few coins for a drink or a meal in local pubs, or money to buy clothes at a market. The rest I saved for spending during the winter, when we stayed in one of the free cities, where everything cost much more than in the villages of the plains or the small settlements on Kinrock Beach. Most of the money I spent in the story houses of Allenbach. I could sit and listen to songs and stories for hours, slowly sipping on a large mug of ale. And then there was the market of Port Royal. Hundreds, thousands of colorful stalls selling everything I could ever imagine and more. Beautiful jewelry made from seashells or rare stones, fabric twice as large as me and still lighter than a copper coin, candles that gave off the most unusual smells, exotic food from places I'd never heard of, clothes in all the colors of the rainbow, knives made from folded metal, and more, always more than I could ever look at. Oh, the wonders of the free cities. I smiled as I thought of the small necklace I bought for Mara last year, made from stones that were the same green as her eyes. She'd worn it together with small ear studs of a similar color. The year before, Mara took me to a small store in Allenbach where they sold jewelry made from wood. There were tiny beads, each of them shaped differently to complement the natural shape of the wood. There was a tiny baby lying on its mother's hand, a cat sleeping with its tail wrapped around its body, a human face that stared right at you, a tiny flower whose petals were caught in the process of unfolding. In the shop, Mara made me choose 2 earrings, one a small piece of driftwood with a beautiful mixture of brown colorings, the other a tiny human figure bending backwards like an acrobat. In the evening, Mara had pricked my earlobes with a long needle, to allow me to wear the beautiful pieces of jewelry she bought for me. My hand went up to my right ear. The hole was still there, but the earring was missing, lost somewhere between Ashenfields and this place. The left earring was still there. Somehow it had survived my ordeal. My fingers felt its smooth surface. The acrobat had gone, yet the driftwood was still with me. I'd become driftwood myself, having been swept away from my origin, fighting with the waves that threatened to have me drowned, always ending up in places I didn't expect. I could either give up swimming or try to ride the waves, taking what was offered to me and using it for my own gain. I told myself that I wouldn't drown. The door opened with a creak and Laura emerged, leaning heavily on a wooden crutch that he had wedged under his right arm. He shot me a poisonous glance, then began to slowly limp down the stone stairs. At this pace, it would take him a long time to descend the spiral staircase leading down from the tower. I allowed myself a small smile. I entered Lassada's study, expecting him to be in his armchair as usual. Instead, he was standing by the window, looking out over the calm blue lake. I closed the door behind me and stayed there, not knowing whether I should sit down or approach him. He'd bound his long hair into a simple tail that fell in the space between his shoulder blades. There were a few strands of white, contrasting his otherwise pitch-black hair. I wondered how old he might be. He had the energy of a young man, yet his knowledge and wit made him seem older. He had an ageless quality that was only reinforced by his charm and well-mannered behavior. Without looking at me, he began to speak. Law has paid for his intolerable behavior towards you. I prefer to deal with such things as quickly as possible, so that they will not fester and become more than they originally seemed to be. He has learned his lesson, and will hopefully not treat you ill again. Now this has been dealt with, I expect him to treat you with the courtesies you deserve. However, I also hope that you won't bear a grudge against Law. He's not a bad person. He simply misjudged my orders in this case. His help at numerous occasions has been invaluable, and I plan to use him again for whatever mission I see fit. Once we've established what kinds of talents you possess, I might ask him to teach you some of his own special powers. But let's not worry about this now, we'll have enough time to discuss such things when the moment to do comes. Today, I have a different thing to discuss with you. He turned around and smiled at me with his usual charm. With one arm, he beckoned me to sit down. Before he seated himself in his armchair, he poured 2 glasses of red wine and offered me one. Thankful, I took a big sip. Isla Wynter has spoken to me about how your health is quickly improving. I have to say I'm delighted to hear this from him, as I was quite worried about you when you first came here. He's also told me you've expressed an interest in learning more about his craft, which I'm willing to support if it doesn't collide with your other studies, of which I'll say more later. Of course, if he's misunderstood your interest, I won't force you to learn something you have no mind for. Not at all, I'd love to learn more about all the herbs he works with. He offered me a tour of his gardens and laboratory, which I'd love to see if you allow it. Do you feel strong enough then to leave your room? I nodded. Yes. Thanks to Isla Wynter's potions, I've regained my strength faster than I thought possible. I have to admit, I'm curious to see more of this place. Good. Then I'll tell the healer to show you around his workplace. Yet I hope you understand I'd prefer if there's someone with you when you start exploring the castle. It's easy to lose one's way in the many rooms and halls here, especially as many of them look the same. Also, you don't know the customs and traditions of our country, and this might lead to misunderstandings with the inhabitants of this city. Therefore, I'd prefer if you limit your explorations to Isla Wynter's work areas for now. Even though I'd hoped for permission to move freely around the castle, I agreed with Lassada. I had no desire to get lost in an unknown place such as Gint's Keep. Now all this is settled, shall we start with our first lesson? Eagerly, I agreed. I'd lazed around for too long. It was time to do something worthwhile once more. So far, I only know a little of what talents you might have. Law told me you managed to move incredibly quickly in that traveling show of yours. Then you put 5 men to sleep and killed a 6th. He paused, looking straight at me. There it was, the thing I'd refused to think about for the past few weeks. I had killed. I was a murderer. I was no better than any common thug. It hadn't even been an act of self-defense. They hadn't threatened to kill me, they were only guarding me. They just followed Law's orders. A wave of self-hatred slammed into me, and I cringed at the thought of the pale man lying on the grass unmoving, his dead eyes looking up at the night sky. Had he had a wife, a family? Would anyone mourn him? Eona. He spoke my name softly but firmly. Struggling to keep my emotions under control, I looked up at him, my eyes burning with the tears I was holding back. You did what you thought was right. You felt threatened, so you acted on that feeling. Am I not right? I wanted to tell him it had been an accident, that the power I took from the tree had overwhelmed me, that I lost control. But somehow, I thought Lassada would think better of me if he felt I'd planned the guard's death, rather than it being out of my control. He believed in me having magical power, and telling him I hadn't been able to use them properly that night might dampen the impression he had of me. Listen to me. Let's go back to the beginning. When did you first discover you could do more than most other people? It was about 4 years after Mara had found me. I was still a thin little girl, but now it wasn't from starvation but from training. I discovered my talent for acrobatics and spent my days climbing the poles of the circus tent, or, if we were on the road, the highest trees I could find. Luca's wife, Aman, taught me to cartwheel and backflip, and it had become the company's running joke that I preferred walking on my hands rather than my feet. One day, when we'd just made camp outside the small town of Dolan, I was sitting alone in a sea of heather and yellow gorse. The show was not until later that night, and Luca had given me and some of the other younger members of the traveling family some time to use as we saw fit. The others left on the search for a village pub to spend their few coins in, yet I sought solitude, walking away from the camp up a low hill behind the village. After sating my thirst at a small stream, I sat down to enjoy the warm sunshine. Far beyond the endless heather fields were the foothills of the mountains that made up the border between the plains and the free cities. Patches of snow glistened on some of the high peaks, while other lower hills were covered completely in dark green forest. There were fluffy white clouds over the mountains, but from time to time, a single ray of sunshine would break through and settle on the slopes as a small lake of gold. I let myself fall back onto the soft heather, looking up at the sky. Clouds moved slowly in the wind, creating new shapes to look at. Around me, insects hummed and birds sang, and now and then a blue butterfly crossed my field of vision. It was a fine day, and I rejoiced in its simple beauty. I must have fallen asleep because groping hands on my body were the first thing I noticed when I woke up. I opened my eyes, only to find a man's face bent over my own. He was bull-necked and muscular, his puffy cheeks wore traces of too much drink, his beard was unkempt and sprawling across his face. He smiled at me while one hand slipped under my shirt. "Stay still, little girl, I'm not going to hurt you." His breath stank of beer, and I jerked my head back to escape his foul odor. He wrapped his arm around my chest, pinching my skin, hurting me. His other hand went to my skirt, trying to pull it down. I screamed and tried to jump up, but his weight pushed against me. My legs kicked him, but he just put one large hand on them, and I could no longer move. "Stop fighting me," he said impatiently, and used one hand to slap me in the face. My head flew to the side, my cheek burning. I saw stars before my eyes, and nausea overcame me. I must have stopped fighting because suddenly he was lying on top of me, his weight pressing me onto the heather plants. In one last effort to get rid of the horrible man, I managed to get one hand free from under him and pulled at his beard. He cried out and once again slapped me in the face. This time a bright light shot through my vision, and reality vanished. When I woke, my body was screaming in pain. My left cheek was swollen, my muscles hurt from fighting the man, and there was a heavy weight lying across my legs. Carefully I opened my eyes and looked around me, taking in a peculiar sight. I wasn't alone. The man was still there, yet he was unmoving, half bent over me. His face was a mask of rage, not a single muscle twitched in his face. It looked like he was suspended in time. I scrambled to get away from under him, but after crawling a few ells I turned back to look. He hadn't moved since. It seemed a terribly uncomfortable position to be in, half bent, almost falling over, but I wouldn't pity him. On the contrary, I enjoyed imagining his pain. While staring at him, I noticed something else. Where I'd lain on the heather, it had turned brown and dried, as if time had skipped a season and winter had arrived early. I could even see where my arms and legs had been. And while I looked, more and more of the heather turned brown. The tiny yellow gorse flowers withered and fell to the ground. The brown blotch turned bigger and bigger. Even at my young age, I recognized it as unnatural. Magic. Terrified, I ran away from this strange place, never looking back even once. A shiver ran over me. I'd thought this memory lost, hidden away in the deepest corners of my mind, yet here it was, as painful as before. I'd never shared this memory with anyone before, and I wouldn't do so today. I cleared my throat, deciding how much to tell Lassada. I must have been 8 or 9 when it first happened. Someone threatened to hurt me, and suddenly time stood still around me. He just stopped, frozen, unmoving. At first, I didn't understand what happened. I thought there was something wrong with him. I couldn't imagine me being the source of this power. But I noticed the plants around me had turned brown, that they'd died while I defended myself. It took years for me to make that link. 9 is quite a young age to discover one's powers. Law was almost 13 when it happened to him, and that's the usual age, around the beginning of puberty. He stopped, appearing lost in thought. I took the time to drink some more of the wine he'd given me. It had grown warm, yet it was still delicious. During our travels we'd drink water from streams and rivers, sometimes mixed with elderflower syrup Mara made. Only in the evenings, when we camped near towns or villages, we might go for a pint of ale in the local pub. Wine was something reserved for special occasions. So you use the energy of plants to fuel your magic. That's very unusual. He said the last word, as if he'd never thought of such a way before. Can you do anything without tapping the life force of plants? I don't think so. I can do some basic things like using my mind to feel around me, but only for a short while, until my energy is depleted. That's only to be expected if you fall back to using the energy of plants each time you use magic. Being able to draw strength from yourself is like a muscle that has to be trained. The more often you do it, the more energy you'll have to spend. So before we can start doing anything more substantial, you need to practice using your own energy. I want you to do this at least twice a day. This is not about learning anything new, so do something you're good at. He smirked. Although I'd prefer it if you weren't to make my servants fall asleep, they're managing this fine by themselves. Do what you did at your traveling show, moving as fast as lightning. I must admit I'm intrigued by how you do that, but I'll be patient. First, we need to increase your resources, then we can start teaching you new skills and improving the ones you already possess. I know this might seem boring to begin with, but it's a necessary chore. Soon we'll be able to start with small exercises, like lighting a fire with the force of your mind alone, or creating water from thin air. Then, once these things feel easy and natural to you, we'll move on to more substantial tasks. Once you get to a certain level, I'll ask Law to teach you his speciality, the control of the mind. But I have to warn you in advance, not many magicians ever reach this level of proficiency. There are only a handful as capable as Law, and even fewer have reached my stage of control. But don't let that discourage you. I think you'll be able to do well, once you've learned to reach the energy sources within yourself. He paused, letting all this sink in. It was overwhelming to think of the possibilities he'd just offered me on a silver plate. How had I earned Lassada's benefaction? Was there a price to pay that I didn't yet know? Isla Wynter has told me you can read, so I've chosen 1 or 2 books that might interest you. He looked at me with his piercing blue eyes. There's so much to know, so much power to discover. Isn't this feeling intoxicating, knowing you have so much potential, and that I can help you unleash it? Unable to speak, I nodded. I'd never imagined being able to learn those things he promised. When I'd first discovered my ability to slow down time, I assumed it was something everybody could do. When I realized this wasn't the case, I thought that this one trick was all I had. Now, Lassada offered me a multitude of possibilities. I could stay here and learn, explore what I was capable of. When I returned to my room, I discovered someone had left the books Lassada promised on my table. 1 or 2 books turned out to be a pile of at least half a dozen. I'd been overjoyed at the thought of having the herb book lent by Isla Wynter to read, but now I had several books all to myself. When imagining all the exciting things they might contain, I almost forgot the circumstances under which I'd come to be in this position. A candle flickered on my bedside table, throwing wild shadows onto the whitewashed stone walls. It was late at night, and my eyes threatened to fall shut any minute. A tray of food, still untouched, awaited me on the large table in the middle of the room, but I was too busy to eat. I sat on my bed, and a thick book lay on my crossed legs. Its dusty smell reached my nose from time to time, making me want to sneeze. The book was ancient, its thick parchment pages held together by a cover of hard leather. On some pages the neat black handwriting had faded so much it was illegible. Yet I couldn't put the book down. It resonated with me in such a way that nothing else mattered, my surroundings forgotten, my hunger erased. This book gave me more sustenance than food ever could. It told of the history of magic in a way not only exciting to read, but that also gave me answers to questions I hadn't even known to ask. The book said magic was something natural, something that used to be a common ability in humans. Once, people had spoken to their relatives that lived hundreds of miles away with just the power of their minds. They hunted by extending their consciousness, leaving their own bodies to float through nothingness until they found the soul of an animal. They would simply sever the soul from the body, leaving the animal's spirit to drift away, not feeling any pain. The men and women who possessed this skill would simply get up and look for the carcass they just killed. With nothing but a simple thought, they could ignite a pile of wood to roast the freshly caught meat. It was a time of truth and simplicity, because in a world where everyone would know their neighbor's mind, lies were meaningless. In their free time, the magicians would focus on art and music, developing enchanted instruments, each one more beautiful than the last. There was learning everywhere, with knowledge passed on to the next generation through books and songs. Yet something happened, a change in the fabric of the world, that closed the large energy reservoir those people drew on. Suddenly, they were left to their own devices. Many perished, not used to living off the land without their magic. Those who survived were the physically strongest, not those who'd possessed the most magical ability. They learned to hunt with their hands, despising this bloody task, yet knowing that there was no alternative. While others had encouraged grain to grow by carefully supplying their crops with the limitless energy they could sap, they now had to rely on plows and their own backs' work. Animals they'd kept by their side through talking to them in their minds were now oblivious to their pleas to stay. They had to learn to build fences around their pastures, and to train those animals they wanted to keep. With the price of living off the land increasing 100-fold, magic soon became a distant memory. Those who felt the once familiar pull towards the supernatural were quickly discouraged by their peers. The Age of Enlightenment was followed by a dark period, where survival was all that mattered. Each one fought for himself, letting their neighbors starve and friends perish. But through the years, people got better at living off the land. Some began to focus on crafts that were no necessity for survival, and beauty and elegance began to matter once more. And slowly, very slowly, people with magical abilities were born again. No one knew why or how one baby was gifted with magic, while another one was not. The time when everybody had access to the power blanket beneath the earth had passed. Left was a world that favored those who had no magic. Still, some of those who were born with peculiar gifts gathered in places of learning, entrusting their self-taught knowledge to books and scrolls. Others supplemented those books over the years, adding their own methods and abilities to give the next generation an advantage over their own. Yet the magnificence of magical skills that had once been present in the world never again came to be. Chapter 7. I overslept on the day that came to be the first time I was allowed to leave my room and exchange its solitude for the hustle and bustle of the keep. The book I'd read well into the night lay next to me in my bed, still open to the page I'd last looked at. When someone knocked on my door, I jumped from under my blankets. "It's me." The familiar voice of Healer Reaving called out. "May I come in?" "Just a moment," I shouted back, already slipping out of my nightclothes and into the simple dress Lassada had provided me with. In lack of a brush, I combed my fingers through my hair, putting on my slippers at the same time. I hastened to open the door to a smiling healer. They'd stopped locking it 2 days ago, probably deciding that no one was going to harm me. Reaving had donned a shimmering green robe, which went well with his emerald eyes. He looked a lot more formal than usual, but his wide and open smile was all I took notice of. He seemed genuinely happy to see me, and when I thought about it, I felt the same. This would be a day to enjoy, I was sure of it. When he led me out of the room, we turned right and down the stairs instead of left and up to Lassada's study. On and on they went until we came to a hallway that we walked down. The windows on the right side of the room looked out over the lake, a familiar sight. A door led us outside to a vast courtyard. A few lonely trees stood around a large fountain in the middle of the courtyard. A mermaid presented her half-naked body, surrounded by large spouting fish. It was an amazingly ugly fountain. I'd expected people bustling around on their errands, yet we were here all alone. Isla Wynter offered me his arm, and together we strolled through a gate into a more beautiful part of the castle, the gardens. A multitude of flowers and herbs grew everywhere, with only a small path leading through the confusing array of plots. Sunflowers stood next to half-withered rose bushes, lavender grew in the same place as something that looked like beanstalks. And everywhere weeds had conquered the space between the flowers. In a way, this garden reminded me of a wild meadow, somewhere no man had stepped a foot in for decades. It was attractive in an unruly sort of way. As we walked through the garden, I spread my hands out and felt the plants touch me reassuringly on both sides. A host of smells and aromas reached my nose, and made it almost impossible to identify the individual scents. In the middle of the garden, there was a solitary bench, its wood looking rotten around the edges. We sat down. I closed my eyes and leant back, feeling the autumn sun on my face, breathing in the mixture of scents. Insects buzzed around the flowers, taking care of some last-minute pollination. Isla Wynter's voice broke through the orchestra of humming insects. "Do you like it?" "It's beautiful." I took in a deep breath. I've never seen anything like it. It's so unorganized and chaotic, yet still, it all fits together in a way not man-made but natural. How I envy you to be able to spend time in this garden. We can come here again as often as you like, and our work permits. Our work. I like the sound of that. Not that I'd be of much help with my limited and newly acquired knowledge of herbs and cures. Still, I would try. I only recently gained the permission to use this garden, but I plan to bring it back into shape. Some plants will have to be removed, but there will be many new ones instead. We sat in the garden for a while, with Isla Wynter explaining his plans. When the sun disappeared behind a colony of clouds, we left and walked around the stone wall surrounding the garden, until we reached a building that looked like several stone cottages fused together. He took out a large bunch of keys and selected a simple bronze one to open the thick wooden door to his laboratory. It opened without any sound. "I oiled it only yesterday." He confirmed my suspicion. "But it's weird not hearing it creak and groan like it always did. It'll take some time getting used to." He motioned for me to go ahead. The large room was lit only by a small window that looked out over the garden we'd just visited. A wood stove and a large work table dominated the middle of the room, with several pots of all sizes covering the stove's fire holes. All four walls were obscured by shelves and cupboards that reached all the way up to the ceiling. A ladder leant onto one of the shelves, making access to the higher racks possible. The shelves bent under the heavy weight of bottles, jars, earthen pots, and other containers. In some of them, weird shapes floated in translucent liquid. When I went closer, I saw dead frogs and lizards swimming in glass jars. In another, I thought to recognize a small chick, yet another held living mealworms, crawling over each other in the limited space of the jar. On the rack below the window, books and scrolls filled the shelves, sometimes stacked in such a way it looked as if a single touch of the shelf would make them collapse. A string spanned one end of the room to the another, from which dozens of bundles of dried herbs hung. The mixture of their potent scents tingled in my nose. There were no chairs, only a low stool next to the stove. Isla Wynter entered his laboratory behind me, holding a torch he'd just taken from a holder in the alleyway outside. He lit dozens of candles of all sizes and shapes that stood in every part of the room, then kindled a fire in the large wood stove. "My father was a chandler, and I learned his trade before I started to apprentice as a healer," he explained. "I've experimented with not only adding flowers to the wax as my father used to do to create the most delicate scents, but also healing herbs. Sometimes I want a remedy to be taken continuously, yet I cannot expect my patients to drink their potions every few minutes. So, I've come up with the idea of burning herbs together with the candle wax. These candles give off a steady dose of healing scents, yet I'm still experimenting with the amount of herbs I have to add. This taper here, for example, contains anise and coltsfoot. For inflammation of the lungs? I asked, remembering something I'd read in the book he lent me. Exactly right, well done. To this red candle, I've added lavender and peppermint. Do you know which ailment this is for? I thought for a moment. Peppermint is for aches and muscle cramps, lavender again for aches and fatigue. So maybe for headaches or muscle pains. Spot on. Although I'd also give it to someone complaining of a continuing sadness. One by one, he explained the use of his candles to me. After a while, I asked him for some paper to make notes on what he was telling me. It was fascinating to think these simple candles could not only help people with their pain, but also ease and cure their ailments. It was a much more comfortable way of administering medicinal herbs, for both the healer and the patient. Would you like to see how they're made? It will take some time, but if you don't have anything else to do today, we could make some candles together. Of course. I'd love to try, that is if you really have the time to show me. In response, he put a large cast iron pot onto the wood stove. Using one of the lit candles, he kindled a fire beneath the fire hole underneath. I'm currently treating a patient suffering from a severe cold. I'm thinking of preparing a mixture of chamomile, marjoram, and thyme, and then adding this to a beeswax candle. Other chandlers prefer tallow as their base material, yet I agree with my father that beeswax not only gives the candle a much better scent but also burns more purely, without producing a smoky flame. My father rarely had a choice and had to use tallow, as beeswax is very expensive to produce. For every 10 pounds of honey a beekeeper extracts from a honeycomb, there's only 1 pound of wax. Therefore, I'm quite lucky we have a bee master here at the keep who provides me with fresh beeswax, although now that I'm not only making candles as a hobby but use them to burn medicinal herbs, I'm relying on traveling merchants to add to my wax supply. If they don't have any on offer, I have no choice but to add tallow to achieve the quantity I need for my recipes. Yet this candle is meant for a member of the king's court, so I'm going to use only pure beeswax today. He took a chunk of dark yellow beeswax from a barrel in the corner of the room, and threw it into the pot to melt. The melting combs became bubbling gold on the bottom of the cast iron pot. Tiny bubbles broke the surface. The heat around the stove began to smell like honey and spring. Reeving stepped onto a narrow stool to reach the bundles of dried herbs hanging from the ceiling. With a small knife he cut off one small branch each. The intense smell of thyme and chamomile filled the room. He passed the herbs to me, and pointed to a mortar standing on his work table. I started to pound the chamomile flowers, enjoying the strong scent that filled my nostrils. Once the yellow herb had been reduced to powder, I added the thyme needles and marjoram leaves. While I ground the herbs, Healer Reeving walked around the room gathering all the supplies he needed. Many people think it's the wax that makes the candle. Yet in reality, the most important element is the wick. It acts as a pump that pulls up the liquefied wax up into the flame to burn. The larger the wick, the more wax gets burned at once. However, if there's too much fuel, the flame will flare and soot, and if there's not enough, the flame will sputter out. He opened a drawer filled with wicks of all lengths and widths. These are all made from linen threads that I twist together. I've also experimented with silk, yet I think the way linen wicks draw up the wax is more predictable. He chose a suitable one, and attached it to the middle of a wooden stick. There are two main ways of creating a candle from molten wax. You can either dip a wick into it again and again, each time forming a new layer of wax over the wick, until you've got the width you want. Or you can drip wax over the wick. This is quite a messy method, as you must get the wax's temperature just right. If it's too hot it won't stick or melt the lower layers, if it's too cold it won't flow properly and form lumps. Today, I'm going to show you the easier way, the dipping. Please add the herbs to the wax now. It should be nice and soft by now. We're going to wait just a bit longer until it drips off the spoon. While we waited for the wax to melt, he showed me some of the candles he'd finished earlier. They were beautifully made, some the shape of pine cones while others formed pyramids or even balls. Why did you become a healer, if you so obviously enjoy making candles? I asked. He frowned and thought for a while. I didn't really have a choice in this matter. I was chosen to become a healer, and if you're chosen by his lordship, then there's no way around it. Not that I don't enjoy it, don't get me wrong. It was just a shock, being taken away from home so suddenly and offered an opportunity that topped anything I ever imagined myself doing. I'm not sure you understand what it means to be chosen. My old life ended in a split second, on the whim of another. He stopped. I shouldn't be saying this. He turned away from me and walked around the stove. With a large metal spoon he stirred the wax, mixing the soft material with the herbs I'd ground. When I looked at him, he avoided my glance. In silence I watched him work. He tested the strength of the knot he'd used to tie the wick to the wooden stick, then with a satisfied smile he stirred the wax again. The scent of warm honey rose from the pot. For some reason it made me feel safe and comfortable. Yet the silence between us seemed to thicken the air, until I could no longer stay quiet. I know exactly what you mean. Being forced to live a new life, without being able to say goodbye to the one you lived before. Not knowing which one is right. Feeling helpless as others control your life. Being blown away as easily as a leaf in the wind, without the chance of turning back. Is that what you feel? Because it's what fills my heart. He looked at me with a pained expression and nodded slowly. Of course you know. I'm sorry. You're probably the only one in this place who understands. Still, I shouldn't have said what I did. I enjoy the chance to help people, in a way I'd never have been able to do as a chandler. I didn't see it this way when I was brought here, and I suffered for my disobedience. I sensed a tale here that would make any poet's heart beat faster. Yet I knew he wouldn't tell me his story today. Maybe someday in the future, once we've got to know each other a little better. We looked each other in the eyes and understanding passed between us. No sense to stir up old wounds. Rather, focus on the present. The wax should be warm enough now. Yes, see how it slowly drips from the spoon? This is how it has to be. I'm going to stir it one last time to make sure the herbs have dispersed properly. Now take the wick hanging from the stick. The stick is going to be your marker. Once it touches the pot, that's as deep as you can dip it. Are you ready? Then slowly, very slowly dip the wick into the wax. Now leave it for a second, then pull it up again. Slowly. That's it. Now leave it outside for a moment to solidify, otherwise it won't stick. Here, using beeswax is an advantage as it cools much quicker than tallow. Still, it's always better to wait a bit longer than necessary. He came and stood next to me. With one hand he reached to the wick I held and felt it between his thumb and index finger. Feel this? Still soft, but it has a fairly solid feel to it. Just perfect. Now you can dip it in again. Over and over I repeated the dipping, and slowly I watched the candle grow in size. Colorful spots shone through the yellow wax, the particles of the herbs that would burn once the candle was lit. It took a long time, but when the candle was finished and I felt its smooth surface on my skin, I was proud. My first candle. I silently vowed it wouldn't be my last. Healer Reaving gave me a shy pat on the back. I turned to him, looking deep into his emerald eyes. He smiled, as did I. Thank you, I said softly. He grinned at me. My pleasure, you've been the first person to actually show an interest in what I do. As we cleaned up his workplace, he suddenly coughed uncomfortably and half said, half whispered, "By the way, my name is John." A knock on my door woke me from my sleep. I'd been with Healer Reaving John until deep into the night, discussing the uses of herbs in infusions and teas. Now he'd opened my mind to the many possibilities his craft presented, I hungrily drank any sip of knowledge he offered me. Never before had I seen this burning passion for learning in me. Even though I enjoyed doing acrobatics in the Grease evening shows, rehearsing old and new tricks hadn't been as satisfying as the information John gave me. They knocked again. Expecting the servant bringing my breakfast, I called for them to come in. Instead, a tiny woman entered the room. She seemed about my age, yet she stood at least 2 heads shorter. Her silky ginger hair hung to her waist, bound together into a long ponytail by a simple silver clasp. Freckles covered her button nose and cheeks, moving as she gave me a wide smile. She carried a small notebook in one hand, and a pile of cloth tucked under the other. Despite her size, she filled the room with her presence. I jumped out of bed, embarrassed that a stranger would find me so. "No, don't bother getting dressed, I need you just like you are," she said in a clear voice that reminded me of the chime of little bells. I must have looked at her in a strange way, because she began to laugh loudly. "I'm Nia the seamstress, sweetie, here to measure you for some new clothes. Tell me, what's your favorite color?" Still slightly embarrassed at this unexpected visit, I shrugged. "Green, I suppose, or red. I've always preferred strong colors, I wouldn't want anything in pastel shades or white." I didn't say it looked ridiculous if I wore my white hair over clothes of the same color. By now, the black dye had washed out almost completely. A few strands were still a dark gray, but there was no hiding my unusual hair color. The last time I had covered my silver white hair with black dye had been 2 or 3 weeks before that fateful night in Ashenfields. I hadn't seen my hair in its natural color for 15 odd years. Ever since I had joined the Gorez family, Mara helped me hide the striking white color. I was born like that, and when I still lived with my gran, it hadn't mattered. There was no one around to think it strange, yet once I entered civilization after her death, I resented all the curious and taunting looks my hair attracted. During the last few years, I resented, instead, having to dye it so regularly, but Luca and Mara convinced me that it was for the best. A child with colorless white hair was something unnatural, not normal, and people's suspiciousness could quickly turn into violence. For the first time, I felt safe showing my hair without covering it in dark dye. Nia made me stretch out my arms and began to take my measurements. For the length of my arms and the width of my shoulders, she had to climb onto a chair to reach high enough. And all the while she babbled away. I liked her gaiety and her unconcerned way of talking. She told me she'd only just succeeded her former mistress, under whom she'd apprenticed for several years, but now the older woman suffered from stiffness of the joints. She'd taken over her position as head seamstress at the keep. When I was younger, I never thought I'd one day occupy such a position. My father left our family just after I was born. He accused Ma of witchcraft and said it was her fault I was born too small and half dead. But my mother nursed me back to health and raised me just like she would any normal child. And when I was 13, a rider from Gint's Keep came and told me I'd been chosen to work as an apprentice seamstress at court. It came so suddenly. I had to pack my things and leave for the keep within a day, yet I was so overjoyed that I couldn't wait to start my apprenticeship. I'd always loved knitting and handicrafts, and making this passion my profession was something I only dreamed of before. I wouldn't have been able to get an apprenticeship with anybody else, due to my size. Yet King Gint doesn't care about size, looks, or origin. The only thing that matters to him is skill. People are right to call him a wise king. But I'm babbling. Tell me something about yourself while I write down your measurements. I had to smile, I couldn't help it. Her bubbly and friendly way lifted my spirits. First, I have a question for you. If you don't mind me asking, what do you mean that you were chosen by King Gint? Another person used exactly the same expression, but I don't know what's meant by it. You're not from there, are you? I shook my head. I don't really have a place where I'm from. I've lived with a traveling family ever since I was a child. And even though I've been to many places far away, we never traversed the bridge to Ver. That's why I'm a stranger to its customs. Don't worry, you'll soon learn all you need to know. I don't think there is very different from other countries. Except we're lucky to have Lord Lassada as an advisor to King Gint. He's blessed with the skill to find people who have potential in specific crafts. I don't know how he does it, but somehow he chooses the right person for every vocation, even though sometimes the people he chooses have never tried their hand in that craft. But what if the person he chooses doesn't want to become what Lassada wants? What if they don't want to come to Gint's keep? I spoke without thinking. The look she gave me confirmed my uneasiness. Now that's a question I don't have an answer to, and believe me when I say this doesn't happen often. Suddenly her tone of voice went cold and distant, as if the sun had disappeared behind dark brooding clouds. While she packed her things, I was left alone, searching for words that would make her smile at me again, but I found none. Without saying goodbye she left, pulling closed the door behind her. Why had I destroyed the comforting flow of conversation between us with that ugly question? Wasn't Lassada helping by choosing a vocation for you, if you were talented? Would letting all that talent go to waste not be much worse than being given the opportunity of a good education and a job at court afterwards, with the only cost being to live away from where you'd been brought up? Many people came to Gint's Keep in the hope of finding work, of bettering their circumstances. Even while I looked for excuses for Lassada's choosing, a nagging feeling deep inside me told me I was deceiving myself if I only chose to see the good side of the king's advisor. Chapter 8. I hadn't seen Lassada for more than 2 weeks, and was beginning to wonder why he hadn't called me to see him, when a servant asked me to follow him up the tower. I'd spent the past few days reading and accompanying John to the gardens or his laboratory. After watching him make his candles with both the dripping and the dipping method, I started to make my own. They were rarely as straight and smooth-surfaced as his, but he assured me they'd still suit the purpose. More and more nobles now requested his healing candles for their ailments as an alternative to ill-tasting remedies, which had the unwanted effect that the amount of beeswax the beekeeper could provide was never enough for making all the needed candles. We now had to resort to a mixture of beeswax and tallow, made from cow or sheep fat. These candles had the disadvantage of smelling unpleasant, which we tried to counter by adding aromatic-smelling herbs and flowers to the mixture. By the end of the week, I had the feeling I was actually helping ease John's workload. While I made candles, he focused on creating potions and other remedies, as well as tending his herb garden. I enjoyed spending time with him in his laboratory. He was quick-witted and easy to talk to, and would laugh and joke around as often as he pondered over how to treat a patient in the best possible way. I hadn't shared any contact with his patients, whom he visited twice a day, leaving a nurse in charge during the rest of the time. He described the small infirmary wing to me as a calm and bright place, where the patients were tended to by a nurse and her assistants. A small artificial waterfall flowed from a pipe on the ceiling down over a large salt stone, disappearing beneath several flower pots. John swore by the refreshing properties of salt stone. He said it not only made the air more humid but also had a calming effect on his patients' tempers. The infirmary was only for the keep staff. Members of the king's court were treated in their own chambers, unless they were so sick they required care around the clock. While John made his calls to his patients, I spent the time practicing my magic control in my own room. As Lassada had ordered me, I tried to enter the time syrup without any help from a plant's energy. At first it was a strange feeling to not rely on a flower as I had all these years, as if I was missing a step in my usual routine. Instead of making myself small and entering a rose to sap its energy, I tried to center myself within my own body, using my own resources. In the beginning, I wasn't sure how exactly to find these reserves, but after reading the books Lassada lent me, I became better at it. I imagined a deep blue lake surrounded by high mountains, their reflections shimmering on the cold water. It was a beautiful sight, and I enjoyed seeing it again and again. To use this reservoir within me, I pictured a tiny stream running away from the lake, leading straight into the labyrinth of my mind. I merely had to open the locks preventing the lake's water from running into me uncontrolled, and afterwards close them carefully. The main difficulty was to estimate how much energy I needed for the task at hand, and only take that much, because once energy was taken from its usual place, it could only be expended, not returned to its previous state. The first time I tried to slow time, I took too much energy, yet it was still not enough to stay in the time syrup for more than a second or two. Afterwards I sank into a deep sleep, only waking the next day, still lying on the floor where I'd sunk down. When I wanted to access my power later that day, the lake only contained about half as much water as the day before. After this event, I proceeded more cautiously. The more I practiced, the better I got, and the deeper the dark blue lake became. By the time Lassada called me to him, I could slow time for about 3 minutes without feeling too exhausted afterwards, half as much as I could do with a rose. What a pity Lassada hadn't taught me years before, when I first discovered my powers. I could have trained using my own energy for years, not days. I wore the new clothes Nia had made for me, a simple green skirt and a black silk blouse, yet of better quality than anything I'd ever possessed before arriving at Gint's Keep. Nia had brought them up to my room, unusually tight-lipped and distant. A light bruise shone on her cheek. When I had thanked her for her troubles, she gave me a short smile and left. Now I wore her creation while sitting in Lassada's study. He wasn't here, but I'd been told to wait inside this time. While I waited, I looked at the Elvedrich, whose egg was now so big she only leant on it from one side. Last time she'd still managed to sit on it, but that was no longer possible. When she noticed me, she gave off a light chuckle, then once more looked at the bright bars of her cage. It wasn't clear whether she saw them with her innate curiosity of whether she was aware she was a prisoner, behind those metal poles. The first time I'd looked upon her egg, it had been of a light orange color, but now it shone a dark red. Its shell had grown thick and was no longer semi-translucent. It was almost half as high as the Elvedrich mother herself. Now I understood why it grew after having been laid, otherwise the hen wouldn't have been able to cope with something that size within her. How much bigger could this egg get? I think it looks like it might hatch soon. Lassada had entered the room without me noticing. I stood up from my kneeling position in front of the cage, and turned to greet him. He was dressed in a colorful fabric, so sumptuous it took my breath away. His shirt was a bright emerald green, yet the wide sleeves shimmered green and yellow like a reptilian skin after rain. His long black trousers only made the green more spectacular. A golden circlet that would befit a prince resided over his black hair, and a long golden earring shaped as a loosely plaited ball dangled from one ear. John had explained to me once that only the most trusted loyal subjects were given such an ornament to wear before the king. He knew of only one other person given this piece of jewelry by the monarch, the king's late wife. I'm coming straight from the king. He's been giving out land charters to some of his favorite nobles all morning. Not that they need any more property, but it's just another way to keep them happy. Tell me, have you trained your control as I asked you to? While I told him of my progress, he disappeared behind a folding screen in a corner of the room. When he stepped back into my view, he was clad all in black once more, the fancy clothes discarded behind the screen. I told you last time that I'm particularly intrigued by your ability to slow down time. To be perfectly honest, this is the reason I invited you to the keep, in order to learn how you do this. I swallowed hard at his wording. I had certainly not been invited by law. Yet I knew he didn't mean it, with his kind smile and his attentive nature. Can you only enter the time syrup, as you call it, alone, or can you take someone with you? It was clear that he was the someone mentioned. I've tried it with some people from my traveling group, but it didn't work. Actually, I couldn't slow down time while someone was touching me. It was as if they were grounding me to the normal time stream. Yet I've never tried it with someone who also possesses magical power. Then let's try it now, to satisfy both our curiosities. With a conspiratorial grin, he offered me his arm, and I took it. Concentrating, I closed my eyes and felt my way through my body until I reached the calm lake. Opening the locks ever so slightly, I reached for the steady stream of energy now flowing away from the reservoir. Once I'd established this link, I imagined a great clock, its heavy bronze hands moving slowly over the face. I stretched out my arm and took hold of the smaller hand, stopping it in its path. Yet when I tried to lay it in shackles as I always did, it broke free of my grip and continued to tick. Again I tried, and again I failed. I didn't get a proper grip on the hands, and time continued to flow. I opened my eyes. Lassada's gaze held a mixture of fascination and disappointment. I felt what you tried to do, yet I don't know why it didn't work. Maybe I have to do the same myself, to be able to slow time together. He paused and closed his eyes. His brows were pulled together into an intense frown, his concentration filled the room. I waited, but nothing happened. After a while, he opened his eyes again. I could see from his expression that he hadn't expected to fail. He took a deep breath and smoothed his face. Instantly, the anger and frustration vanished. I envied his self-control. I'd like to try it one more time, but this time, I want to link minds with you to see exactly how you do it. I won't touch you, so you should be able to succeed. I'll be let's call it a silent passenger, and will only observe, not meddle. Is that agreeable to you? Unsure about what I was committing myself to, I nodded my head. When he closed his eyes, I did the same. First, I felt nothing out of the ordinary. Then, I noticed a tendril of awareness extending itself in my direction. My first instinct was to reject it, to pull up my walls and hide behind them. But it was only Lassada, and he wasn't my enemy. If I wanted him to teach me, I'd have to trust him. I opened myself to his fumbling mind. He came closer until our minds met. I knew then he was too close, that he could invade my mind without having to fear my resistance, but when he stopped, hovering at the edges of my consciousness, I pushed away that thought. He wouldn't hurt me, he was only here to observe. He lingered there, bound to my mind by only a small link, small enough for me to ignore. Once again, I drew energy from the cold lake, only to use it to put shackles on the hands of the big clock I imagined in my mind. This time they put up no resistance. Time slowed to a trickle, and the air thickened around me until it took on the consistency of syrup. It was a warm blanket which I pulled around me like a cloak, until the syrup pressed against my skin. Clutching time to my chest, I moved around the room, taking the time to look at everything my eyes fell on. It was a tidy study, without any clutter filling the surfaces as there would have been had it been my room. Books filled the shelves lining the walls, a large bureau covered with a range of quills and ink pots occupied one corner of the room, the folding screen Lassada had changed behind earlier another. Opposite the only door was the fireplace that contained the Elvedritch's cage. She looked at me. When I moved towards her, she cocked her head to one side, as if wondering whether I was worth her attention. I looked at the lifeless figure of Lassada, still standing in the middle of the room, next to where I started when I stopped time to a trickle. He wasn't moving. Yet the Elvedritch hen stared me straight in the eyes and gave off a clucking sound, as if to prove that she wasn't affected by my magic. I went to my knees in front of her, and opened the hatch of her cage. With a quick hop she jumped out of it and lay her head on my lap. Still she cackled, as if trying to tell me something. Until now, I thought her as mindless as any other chicken, but the look she gave me now told a different story. With her head, she motioned me to look at her egg, at least that's what I thought she was trying to communicate. When I stretched out my hand, there was a tug at my mind, but I slammed up my defensive walls and ignored it. Cautiously I laid one hand on the crimson egg. Warmth shot through my arm and straight into my heart. I gasped and pulled back my hand, shocked by the intensity of the sensation. Lassada's tugging at my mind became stronger, but when I turned to look at him, his body remained in the same position as when I last checked. Time was so slow now that it had almost stopped completely. Instinctively I repelled him, just as I had with Law. The pulling stopped. I had rid my mind of his presence. Without regret over the lost connection, I turned to the egg once more. This time I carefully placed both hands on its sides. It had grown so much that my hands didn't meet on its opposite side. Again warmth spread through me, filling my entire body. My hands vibrated slightly on its humming surface. Last time the effect hadn't even been close to the strength it showed now, but I didn't know whether that was due to the egg's growth or the stopped time. A wave of tiredness suddenly washed over me, reminding me that my energy reservoir was close to being depleted. Still, just another moment alone with the egg. I extended my senses towards it, but this time, instead of a brightly burning flame, I only felt the guarded walls of a consciousness beyond that of a simple elvedrich. Something else slept within this egg, something intelligent. Before I could investigate further, my energy ran out, and I was pulled back into the present. Behind me, Lassada moved. Time flowed normally again. Why did you break the link? Didn't you feel me nudging you? Without knowing it, he offered me a way out. I chose ignorance. I didn't feel the link to you anymore, after I stopped the hands of the clock from ticking. I must have used too much strength and severed the link by accident. I'm sorry, I'll have to practice my self-control more. Not sure whether he'd believe me, I put on an innocent face. Did you manage to see how I did it? When did the link break? I more felt than saw anything. I'll try to replicate your method another day. It's getting too late. I'll see you to your room, and we'll continue our lesson tomorrow. For some reason, I was glad that he hadn't seen me investigate the egg. The ship was sailing through the night sky, reflected on the sea's calm surface. Stars made way for its wooden body. The slapping of the waves was the only sound far and wide. I stood on the bow, looking out over the sea before us. The absolute darkness was frightening and calming at the same time. Suddenly the ship rocked to one side, and I fell to the deck, scrambling to find something to hold on to, but there was nothing but air beneath my hands, and then I was flying, the wings on my back beating vigorously, and I went higher and higher towards the stars and… "Wake up, miss," a thin voice murmured beside my head. I was so tired. I needed sleep. I sank back into the warm embrace of my dream, but the wind I flew with shook me until my wings hurt, and I had trouble staying in the air. It shook and shook until the dream left me awake. I sat up, looking at a small boy, his face lit by the torch he held. "You are to come to Lord Lassada immediately." I yawned through the duvet to one side and got out of bed. When I stepped to the chest that held my clothes, the boy called, "There's no time, miss. He said you have to come now, without delay." His voice shook with fear. I sighed and turned to follow him. Lassada's study was brightened by several torches and candles. The window to my left was open, and I shivered in the cold air in my thin nightclothes. I knelt on the floor, staring at the crimson egg lying between Lassada and me. He'd removed it from the elvedrich cage, and placed it on a heap of soft fabric to secure it in an upright position. The elvedrich hen circled her egg, rubbing against it with her right wing. There were some thin cracks on its top, and from time to time something pressed against them from the inside. Have I told you that I don't even know what will hatch from this egg? I'd be amazed if it was another elvedrich, as it's well known they cannot produce live offspring. Maybe a normal rooster impregnated this elvedrich hen, but what the product of that union might be, I have no idea. He was interrupted by a tiny wet nose breaking through the cracks. The elvedrich mother cackled excitedly, and tried to break off the shell pieces around the little snout. Lassada shooed her away but said kindly, "Let it do it for itself." Spellbound, we watched the black nose appear again, pressing against the hard shell of the egg. This time it was strong enough to completely break through its confinement. Below the black wetness of the snout's tip there was red fur, soppy from the egg's fluids, and then the eyes, dark and big in the small face. With another push, the head was out of the egg, looking around its new environment. It was a deer's head, yet instead of brown, the fur was as red as the shell from which it had hatched. "A deer!" Lassada exclaimed, astonished. "How does a deer get into an elvedrich's egg?" I had no answer for him, I was just as surprised. Of all the possibilities I'd considered, this wasn't one of them. The elvedrich cackled questioningly at her young, and it turned its head to look at her. They stared at each other, and the young deer stopped his efforts of trying to escape his confinement. Then, the elvedrich bowed her scaled head and began to pick at the egg shell. This time Lassada left her to her task. Once she had a piece of shell in her beak, she pulled at it with a powerful movement of her head, until it broke free. Piece by piece, she helped make a larger opening for her child, until it was big enough for the little deer to climb out. It pushed to one side of the shell until the egg keeled over. The deer emerged from its shell. It wasn't a deer after all. Its head was that of a fawn, with large eyes and ears, between which I could already see a hump where antlers might sprout in the future. On its back the red was patchy, with yellow spots shining through the crimson fur. Its upper body also resembled that of a deer, yet its hind legs looked like those of a rooster, with scales resembling those of the eldritch hen and claws that gripped the floor where it lay. But the most astonishing characteristic of the young fawn was the red wings folded together on its back. They were wrinkled and as wet as the rest of its body, yet when he tried to stand up, he unfolded them and let us see their beauty. Thousands of tiny feathers made up the wings, and their orange, red and yellow shades made it look as if a fire burned on them. The more he stretched, the more the wrinkles disappeared, leaving a smooth surface. The little fawn staggered onto its legs, stood for a second or two, then the unequal legs gave way under him. He lay on the ground, his little snout on the floor. He was breathing quickly, his belly showing the movement of every breath. After taking a moment to recover, he tried it again, this time first erecting his forelegs, then lifting his hips and stretching his hind legs. He stood swaying until he took a first wobbly step, which left him lying on his belly once more. This time he stayed there, moving his legs beneath him to make himself more comfortable. His mother lay next to him, warming him under a scaled wing, a proud look in her golden eyes. A peryton. Of all the magical beasts there are, this is the most elusive, the most mythical of them all. I didn't think they existed. There are a few legends and tales, conflicting and inconsistent, yet they tell of a beast combining the physical features of a stag and a bird. Never did I think this bird might be an eldritch. Lassada's voice was full of awe and wonder. Inside, I agreed with him. The little thing was astonishing. At the sound of Lassada's voice, he opened his big eyes and looked up at us. First he turned his head to the man opposite me, then he shook his head slightly and turned to me. The huge brown eyes looked straight at mine, and I stared back. I saw an intelligence waiting behind those watery pupils. This peryton was not merely a beast like any other. It was more than that, though I couldn't say what brought me to that conclusion. His gaze was firm and steady, and when I cautiously smiled at him, he inclined his head. Hello. Chapter 9. The little peryton had fallen asleep. His legs were hidden under his small body, his head pressed on his flank. From time to time his ears, looking too big for his head, twitched. A lively fire burned in the fireplace where the eldritch's cage had stood. The flames danced around the room, reflected on the scaly hindquarters of the little peryton. I was tired, yet too excited to go back to sleep. I sat on the floor, as I had when the peryton hatched, and leant against the armchair behind me. Its wooden frame pressed against my spine, yet I accepted this as the price I had to pay for staying awake. The first morning light flowed into the room, its pale orange glow painting the eastern window frame. Soon the new day would arrive, letting the long night seem like just another dream. Birds began to sing softly in the distance, a lake gull cried her joy over the breaking dawn. The eldritch lay on the floor, warming the peryton's tiny body. His fur was no longer wet, and it stood in all directions. I longed to touch him and run my hand through his fur, but I was afraid I might wake him. He was simply beautiful with his scarlet hair and scales, his large eyes, his dark little nose. Only his hind legs looked out of place, with their claws and thick upper thighs. With his dissimilar legs, it was admirable that he even managed a single step earlier. While I looked at his sleeping form, I debated whether I'd just imagined him saying hello in my mind. I must have. There was no way a deer peryton, whatever he was, could break through my mind's walls so easily. I'd gained in strength while a guest of Lassada's. He'd shown me a way to access my own power resources, without relying on sapping energy from plants. He pulled me out of the dungeon where, if Law had his way, I would surely have starved or died from sickness. I owed him so much. But now he looked at me with a deep and critical look, one that made me avert my eyes and look somewhere, anywhere as long as it wasn't his accusing face. I'd done something wrong, yet I couldn't remember what this had been. When I tried to grasp it, the memory slipped through my hands, disappearing into the unused corners of my tired mind. Maybe I was just too tired. Yet at some point Lassada would confront me. Better to get it over with then. But I was lost for words. Sleep, a voice told me impatiently. No, think. And I was happy to comply. In the beginning there was thought. And hunger. Slowly the hunger subsided. I floated, drifting in the darkness. Dreams came, fantasies of worlds long lost. Memories that were not my own. They flowed through me, saturating me with knowledge I hadn't learned, places I hadn't visited, friends I hadn't met. Suddenly, I wasn't alone. There was First, who'd been an accident of nature. He was new, unplanned, unaffected by the past. Everything he did was something that hadn't been done before. He experimented and created his own habits. The next ones were the opposite, relying on the life First had lived. They took his memories and used them for their own gains. Then there were those who tried to separate themselves from the burden of a shared past. They were unsuccessful. The next ones learned from the mistakes of everyone before them, and through that became better at being themselves. Then there was me. I was at the end of a long line of beings, and their memories all culminated in myself. While I was washed over by new waves of memory, I decided it was a heavy weight to carry. Then there was silence. The flow of memories subsided. I couldn't move, yet my mind was busy exploring itself. There were fragments of other lives mixed with my own unsure thoughts. Had it been me who flew over the ocean until there was a new, undiscovered land where I found a plentiful place, one that later became the mingling grounds for others of my race? Had I carried the young blind prince of Alasia on my strong back, telling him of the beauty of the nature that surrounded us? Had I stood under icy waterfalls, looking up at the night sky? The water had been cold yet refreshing, washing away the sweat on my fur and the dust on my scales. It had been a moment of beauty, the stars twinkling in the high-up sky, the water rushing over my ears, eliminating any other sound that might fill the night, drops of reflected moonlight dripping down from my antlers. Suddenly I felt someone calling me. With a sigh, I left the memories behind and sent out my awareness, looking for the mysterious noise that had startled me. I found nothing. Again I felt around, looking for another consciousness. And all of a sudden it was there, right in front of me, so close I could hardly believe it. Like a great balloon, the mind floated upwards, leaving behind something I couldn't grasp, something essential. I heard a heartbeat getting slower, fading away. The mind bubble was disappearing, and somehow, I knew it mustn't. It felt so familiar, so close, so like me. I wrapped myself around it, hugging it tightly, and carefully began to nudge it back into the body that lay there all alone. I whispered to the awareness, calming its red fears, soothing it gently. Yet suddenly it began to struggle, breaking free from my grip. "Don't. Please don't," I asked it, but there was no reply. I kept my hold on it, not letting the mind escape, even though it fought to disappear. The closer I held it, the more I felt it. The walls around it were crumbling, and I could see inside, watching pictures unfold. A child running over grasslands, an old woman standing beside a golden chair, a young human chasing a dark figure over snowy fields. There was a sense of urgency. This person had to be stopped. I spread my wings and followed the pair, getting closer, until I stretched out my claws and lifted the black man up into the air, flying away. With a tremendous effort, I stepped back into myself, leaving the dream that wasn't my own. The mind balloon floated upwards. I'd lost my grip on it. Again I extended my awareness and wrapped myself around it, again and again, until it could not escape. Still it fought me. "Stop," I told it, and the struggling ceased. Gently I pressed it downwards, into the body. With a snap it was gone, one with its host. And I was alone again. I was freezing. Shivering, I opened my eyes. I was curled up on the wooden floor, with no blanket to protect me from the cold morning breeze that swept through the open window. I'd had a weird dream, yet when I tried to remember, it slipped through my fingers, until it was no more. I stretched my arms and legs to become more awake. Lassada was no longer in the room. I was alone with the sleeping Elvidrich and her newborn fawn. The little peryton was awake and observing me with wide eyes. Its fur and scales had grown shiny, and his bones were no longer as visible as they had been just after its birth. I smiled at him. "Good morning, little one." "Good morning." Startled, I stared at him. His large eyes were fixed on me. I could almost feel the intensity of his gaze. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" I whispered, as if someone might laugh if they heard me talk to the strange little creature. "Of course." "Food?" He yawned, then stretched his front legs. His fur shone dark red. Staggering, he came to his feet. His hind legs trembled slightly, but he managed to stand without falling. His crimson scales rippled at every movement, sending waves of dark red over his hindquarters. He took a careful step in my direction, and when he didn't fall, he tried another, until he reached me. He lowered his head and rubbed it against my leg. Instinctively, I extended my hand and stroked his back, feeling his warm fur under my skin. His heart beat fast, and with every breath he took, his little belly expanded. "Belly rub," he demanded, and I complied with a smile. I could feel his ribs sticking out under the red fur. When I tickled the place where his coat gave way to scales, he sighed softly and nudged against my fingers, encouraging me to continue. His scales were soft and warm, their plenitude of red shades forming beautiful patterns. The scales on his thighs were the largest ones, about as big as my smallest fingernail, while the ones on his belly and back were tiny, creating a smooth surface. With one finger I rubbed the place between his big ears, where two small humps promised the future growth of antlers, and caressed the outer folds of his warm ears. He closed his eyes, enjoying the attention. When I stopped, he butted me with his head and demanded more. While I was continuing to pet the fawn, my thoughts wandered off, centering on Lassada. Why had he just left us here? Where was he? What plans did he have for the Elvidrich and her young? And the most important question of them all, could he also hear the peryton's thoughts? "Food?" The little fawn looked up at me. "I don't have any." When I heard my own voice in the quiet room, it felt wrong. The peryton wasn't using his voice, but his mind to communicate with me. Could I do the same? "Hello," I thought, but there was no reply. I closed my eyes to concentrate, and felt for the feeble link that bound me to the peryton. It had been there for a while, I was sure of it, but for some reason I'd ignored it. When I laid my hand on the egg, it had hummed, not physically but a mental hum. When I'd first been brought to Lassada half-starved and sickly from spending weeks in the dark, cold prison cell, there'd been a voice that spoke to me. Back then, I thought it my exhausted mind playing tricks on me, but now I wondered whether it had been more than that. And the dreams I had those past weeks, dreams of wings and flying in the night sky, dreams so vivid they stayed with me long after I awoke from my sleep. Dreams I might have shared with the peryton. I focused on the link and sent a questioning thought its way. "Hello." "Food," he answered impatiently. "Then come on. We'll find some." I stood up and looked around the room. There was a tray of biscuits on a sideboard, but when I offered one to the fawn, he looked at me with disdain. "Real food?" I took one for myself and continued my search of the room. Besides the Elvidrich's cage, I found a bag of pumpkin seeds. I offered him a handful. Questioningly, the peryton took one, his soft mouth touching my hand before he chewed the seed slowly, then shook his head. "Then let's try the kitchen." "Carry?" He looked up at me. His legs trembled, he was not practiced enough to stand on his unmatched legs any longer. Carefully I placed one hand under his soft belly, and lifted him up. He tucked his legs under his body, leant against my chest and looked around curiously, now seeing the world from a new vantage point. He was so small and light, I could easily carry him with a single hand. Slowly, Not wanting to frighten him by any sudden movements, I walked to the large door that led to the tower's spiral staircase. The door was locked. I knocked on the hard wood with my fist until a key turned in the lock. A guard opened the door, frowning. "What do you want?" "I want to get some breakfast for myself and Lord Lassada's new pet here." "Not his pet." "I didn't mean it like that, but you won't see any food otherwise." The guard looked at his partner, then gave me a short nod. "I'll ask his lordship." He closed the door again and locked it. We were left alone, staring at the door. Lassada had probably wanted to protect us from the curiosity of the guards, or simply turned the key out of habit. Wrong thoughts. Why? But I didn't get a reply. The peryton closed his eyes and snuggled to my chest, breathing slowly. Not wanting to wake him, I sat on the armchair and put a pillow on my lap to support the arm the peryton was lying on. Watching the fawn's chest rise and fall with every breath, I leant back, waiting. The peryton ate noisily, crushing salad leaf after salad leaf between his small jaws. The guard had brought a large plate with a multitude of foods for the fawn to choose from. At first it seemed like he couldn't decide on what would be tastiest, but after nibbling on some vegetables, he began to eat hungrily and noisily. He ignored the pieces of raw meat in the middle of the plate, and instead focused on vegetables and salad. For me, the guard had taken a warm loaf of bread from the kitchen, together with a piece of old crumbly cheese. The bread was delicious. Its moist texture made my mouth water even while I satisfied my hunger. After we ate, the peryton looked at me. "Mum wants food too." It was weird to think of the Elvedrich as the fawn's mother. She seemed so different from him in every way. I filled a small bowl with the pumpkin seeds beside her cage and put it in front of her sleeping form. When I approached her, she opened a single golden eye and looked at me lazily before starting to pick at the seeds. Her large curved beak was ideal for gobbling up one seed at a time. Having sated her hunger, she walked over to her son, who lay on the floor leaning against my leg. "Does she speak to you in your mind?" I asked him. He sent me a feeling of regret. "She only feels. I know her hunger. I know her happiness. Not more." I reached out to the Elvedrich, but I encountered only a general feeling of her presence without access to her thoughts. "She's tired." "Me too." "You've slept the whole day." "Sleeping good for you," he told me wisely, before nodding off again. I stayed in my seated pose, not wanting to wake him by getting into a more comfortable position. I waited. "Wake up." The urgency in the peryton's thought startled me from my dreams. Lassada stared at me, a slight smile to his lips. "Here you are? I thought you'd be in your room." How kind of him to wonder about my whereabouts. How could a noble lord such as Lassada care about me? He locked the door. I pushed the peryton's interjection aside. Lassada's smile widened, and he held out a hand to help me up. I took it, and he pulled me to my feet. The peryton that had been leaning on my thigh shot me an annoyed look, then staggered into a standing position, flapping his delicate wings. He still swayed slightly, but already looked much more stable on his feet than he had yesterday. "The king has asked me to bring you to him. He has a task for you. I brought you a more fitting dress, and you can use my screen to get changed. There's no time for you to take a bath, the king doesn't like to be kept waiting. Come on, get dressed. I'll look after the little peryton." He shooed me behind the screen, passing me a long green dress. Its fabric was more delicate than any I'd ever seen. It was as light as a feather, yet opaque and not too thin. When I put it on, I noticed the fabric ended just above my décolletage, leading over to fine lace that covered my shoulders and arms. Thin emerald twines were embroidered on the lace, making the fabric seem less transparent and at the same time more revealing. When I looked at the mirror that stood behind the screen, I held my breath. It was the most beautiful dress I'd ever seen. And now I was wearing it. Me, Eona, the traveling girl, the acrobat, the nobody. Ready? Lassada asked impatiently. With difficulty I tore my glance away from the mirror and stepped out from the screen. It suits you. Seamstress Nia made it. She's one of my best discoveries. I found her living in a tiny village, ostracized by her fellow villagers for her height, yet the talent for tailoring burned brightly within her. I had her brought here to Gint's Keep, to apprentice with the old tailor Hughes, whose fading eyesight meant he could no longer work as efficiently as he used to. He taught her all he knew, and look where she is now, making clothes for the king himself. Such a talent. Yet wasted where she was before. But I digress. We should leave immediately. Take the peryton, the king wants to see him too, the little beauty. We'll leave the Elvedrich here. He's already seen her. With that he left the room, expecting me to follow. I took the yawning peryton in my arms, and hurried to catch up with Lassada. We went down the spiral staircase until we stepped into the bright courtyard that led to Isla Wynter's garden. Instead of going there we turned left through corridors and rooms, ignoring the people who bowed to Lord Lassada, and shot curious glances in my direction. The peryton turned his head from left to right, and back again, trying to take in as much as possible of this alien world. I didn't know the route Lassada was taking us, but he walked fast and I had trouble keeping up. Isla Wynter had only ever taken me to parts of the castle that were largely deserted. We'd meet servants from time to time, but they usually hurried along, ignoring us. Now I saw well-dressed nobles standing in small groups discussing important matters, arguing, at least that was what it looked like. There were pets at their feet, large dogs, a cat or two, and one old lady held a spotted rabbit in her gloved arms. No peryton. Are there many of you? Used to. Now don't know. Can't feel any. Not close. Hurry up, Lassada called. He came to a standstill by two guards and gesticulated wildly. They stood in front of a large golden door, at least 3 times as high as me, with roaring lions embedded in the glazed tiles. The guards were both dressed in dark blue garments. One had a sword sheath and a long curved knife hanging from his broad belt, while the other leant on his lance. By the time I reached Lassada, one of the guards had disappeared behind the golden door, and the other eyed me curiously, yet his face stayed a professional mask. Lord Lassada, what a pleasure to see you. I might come up to you later today. I've got some news you might be interested in. And who is that charming young lady beside you? A broad-shouldered man had detached from a small group of nobles standing to the left and approached with wide steps. His whiskers were of a pure white, yet his sparse hair was as black as the night. Sharp eyes under heavy brows scrutinized me. Despite my opaque dress, I felt naked under his look. What kind of creature is that? He shouted dramatically, drawing the attention of the entire room to myself and the peryton. Lassada took a step towards him, putting his body between the man and me. It's nothing that concerns you, Wynter, nor any others but the king. Tame your curiosity and step back. You're frightening my companion. Lassada's voice was icy, and it had the desired effect on Wynter. He gave a short bow and retreated to his group of nobles, yet still kept looking at me and the peryton. I turned away from his curious stare. Luckily, we didn't have to wait long. The guard returned, beckoning us to enter. The large golden doors opened, and I expected to enter the throne room, yet before us lay just another waiting room, this one void of any people. There were a few heavily decorated chairs lining the walls, cowering under rich tapestries that depicted a unicorn in different poses. While we wait, have a look at this story. First, in this tapestry, the hunters enter the woods. Look at all these plants in the background, all that detail. Isla Wynter has been studying them, trying to discover which plants and herbs our ancestors found important enough to immortalize in this way. On the second one, the hunters attack the unicorn, driving their spears into its innocent flesh. See the fear in the unicorn's eyes, how it tries to get away from the men and their hounds. And here, in the third tapestry, it finds its strength fighting its pursuers, stabbing one of their dogs with its beautiful horn, its alicorn as some call it. But it's wounded and its strength leaves it. Look at this one. In the top left corner, they stab it again and again with their lances until it dies, the last unicorn. Then they put it onto a horse, a simple horse. What a fate for the most beautiful beast, for the king of all equity carried off by a mere sumpter. Look how the nobles stare at the dead unicorn when they get him to their castle. I've always been intrigued by this couple here. The lady offers her arm to a lord. She smiles at him, full of love, yet her other hand touches the horse that carries the dead unicorn, making it look like an accidental gesture, diminishing the value of the unicorn. She makes love between humans look more important than the pursuit of all that is noble and beautiful. For her, the death of the unicorn is meaningless. Sometimes I just want to erase her from the tapestry, burning her out of it until she begs for mercy. He cleared his throat, stopping his flow of words. Said too much, the peryton commented. I glanced down at him as he comfortably snuggled against my arm. His fiery coloring stood in sharp contrast to the emerald green of my dress. He looked up at me, his dark eyes glistening. Even though his thoughts were simple, I could feel his intelligence waiting behind those stunning eyes. He was only a young faun, who knew what he might grow up to be in a few months or years. How long did it take deer to grow to their full size? No idea. Not a deer. I smiled. Yes, you're not a deer. You're a very special little peryton. So special the king wants to see you. And you? Yes. For whatever reason that may be. Kneel, Lassada whispered. I complied, bowing before the king of Ver, pressing my knees onto the thick red cushion that lay on the stone floor in front of me. Lassada knelt beside me, holding the peryton. He'd protested when the lord took him from my arms, but Lassada seemed unable to hear his complaints. However, I could, and I had a hard time not smiling. Big man stinks. Too high up. Want back. But now we knelt in front of the king, he'd fallen silent. Guards had asked us to step into the throne room, leaving the tapestries behind us. I had only caught a glimpse of the king, sitting in his splendor, before I dutifully lowered my eyes and kneeled. You may rise, a deep voice, pleasant and polite, said. I complied, and from the corner of my eye, I saw Lassada do the same. I shot a wary glance towards the man on the throne. He was slim, his spidery arms leaning on the sides of the golden seat, one of them holding a scroll. He didn't look at us but was busy reading. That gave me more time to observe the sovereign of Ver. His grey hair fell in flimsy strands beneath his heavy crown, his lined face as gaunt as his body. He was clad in a heavy fur-trimmed cloak so broad it made him look even thinner. The blue velvet matched Lassada's outfit. His shoes were golden with black laces, their tips pointed. His fingers were heavy with rings, and a heavy gold chain fell around his neck. He didn't look as I'd imagined the king. There was no flesh on him, he was all skin and bones hiding under his opulent clothes. But when he lifted his dark eyes to look at Lassada and myself, I could see the force of royalty in their intense gaze. Lord Lassada. Eona. We need your help. Chapter 10. It is not that we don't like magic. That would be unwise. It is rather that we don't like magicians roaming around the country, poisoning people's minds, taking money for predicting fortunes that never come to pass, selling concoctions that will do more harm than good, and pretending to have powers they have not. Most magicians can't even light a candle with their thoughts. What we want is to protect our people from those charlatans. Because if people know only magicians authorized by King Gint the Wise have real magic, they won't fall for the tricks and treacheries of pretenders. They won't spend their money on worthless potions, nor will they trust their advice. We only want to protect the people. That is all. What King Gint said made sense. Of course there were charlatans everywhere. I'd known one of them once. Some years ago, old George traveled with the Gorez. At night he went under the name of Salathar, the ebony wizard from Dulija, and sold salves to the inhabitants of whatever village we performed at. He portrayed himself as a true magician, not only blessed with healing powers, but who could also foresee the future. He even gave his customers the guarantee that if one of his concoctions didn't have the effect intended, they could give them back for a refund. But of course his wares came with specific instructions, such as having to wait until the next new moon to drink his most potent love potion, or never mentioning the syrup that promised to increase fertility to another soul. By the time they noticed it didn't work, we'd long moved on. He took great pride in finding feasible excuses as to why customers couldn't use their newly bought drinks and salves immediately. Sometimes, when sitting around the campfire at night, we others would help him formulate extravagant recipes that he would write on the bottles. Ground unicorn hair, a piece of the heart of a drowned witch, oil from a nut that only grew in the most remote corners of the lonely forest. Yes, we had great fun coming up with these ingredients. In reality, most concoctions were nothing but river water mixed with mud or fir needles, or if old George was feeling generous, a spoonful of honey. Of course, most people we met in the villages couldn't read, so they had to trust his word to what was in the bottles. But for those select few that had learned their letters, he managed to write the most beautiful labels. Old George had been a charlatan, but he hadn't been evil. Just greedy. Yet I could understand why the king would see such doings as a threat to ordinary people, whose superstition might cost them some of their hard-earned coins. It was his job to protect those of his subjects who were illiterate or didn't know any better. It follows that if we want to control the people who use magic, we need to offer them a good education and an effective training to discover their talents and skills. In return for this service, all we ask is that if the magically able has a talent that might be of use to us, we can employ this talent for the good of all our subjects. That's only fair for all the resources we invest in their training, don't you think? This is precisely what we'd like from you. Lassada has started your initiation into the world of magic that he himself is at home in. People say that we despise magic, yet how do they explain our highest advisor being magically gifted? If we hated magic so much, Lassada wouldn't be welcome at our court, let alone be close to our royal ear. We think you already know the reason why we don't like to leave magicians free to practice their art as they wish. Magic is a tool like any other, yet 100-fold more dangerous. It can be used for good or bad, but while a cooking spoon can be used to stir a delicious broth, the evilest thing you can do with it might be to use it to hit the unruly apprentice. Not a lot of harm can be done with a spoon. Magic has many more facets to it, and therefore it has to be controlled more strictly. That's why we must put a restriction on it like we do on other weapons. Take swords for example. Our father was wise enough to see that while a sword in a guardsman's hand might do a lot of good, if taken up by a madman, it can also do a lot of evil things. This is why smithies across the kingdom are only allowed to fabricate swords and other weapons if they have a special license granted by ourselves alone. And even if they do possess such a license, they're not allowed to sell their weapons to anyone but our guards and soldiers. Imagine all the lives that have been saved by that law. And all those lost by people not able to defend themselves. Startled, I looked at the peryton as he lay in Lassada's arms. It had been the longest and most coherent thought from him yet. Lassada also looked down at him, a pained expression on his face. Had he heard the peryton's comment? So far, he hadn't given any sort of sign he understood our thought communication. Are we boring you? The king's booming voice interrupted my thoughts. Embarrassed, I lowered my eyes. No, your majesty. So then, Eona, will you place your skills at our disposal? I was lost for words. I hadn't expected this, at least not so early. I turned to Lassada. He gave me an encouraging nod and smiled. I summoned up all my courage and addressed the king. Yes, your majesty. Although I've only just started my lessons with Lord Lassada, I don't know if I will be of any use to you. We are well aware of that. Let that be at our consideration, he rebuked me. Of course, I shouldn't have said that. The king knew best. He clapped his hands and one of the guards entered the room. Send in the prisoner, King Gint commanded, and the man left to follow his orders. The king turned to the scroll in his hand, his eyes skimming the words on it. We've been sent a message from an outpost of our blue militia, telling us of a man that shows great signs of magic. When we invited him to come to the keep to improve his skills, he resisted, and while trying to escape, killed one of our most loyal soldiers. Of course we have to punish him, yet he's still valuable to us. Therefore we've concluded we won't cripple his mind, as would usually be our punishment of choice, only his body. Still, we don't want him to turn completely against us and our cause, so we've come up with an idea. Lord Lassada has told us of your skill to slow time itself, a very peculiar thing to be able to do. Now, while we have the prisoner whipped, we would ask you to slow down his experience of time, so that he feels the pain of his punishment longer than he would usually. Certainly you'll understand that while this might cause him extra pain, it won't leave as many marks on his body. We will only sentence him to 50, not to the usual 100 lashes, if you manage to make the pain last longer for him. Therefore you can use your skill to do something good today, even if it's just for a prisoner. Before I could even think about the implications of the king's order, the large door opened and 2 guards entered, a thin man between them. They dragged him along, his legs too weak to support his starved body. Blonde hair hung in thick strands over his face, hiding his eyes from me. His clothes were in tatters, no more than rags. The 2 guards stopped beside Lassada and me and bowed, then dropped the man on the cold stone floor. He didn't move, yet his chest lifted and fell with each labored breath. For a second, John Reeving's voice flashed into my head, reciting all the herbs that would help this man, but this was not a case for a healer. It was a case for a torturer. Don't do it, the peryton pleaded. I don't intend to. Not long ago, I was in the same situation as him, being kept in the dungeons like an animal. Nothing the king says can change that. I won't help him make this poor man suffer even more. Good. Another man entered the room, carrying a large whip in his hand. Black leather encased his large shape, the upper half of his face was hidden behind a mask, highlighting fleshy lips over a badly shaved chin. After bowing deep to the king, he carried a footstool into the middle of the room, and with little effort, lifted the prisoner's upper part of the body onto it. With a practiced movement he tore away the rags from the man's back, exposing his skin. Without the shirt I could see how thin he was, his skin was stretched over his protruding ribs. How long had he been in the dungeons? Had he been there at the same time as me? Back then I sometimes heard the muffled cries of other people, the quiet mutterings of prisoners gone mad, the hopeful cries for help of those new to their fate. It had been worse than the endless sound of dripping water that followed me even into my dreams. Worse than the days I went without food. It was not the sound of their cries, but the imagination of what was happening to them, and whether it could happen to me. I shivered at the thought of how hopeless I'd been, how prepared to die by refusing to eat the sparse meals I was given. I'd been as close to death as ever before. I could still feel the coldness inside me, the icy feeling of desolation and hopelessness, huddled up within myself. The fearful and lonely Eona who'd been imprisoned still existed within the pampered, well-fed Eona I was now. I thought she'd gone away, leaving me with my books and newfound self-confidence, but seeing this man on the floor, arms stretched over the footstool waiting to be tortured, was too much. The memories crashed into me, and for a moment I was no longer in the king's throne chamber, but back in my cold prison cell, shivering in the dark. Safe. You're safe. Not in past. Come back. The peryton's soft voice carried to me, offering me a lifeline that I grabbed. Slowly I began to notice my surroundings once more, leaving the memories behind. Lassada stared at me, a strange look on his face. The king was talking to the torturer, whose contented smile was almost too much to look at. Are you well? Lassada whispered. I nodded, unable to speak. The only thing I wanted right now was to leave this hall and go back to my own room, to be alone with my thoughts. I felt raw, injured by the sudden wave of memories that had overwhelmed me in a way I hadn't seen coming. Crossing my arms in front of my chest, I pinched my upper arms in a desperate attempt to anchor myself in the present. Eona, you may begin now, the king ordered. We'll wait a few minutes for you to prepare, then we'll order the flogging to be carried out. What should I do now? I wouldn't help the king torture this poor man, yet I couldn't outright refuse without drawing his wrath to myself. I nodded and closed my eyes, pretending to focus on slowing down time. Instead, I felt for the man's consciousness. High walls towered in front of me, impregnable but beautiful. Their black stone shimmered slightly. I called out in my mind, trying to let him know that I was there. A tiny tendril of awareness came through the castle gate, carefully trying to sense my intentions. I'm not here to hurt you. They want me to stop time so that you will suffer increased pain, but I won't do it. I will try the opposite, making time faster for you, so that it will be over more swiftly. However, you will have to pretend that you're in great pain, or we'll both suffer for our disobedience. Do you think you can do that? A scent emanated from the walls. I drew back into my own body, and focused on my breathing before accessing my power reserves deep within. The mirroring lake was as beautiful as always. I basked in the view of it, before imagining a large clock. Instead of shackling its hands as I would usually do, this time I willed them to go faster. They took up speed faster than I wanted them to, and suddenly a minute was as short as a second. Panicking, I stopped the clock once more, leaning against the flow of the hands with all my strength. My energy leaving me, but once the hands had stopped their run around the clock face, I could breathe again. I opened my eyes. The torturer had not yet started the flogging. He was looking expectantly at the king, waiting for a sign. Lassada was looking at me, his face an unreadable mask. It didn't work. I don't think I can make time slower for anybody but myself. I think you haven't tried hard enough, Lassada said gravely. Try again. I nodded obediently, and closed my eyes once more. Before I could center myself, I felt a sharp pinch on my right forearm. Ouch, the peryton complained. I opened my eyes, but there was no one touching me. I looked up at Lassada, who was smiling slightly while holding the peryton in his strong grip. Two of his fingers were encompassing his right foreleg. Did he hurt you? Yes. I'm sorry, Lassada said. I must have gripped the little thing a bit too tightly. He's still so thin there's no flesh on his bones yet. Indeed, Lassada was right, the peryton was very fragile. Yet I hadn't realized that our link went deep enough that I could feel his pain. I'd need to think about this later. Try again, the king commanded, sounding slightly irritated. Once more, I reached out for the calm lake within me, and began to divert some of the energy inside it. This time, I first extended my awareness until I felt the consciousness of the prisoner, then wrapped myself around it, until I encompassed him completely. Again, I imagined the large clock and its ever-moving hands. Keeping my hold on the prisoner, I began to increase the hand speed. But why was I doing something that didn't comply with Lassada's wishes? Surely I should do what he wanted after all he'd done for me. Surely he knew what was best. He was much wiser than me. I began to slow the hands again and more, until they crept around the clock face no faster than a grapevine snail. I felt a slight nudge of the peryton's thoughts, but they came from far away and I pushed them out of the way. This was more important. This was something for Lassada and the king. It was right. I began to feel the time syrup surrounding me, a thick mixture of air and frozen time warming me. Feeling how far the syrup extended, I noticed that the prisoner was also enveloped in it. We were in this together. Through the fog I could hear voices talking, but my time stream was too slow for me to understand them. We'd waited for a long time, I'd almost forgotten what for, when the flogging began. The sound of the whip cutting through the air was like a high-pitched humming that was stretched out in time. When the leather hit the prisoner's skin for the first time, he didn't make a sound, yet his consciousness, still in my mental grip, cried out in agony. His pain was so close I could feel it too, not as intense as he did, but enough to make me wish for it to stop. But there was no end to it. Slash after slash went down on the poor man's back, and with each stroke I felt more of his pain. Soon he cried out, both in his mind and his body, and with each hit it became more of a screech, one that went right down into my heart and filled me with despair. I lost count of the strokes, needing all my energy and resolve to keep the clock hands restrained. Suddenly, there was no more energy to draw from. I'd depleted my reserves without even noticing. The shackles fell from the clock, and the link between the prisoner and me broke. The pain left, yet I remained curled up on the floor, unable to move as wave after wave of tiredness washed over me, drowning me, until I drifted, not quite awake, not quite asleep. And still there were the cries of pain that shook my heart, yet with each stroke they grew more and more quiet. Floating, I found the link to the peryton, half severed, but I couldn't remember how that might have happened. I had no energy to mend it, but I tried to reach him through it anyway. There was only silence. Then, a tiny voice, as bewildered as it was accusing. "How could you do that?" Chapter 11. I woke up in my soft bed, having had a horrible nightmare I couldn't remember. The autumn sun sent a few lonely rays of light into my room. I'd slept all night, but I wasn't waking up refreshed. My body hurt and my mind was foggy, my thoughts scrambled and troublesome. Something had happened, but whether it had been a dream or reality, I couldn't say. Ever since I helped Lassada and King Gint with the torture of the prisoner 2 weeks ago, I'd slept poorly, either being unable to fall asleep in the first place or haunted by nightmares I couldn't remember. The lack of sleep made me short-tempered and irritable, and even though sometimes I wasn't behaving as I should, I didn't care. For the last 2 weeks, Lassada invited me to his study once, sometimes even twice a day, and he tried to teach me more control of my magic. Tried because I made little to no progress. I couldn't light a fire with my thoughts alone, trying to levitate items only made my head hurt, and even though I hated to disappoint John, healing was something else I had no talent for. He'd taken me to the hospital wing, and explained some magicians were able to mend flesh and bones by merely laying their hands on the injured area. I tried, really I had, but nothing happened. I could feel the injury beneath my hands as a throbbing red pain, but I couldn't heal it, only observe the pain the patient was feeling. When John had introduced me to a patient with severe burns stretching from his hip all the way down to his feet, I felt the burnt flesh as a heat simmering beneath his skin. I laid my hands on it, imagining cool air coming to ease the heat, but suddenly the flames beneath the injury grew bigger, and the heat increased out of control until the man cried out in pain. I stepped back, shocked by what had happened. It had been an accident. In my rational mind I knew that, but still I accused myself of causing the poor man more pain than he already had to suffer. That had been the last time John took me to see his patients, and I was glad we hadn't gone again. I was a liability, it was far too easy for me to cause other people pain. As punishment for myself, I refused to spend more time with John in his laboratory or herb garden, even though my heart yearned for his company. He was someone who didn't expect anything from me, not like Lassada, whose pressure and impatience took their toll on me. It was easy to talk to John. We always found something to talk about. There were no uncomfortable pauses between topics with him, no ambiguous statements, no ill feelings between us. But I didn't deserve his company. I was evil. I'd killed a man, tortured another, and caused pain wherever I went. The only thing I seemed to be good at was influencing time. I could make it slower or faster, and as the recent event in the King's throne room showed, I could also meddle with other people's perception of time. I thought of the times I'd used magic in the past. Always it had involved slowing time, except for the occasion I managed to make my guards fall asleep. And a spiteful voice in my head told me, the one time I killed a man. No wonder I had nightmares, I deserved them. Did the guard I killed have a family, a wife, maybe even children? What were they doing now, bereft of their father, husband, breadwinner? Were they starving somewhere? Did they know how he died? He did nothing wrong except follow orders and be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Had he volunteered for that mission? Yes, I hadn't planned to kill him, but I also didn't regret it much when it happened. It had been an accident. I lost control over my own powers. I swore to myself then that I'd learn to control them, so such an accident could never happen again. Yet where was I now? Not able to do anything a proper magician should know, making no progress at all. Yes, the power reservoir inside of me had increased, and I no longer had to rely on plants for energy. But how did that help if I couldn't even do simple tasks like lighting a fire? Lassada always sounded optimistic and encouraged me. He said we would find other uses for my magic. But what uses would that be? Torturing even more innocent people. Killing for the king. Stop it. Thinking makes sad. I startled. The peryton hadn't spoken to me for the past 2 weeks, ever since I helped with the flogging of the prisoner. I'd still felt the feeble link between us, but when I tried to initiate a conversation, he hadn't responded. Lassada had taken him into his room, and I only saw him during my lessons, but rarely had time to do more than look at him. I yearned to take him in my arms, to pet him, and explain how it hadn't been my intention to torture the prisoner. But I was never alone with the peryton. Lassada was always there, always jealously guarding the little creature. He'd grown a lot during the past 2 weeks. He was almost 3 times the size he'd been at the beginning. His fur and scales had a healthy shimmer to them, especially when light reflected on his smooth scales. His thin body had filled with muscle and flesh, his ribs no longer protruded as sharply as they had when he hatched from his egg. His legs had become more muscular, and I saw him walking around the room a few times, parading his smooth gait and his sure footing. His wings had grown strong and flexible, and he often flexed and spread them, yet they still looked too small to support his weight. However, if they continued to grow at this pace, he'd soon be able to fly. Fly with me. I would love to one day. Soon. He sent me an image of himself, but much bigger and older, as tall and noble-looking as a stag, but with an eagle's wings, strong and beautiful. His crimson scales rippled with every beat of his wings, and his large antlers shimmered in the moonlight. He flew through the night, with only the moon and stars to guide him. His broad back was bare, yet there would have been enough space for me to sit on him flying. It was such a beautiful image that I had to smile, and for the first time in 2 weeks it was a genuinely happy smile. How have you been? Is everything all right? I'm bored. Dark Man never talks with me. He's always busy. Dark Man. I already imagined who the peryton might mean with that, but it was so nice to be talking to him once more that I tried to keep the conversation in flow, even though the peryton's thoughts were still quite simple. Lassada. He's a dangerous man. That he is, but only to those who oppose him. Do you? Of course not. He helped me, he saved me. I'd never stand against him. Why should I? He's supported me, teaching me, giving me a place to live when no one else would. He's helping me explore my powers, and I'm grateful, no, honored that he himself teaches me. Good teacher? I wondered if I detected irony in the peryton's thought, but I pushed that feeling aside. A talking winged deer with a sense of humor? Weird. Yes, it's not his fault I can't do anything. It's not his fault everything he tries to teach me is too difficult for me. It isn't. Of course it isn't. I'm sure he's a great teacher, at least for everybody else. I'm sure he is. Again, a touch of sarcasm. It showed me I didn't know this little peryton at all. I'm not little. At least not in my mind. It's just that sometimes I forget the limits of my small body don't confine my mind in the same way. I have the memories of generations, and the dreams of ages. I've lived 1,000 lives, I've flown to all 4 corners of the world. I've seen the most amazing and the most terrifying things you can possibly imagine. I've loved and I have hated, I've lived and I have died. I'm not little. I'm as large as anything you will ever know. You are little human, not me. He paused dramatically as if letting his words sink in. There was nothing left of the cute little deer's thoughts. This was the speech of an adult, of someone wise beyond the peryton's years. How have you changed so suddenly? I've never been different. I just didn't know if I could trust you. When I hatched from my egg, I was in surroundings unfamiliar to me. I expected to see the green forests of my ancestors where my parents conceived me. Instead of sunny meadows and peaceful glades, the first thing I saw was a house of stone, cold and unfriendly. Had I not felt the presence of a kind and gentle soul, I wouldn't have hatched in such a place. I would have stayed in my egg, until I returned to the forests of my kind. But when a peryton egg is near a special soul, it imprints on this soul, a process that is irreversible. We only imprint once in our lives, and it always happens before we hatch. It happens before we have eyes to see, before we have ears to hear, before we can be deceived in any way. We imprint based on what we feel. And we always trust our feelings. As should you. It's not always easy, I objected. Assent came from the peryton. No, it isn't. And it shouldn't be. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of feelings? They aren't something that can be black and white, right or wrong. They're linked to yourself, your innermost essence, and depend on your experiences and memories, yet still, they are independent of all that. They can't be put into words because they're purer than words ever can be. To be able to feel means being able to live. Trust your feelings. I do. And this is why I'm going to tell you something secret. Something I won't tell many people. What is it? My name. I'm going to tell you my name. I'm sure you've wondered about that. Don't deny it. You thought about what you might call me, back when I hatched in front of you. But I'm not a pet that can be named by a human. I'm a peryton. I chose my own name. And here it is, Oishin. I trust you not to give it away, as it's not yours to give. The name of a peryton is something special, something we don't divulge easily. I won't tell you now why this is so. Maybe one day, when we know each other better. Tears welled in my eyes. Through our link, I felt what it meant to the peryton, to Oishin, to share this secret with me. I felt the honor and the trust he put in me, and it warmed my heart. When had I last felt such a bond between myself and another person? Back with my grandmother? Now with John, the healer? No, it was different with him. He was nice and I really liked him, but when we talked, we seldom got to deeper topics, rarely left the realms of small talk and chit-chat. There was a bond between us, but more one of camaraderie and the exchange of knowledge, not one of the heart. This was something new, something special. You said you didn't trust me at first. What changed? I felt your anguish and guilt over what you'd done. Being able to feel guilty means you have a conscience. Showing remorse is the first step towards betterment. And I didn't say I didn't trust you. I said I wasn't sure if I could. It was about me, not about you. I felt your touch when I was still inside the egg, and I felt a link created between us when you first came close. I expected you to be different. When I hatched and I saw you, I knew it was you, the one I'd imprinted on. But I also saw you were human. No peryton I know of has ever imprinted on a human. It's something unheard of, something new. My kind bonds with elves, not with humans. Elves know us and we know them. We have a long shared history that binds us even closer together. There's no such thing between you and me. I have my history, it was shared with me through the fluids in the egg I slept in. I have the memories of generations of perytons, most of which perished long ago. I have their knowledge and their skills. Yes, I will still need to learn and to practice my skills, but it will be much quicker than it would be without those memories. Elves are alike in this way. They have shared memories too, but as to how this is done, it's not my place to tell. Anyway, you're human and I've bonded with you. It's strange, but we will have to live with it. He paused, waiting for me to reply. It was a lot to take in. I'm still not entirely sure what you mean by imprinted. I can feel the bond to you. I've felt it ever since I touched your egg, but to what ends does it exist? To what ends? To share our lives, of course. A peryton chooses his companion, not the other way around. It's a partnership, although words don't completely grasp the intensity of the connection between us. The bond between us will only get stronger with each day that we spend in each other's company. The exchange of thoughts and feelings will get easier until it happens automatically, without any effort on our part. Our bond will be something more profound than even that of a married couple. At some point, we'll be able to share our energy with each other, although that's something that must be practiced very carefully, as it's very easy to deplete the other's reservoir without even noticing in time. Usually, a peryton and his companion would be taught by their elders on how to do this, and other things, other advantages that our bond brings with it. However, as there's no one here to teach us, we'll have to see if we can manage it all on our own. Could Lassada teach us? Lassada. Why should a dark magician, maybe even a sorcerer, be suitable for that purpose? I've been wondering why you're so infatuated with him, why you cannot see this other side of him, and… I interrupted him. I had to. Lassada is no sorcerer. How can you say that? Do you not see how noble and generous he is, how he not only took me in but also your mother and you, feeding you, carrying you around on his arm, serving your every need? Are you not grateful to him? Is a prisoner grateful to his executioner? It took away my breath. Through our bond I could feel he meant what he said, that he believed his own words. Was he really so prejudiced to interpret Lassada's doing in a negative way? Surely he should see the king's advisor was a gentleman, a wise man, who did everything in his power to serve the king. Yes, the king might have some faults, but there was a reason he was called the King Gint the Wise. And his wisest decision yet, probably, was taking on Lassada as his first advisor. The magician could not only protect the king with his skills, but he could also choose new servants that were most suitable for their field of work, just as John had been selected to be trained as a healer. Was that not a good thing, one that made Lassada even more honorable and wise? Don't compare him to an executioner. He's too kind, too gentle to ever hurt a man. I'm the one who's killed and caused pain, not him. But was it not him who made you help the king torture that prisoner? He chose you to do evil in his name. And making other people do your dirty work is even more despicable than doing it on your own, as you inflict great damage on those people's souls. But enough of that. I don't want to argue with you while you're still tired. I've told you my name, but you have not told me yours. I thought you'd already heard it said while we were together with Lassada or the king. I did, but that's not the same as hearing you say it. A name has a special power over us, and it is only when we are given it by the person it belongs to that it unfolds its greatest power. Well then. My name is Eona. Chapter 12. Sparks flew high into the night, dancing with each other before they disappeared. One of them drifted until it met a red lantern, but it went out before it could ignite the thin paper. The bonfire burned brightly, its flames stretching towards the night sky, flickering and reaching out, higher and higher. The flames licked at the stars, or so it seemed. Servants brought more and more wood to feed the fire's unrestrained hunger. The circle of people dancing around the bonfire became bigger as more dancers joined the crowd. Their dark silhouettes in front of the fire's bright light were all I could see from my vantage point on top of the roof. Music drifted up to us, a lively tune dominated by a fiddler's energetic play. Isn't it beautiful? John said beside me, leaning until his back touched the warm roof tiles on which we sat. Yes, it is. It reminds me of the performances we did with our traveling group. Sometimes in the summer we'd start the show late in the night when everything was dark. There'd be no light in the tent. It was all pitch black. But then every act had something to do with light that would brighten the ring for just a moment, before the tent was filled with darkness once more. Marco did his fire spitting as usual, but in the dark, the long flickering tongue of fire that seemed to come out of his mouth was even more impressive, as his entire body stayed invisible in the blackness until the moment he breathed fire. The dwarves would juggle flaming torches instead of their usual knives or rocks. Faster and faster their juggling would go, until it looked almost like two flaming circles interacting with each other. I would walk the tightrope holding a balance pole that was alight on both ends, giving the audience the impression of two flaming lines racing over the rope. It was a difficult performance, as us artists didn't see where we were going, so everything had to be practiced over and over again, until we could perform our acts blindly. Yet it was always worth the effort. It sounds like you had a good time with the traveling group. I did, yes. In the beginning, it was all so strange to me. I'd been brought up in a rural area. There was nothing entertaining there. My only friends were the goats we had, or I would play with the little chicks my grandmother kept in a pen behind the cottage. My grandmother was a friendly woman, yet living and depending on her own had made her somewhat strict. Having fun was something she found unnecessary, at least most of the time. In the evenings, she'd tell me stories and fairy tales, but that was the only form of entertainment I got. Now imagine, suddenly stepping from the peaceful and reclusive life of a country girl, into the crowded and busy life of a traveling family. When I was picked up by them, I was so shy at first. I'd hide in Mara's Vado all day, staring out of the window, curious but so shy. Whenever someone else approached our wagon, I hid under the table or under my blanket. I wasn't used to being around people. It took many months for me to get comfortable being around the other members of the Gorez family. They were so loud, so overly dramatic, so self-obsessed. I just didn't know how to deal with that. But slowly I warmed to them and got used to the noise and crowded conditions. Although, it took years until I was confident enough to be part of the evening show. Before, I helped Mara with the cooking or tended to the horses. I felt I had to give them something back. They'd picked me up from the side of the road. I'd been half-starved and they brought me back to life. So I wanted to earn my keep. I wanted to become a part of the family. And I think I did in the end. Yet even on the night of the last ever performance I did with them, I still felt excluded, as if I wasn't on an equal footing with the other members of the traveling company. Yet now that I think of it, I'm sure it wasn't their opinion. For the Gorez family, I was a part of them. It was I who thought I should be excluded, and therefore I behaved as if I was. Sometimes what you think you are and what you are can be two very different things. Anyway, I miss them, especially when looking at the people down at the fire. They remind me of the carefree, life-loving attitude that was so typical of the Gorez family. Do you want to go down there? Maybe later. Right now I just like to watch them. It's so nice up here. It feels like we're part of the celebration, yet still we have our own space. Down there it's so loud, we probably couldn't hear each other's words anyway. I lay back next to John, looking at the stars above. From time to time sparks from the bonfire made their way across the night sky, dancing with their brighter counterparts, until they disappeared quietly. We'd come up onto the roof when the sky had still been drenched in orange and red colors, with clouds illuminated by the golden light of the parting sun. The overlapping glazed roof tiles were still warm from basking in the afternoon sunshine, even though the air around us was rapidly cooling. I'd wrapped myself in my light woolen cloak, and watched the last preparations for the autumn fires being carried out in the large courtyard below. Men arranged large benches around the walls of the open space, while others put up paper lanterns on ropes above the ground. Boys carried faggots to the bonfire area, and placed them around the already prepared cone of large pieces of timber. Before, others moved kindling to the fire pit, which was surrounded by large stones that not only kept the logs and branches in place, but also served as a safety barrier for the dancers who would later begin to circle around the fire. Around the kindling, men had built a large tripod made from thick, sturdy logs that made up the basic structure of the bonfire. Then they filled the space between the logs with thinner branches and pieces of wood, until it looked like a perfect teepee. Even unlit, it was an impressive structure, twice as high as me. On one side of the courtyard, small stalls stood, offering drinks and refreshments. There would be more stalls outside the keep, where the main celebration happened. This was the keep bonfire, where the nobles and maybe even the king himself would celebrate the autumn fires. Outside in the town, there was a larger fairground, with not only one bonfire but several. John had told me of the market stalls there where merchants from far and wide sold their wares. He'd bought candles that supposedly came from the distant kingdom of Nythea. They were large and heavily scented. John had been baffled by the strength of the scent they gave off, and planned to experiment with them to find out how they were made this way. It was a project that seemed to excite him greatly. He also spoke of traders selling jewelry and beautiful fabric, wooden toys and colorful flower garlands that were supposed to last 2 weeks. Some merchants had traveled for more than a month to come to Gint's Keep. The autumn fires was one of the most important celebrations in the Freon calendar. Many people no longer knew what the purpose of the festival had been originally. For them it was just a reason to be happy and to celebrate, or to get drunk. John had prepared himself for an increased intake of patients within the next few days. Most of them come with minor injuries from fights or falls, bruises or contusions, but sometimes they arrive with broken bones or bigger wounds. Last year, I had several men with stabbing injuries. They'd started a fight with a group of acrobats, not knowing their speciality was the juggling and throwing of knives. They gave me a lot of grief back then, taking up time I should have spent with people who were actually sick, those who didn't owe their pain to their own stupidity. This year, I'm prepared for all eventualities. Some nobles have one drink too many and then come to me, expecting a cure for their hangover. I might have some herbs or potions that might help, but most of the time I keep that a secret. Otherwise, I'd have people coming to me all day asking for a hangover relief, before going to the tavern again to get a new one. Of course, some nobles I have to treat, I would be a fool to do otherwise. Those with influence are used to getting what they want, and will get dangerous if they don't. I'd wanted to see the celebrations outside the keep, but Lassada refused to grant me leave to exit the castle. Too dangerous, he said. There were too many people, too many strangers, and who knew how many of them had come here with ill intentions. I'd been disappointed at first, having seen the preparations for the festival going on for days. The kitchens had prepared as much food as they possibly could, the tailors and seamstresses had been busy creating the latest trends in clothing for the nobles to showcase during the celebrations, the musicians had practiced without pause or consideration for those wanting to sleep at night. Yet after some consideration, Lassada allowed me to visit the autumn fires within the keep, as long as I didn't go on my own. The next day, John asked me if I wished to accompany him to the festival. I was sure Lassada put him up to this, but I didn't mind. It was easy to be around John. There was always something to talk to him about. After he discarded his shyness and self-doubts that made longer conversations difficult in the beginning, when he'd continuously asked me whether he was taking up my time or whether I was interested in what he was explaining to me, it was a pleasure to be with him. He was an uncomplicated fellow, never complaining, never arguing. Having spent years of my life with a traveling group of dramatic and self-absorbed artists, it was refreshing to talk to someone who was not thinking about himself or his performance all the time. "Would you care to dance?" He still lay beside me, his head turned to look straight into my eyes. A small smile played around his lips, showing off the dimples in his cheeks. I sat up, looking at the spectacle below. The fire still burned strongly. Its thick smoke rose in a straight column. No wind reached the courtyard to change the smoke's path. Most people stood around the stalls, drinking from large tankards or eating one of the many delicacies offered by local and foreign cooks. Some danced around the fire in pairs or alone, to the music of a small group of gleemen. One played the flute, another the cromorn, the other some kind of large string instrument I didn't know. They were playing a merry tune, one easy to dance to. Dancing had been one of the first things I learned when I joined the Gorez family. For them it was something as essential as walking or breathing. Dancing was in their blood, and they jumped at every opportunity to do so. There was no system to the dance of the Gorez, no steps to be learned, only a universal movement to music. It didn't matter to them if you looked foolish or clumsy, as long as you listened to the tune and followed its path. At night, after the show ended and everyone returned from the taverns, those who could play an instrument would get it out and start to play. Once one picked up a tune, the others would join in, adding their voices to the sound of the instruments. We'd sing and play and dance, sometimes all night until the first sunlight appeared on the horizon. The Gores were a free folk, and times and schedules meant nothing to them. If everyone slept until lunchtime after dancing all night, so what? At some point everyone would wake up, and all would work together to pack up the tent, and move on to the next village. If you don't want to, we can stay here, or go somewhere else. Whatever you prefer, John's voice called me from my thoughts. I'm sorry, I was just thinking of how we used to dance at night. I would very much like to dance with you. But before that, let's go down. I'm thirsty. I saw them carry large casks up from the king's wine cellar. I'm sure they've got a few nice vintages down there. Not that I'd know anything about wine, but it must be good if it's been kept in the royal cellar. We both got up, and I followed John to the top of the roof. He spread his arms for balance, carefully placing one foot in front of the other. I was more at home up here on the roof, having walked on tightropes ever since I was a child. The tiles were cold under my bare feet. It took me a second to notice that I'd forgotten my shoes. They were still where we'd lain on the roof. I scrambled down again, and found them in the rain gutter where I put them earlier. Calling to John to wait for me, I took one last look over the scene before me. I stood in a sea of roofs, their smooth glazed tiles reflecting the sparse moonlight. In the distance where the roofs ended, I could see the bright lights of the town's fairground, illuminating the night with colorful lanterns and the shine of the bonfires. Just below the roof I stood on, smoke rose from the fire, and orange light flickered on the walls of the courtyard. The sound of the fire, mixed with music and the chatter of people, drifted up to me. The crowd grew thicker, more and more people streamed into the courtyard. Other musicians had joined the ones we saw earlier, and the tune they played now sounded foreign but infectious. I turned around and climbed up the roof to where John waited, all the while walking in step with the flow of the music. This was a beautiful evening, and I was going to enjoy it. When we stepped out into the courtyard, most people had started dancing to a popular tune, the Contest of the Songbirds. The flute took the role of the birds, chirping and tweeting to the deep accompaniment of the cromorn and a bladder pipe, while a drum kept the beat. I smiled at John and began to hum along. With a grin he joined in, his voice a beautiful tenor. Together we sang, our voices complementing each other. Through some strange magic, every note was in place. Around us the crowd moved towards the fire, and we let ourselves be swept with it. When we reached the circle of dancers, we joined their dance. The nobles danced formally, observing every dance step they'd learned, but I just let my body move as it saw fit, shaking my arms, turning and turning, swirling my skirt. I became one with the music and I let it take me away, not thinking about how I moved but just dancing until the tune ended, and another began. And on we went, turning around each other, clapping to the beat of the music, letting go of formality and control. We became part of the mass, circling the bonfire like moths, never stopping, dancing through song after song. Then when one tune ended, the silence stayed, not broken by a new piece of music. We stopped, panting, our bodies tingling with the echo of dancing through the night. When it became evident no new song would be played, we left the circle around the bonfire and approached the stalls on one side of the courtyard. John edged his way through the people leaning heavily on round tables in front of the wine cellar, and bought us 2 tankards of red wine. Thankfully I took one and drank greedily until half of it was gone. Only after my thirst had been stilled, did I take the time to observe the excellent taste of the wine. It was indeed a good vintage, fruity yet slightly dry. I had to smile. Here I was, a country girl, pretending to know something about fine wines. "What are you smiling about?" John asked me after taking a large sip from his tankard. "I'm just so happy. I've danced and I've talked and I've lain on a rooftop all in one evening. I'm enjoying this change to my usual day-to-day routine." "So do I wish we had celebrations like this more often. And this year we're pretty lucky, last year it poured rain all night, and they had trouble keeping the bonfire alight. It's all perfect. Yes, we're lucky to be here on such a fine evening. Look, something's happening over there, where the musicians stood earlier. Do you know what those people are doing?" "No idea." "Let's find out." He took my hand with a familiarity that surprised me. I followed him through the mass of revelers to one corner of the courtyard. Several men all dressed in gold had appeared there, standing together, talking. Then one of them, a heavy cloak hanging from his broad shoulders, took a step forward and addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, please make some space for Alesso's performing troupe. We've been asked by King Gint, may he live long and prosper, to prepare a special play for the lords and ladies of his court. This play has never been performed anywhere else, so please sit back and enjoy the spectacle." At his last word, a drum began to play softly in the background, played unseen somewhere within the courtyard, the beat starting slowly then becoming faster rapidly. While the man had spoken, the other members of his company disappeared into the crowd. The announcer exited through a doorway, leaving an empty space in that corner of the courtyard. A second drum joined the beat of the first, adding to the suspense. Then, with a loud drum roll, a man entered through the doorway, his face hidden behind the hood of his black cloak. In his hand he held a longbow beautifully carved at the ends, and on his back he carried a quiver sporting several white feathered arrows. He stopped, looking at the ground, not revealing his face. From both sides, two of the gold-clad men we saw earlier closed in on him, brandishing shiny swords. When they were within arm's length of the man, they stopped. "Halt, stranger," one of the golden men called out, his voice carrying across the courtyard. The silence of the audience was only broken by the crackling of the bonfire. His partner cried, "You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and yield." Swords drawn, they approached the man. One pointed his sword at the man's throat. "Yield," he shouted, and his call was taken up by another, hidden within the crowd, and another. "Yield." The black-clad man turned towards the sword, not lowering his bow. There was no arrow on it, but his agility and grace betrayed the speed in which he could take one from his quiver. "Why are you threatening me?" he asked in a low, deep voice. "Leave a simple wayfarer such as myself in peace. I've done nothing wrong." The second guard held his sword to the man's waist as he answered, "We know who you are. We've searched far and wide for you, and now we've found you, we won't let you flee again. Now drop your weapons or we'll force you." "I'd like to see you try," the man roared, and he threw himself up to his full height, towering over the two guards. With a fluid motion, he drew an arrow from his quiver, and suddenly, one of the guards lay on the ground, red fabric pouring out of a hidden pocket. Soon he was covered by the fabric and moved no more. The other guard struck out with his sword, intending to strike a killing blow, but the sword met the hard wood of the bow, and the man in black was brandishing a knife, which he thrust into the rib cage of the guard. He went down, and again red fabric poured from the wound. He writhed in pain, but his movements soon got slower, and with a final rattling breath he died. I'd seen other theatre companies use fabric instead of fake blood, but in comparison to this performance, the other groups looked amateurish. The victorious man threw back his hood, and screams of exclamation came from the crowd. His skin was painted red and yellow, flames seemed to lick on his face. His clothes beneath the cloak were similarly colored, as if fire was devouring his broad stature. The arrow on his bow ignited, and with a practiced move he shot the bolt into the air. High above the ground, the arrow exploded. Fireworks of every color flew across the night sky, illuminating the darkness around it. Golden sparks rained down over the crowd to the ohs and ahs of the masses. The man stepping out of the cloak on the floor addressed the cheering crowds. "I am Aleph the Great. I've single-handedly unified the western counties, and while there are still some," he pointed towards the lifeless figures on the ground, "who oppose me, they'll soon learn better. I'll crush them and their families until there's no one left of them. And to do this, I'll seek the help of a most reclusive being that many call mythical, but whom I know exists. Some may call my venture foolish, but I'll prove them wrong. I will soon return to these lands accompanied by," the drum roll got louder and faster, "near the Firebird." At the last word he thrust his bow into the air, and with that movement his garment seemed to explode into flames. The crowd cheered. From somewhere the announcer's voice carried across the courtyard, while the man began to walk around the bonfire in circles, pretending to cross vast distances. Aleph traveled far and wide in his search of Nia. He crossed many mountains and lands until he reached the banks of the sea. On a beach he saw large cliffs reaching as high as any mountain. At the top of the cliff there was a cave, and even from down below he saw the flickering shine of a fire inside the cave. At first Aleph called out to the firebird. The man stood still, looked up and shouted, "Near, I have come from a distant land to worship you. I beseech you, come down so I can adore your beauty." There was only silence. Aleph put down his bow and took off his quiver, placing them on the ground. Then he approached the highest wall of the courtyard, while the watching crowd moved back to give him more space. Without warning, he began to scale the smooth wall. From my position I couldn't see how he did it, and from John's expression I could read he didn't either. Higher and higher he climbed until he reached the rooftop. There was the shine of a warm fire on the top of the roof, but I couldn't see any flames. "Near, I've found you," called the man from his high position, his voice carrying surprise and satisfaction. Everyone stared up at the roof, where the actor had disappeared to. Two large wings appeared, burning brightly, and when they got closer to the edge I could see they were attached to a man as brightly dressed as Aleph. His arms were his wings and his feet were the bird's tail. From down below it looked as if real flames danced across his entire body. He beat his wings and sparks filled the night. He gave off a shrill and human cry and threw himself off the roof. A collective gasp went through the audience. Many backed away from where the man would fall onto the ground. But he didn't fall. He flew. His large wings beat strongly, and with every beat the firebird flew higher and higher, until the roof was far away. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. A man had taken flight with wings of fire. He circled over the courtyard, slowly coming lower again until he once more landed on the rooftop. Aleph stepped into view, standing next to the firebird. "I've found him, and with his help I'll protect the western counties forever, and once they're safe we'll expand our realm, until every single subject of mine will have their own plot of land." The crowd cheered. Of course they would, they were mostly nobles who'd been given land by the king. Aleph reached out for the firebird and embraced Near. He spread his wings and jumped off the roof, gliding down over the crowd. Many people crouched in fear, evading the beat of the firebird's large wings. Softly they landed. Aleph stepped away from the birdman, bowing in front of the audience. They, some of them still rattled by the sudden closeness of the firebird's burning wings, began to clap, until the applause became as loud as thunder. When it ebbed away, Aleph stepped back, and the firebird came into full view. As I'd thought when I first saw him on the roof, there was a man between the wings, dressed in a close-fitting suit of flaming feathers. The flames were real, yet they seemed to do no harm to the man nor to the fabric of the wings. When he stepped into the light, my heart nearly stopped. It was Lassada standing there as the proud firebird, extending his beautiful wings high into the sky. He wore red and yellow makeup, concealing his fine features, but there was no doubt it was the king's advisor himself. He bowed in front of the audience, and while his upper body was close to the ground, his wings went up and crossed elegantly, their flames flowing into each other to form a burning triangle of feathers and sparks, transforming his bow into a piece of art. The crowd wouldn't stop clapping. When I heard John cheering enthusiastically next to me, I noticed I wasn't clapping but simply staring at my teacher. This was not only part of a theatre play, it was a presentation of his power. He could fly, and he could create flames that were harmless to himself. I yearned to run to him and touch those wings, wings that looked familiar. When Lassada stepped back from view, the announcer took his place. "Alesso's troupe has been performing this play for you in honor of King Gint the Wise, our noble and courageous king, who can trace his lineage all the way back to Aleph, the greatest hero that ever lived." He bowed to a window on his right, and the king himself stepped into view, smiling and waving to the crowd. They went mad, applauding and cheering wildly. "That was amazing," John exclaimed, his face glowing. "I wonder how he did that. If only everybody was immune to flames, that would make my life so much easier. Burns take so much time to heal." "Let's get another drink before everyone gets the same idea," I suggested, and together we made our way through the crowd to the wine stall. This time it was me who ordered the drinks, while John reserved us a place at one of the tables. While I waited for the tankards to be filled, a man slipped into the space to my left. When he ordered some ale, his voice sounded familiar, and I turned to look at him. His face was in the shadows, but when he took his drink and turned to leave, I saw his features. "Dathlon? Is that really you?" I shouted and smiled at the man. He returned my smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. He was dressed in a fine leather jacket. The material looked more expensive than his usual clothes. His shows had to have done well recently, for him to be able to afford such a jacket. "Eona, funny meeting you here. How are you doing?" It sounded more like politeness, not like a question. This was so unlike Dathlon that I frowned and couldn't help asking, "Are you all right? What's the matter?" "Nothing, I just didn't expect to see you here. Are the other Gores with you?" I shook my head. It would take too long to explain. "I'm here on my own. What about you?" "So am I. Look, I have to go." He turned and disappeared into the crowd without even saying goodbye. I took my tankards and with a shrug, I returned to John. "Who was that?" he asked. "A friend. At least I thought he was, but he behaved so weirdly just now. I've known him years. He's part of a different traveling family with which we usually spend the winter in the free cities. Dathlon's about my age, so we always did a lot together. All his brothers and sisters are a lot older. I think he was quite grateful for my company. We explored Allenback together, showed each other our little hideouts and special places we discovered. We wouldn't see each other during the year, but whenever we met back in one of the free cities for winter, it was as if we hadn't spent any time apart. He was almost like a brother to me until..." My voice trailed off. The rest of the story wasn't as easy to tell. Because everything had changed one winter, not long ago, when he took me to an abandoned cottage near Riddletown. It was a cute little place. It reminded me of my grandmother's house. There were only 2 rooms and the roof leaked. And there was also a small cellar where Dathlon had discovered a barrel of homemade cider, still good to drink. We had no mugs with us, so we drank directly from the tab, using our hands as cups. The cider was good, and soon I had that warm, fuzzy feeling in my belly that you get when you drink enough alcohol. I leant back against the rough stone wall, closing my eyes and enjoying the feeling of warmth. Dathlon did the same, but when he sat down, his shoulder touched mine. A shiver went through my arm, but I stayed where I was. My mind was slightly foggy, and I only now felt the full effect of the cider. I told Dathlon I was drunk, and he laughed and leant his head on my shoulder. It was comfortable, sitting next to his warm body. His hair brushed my cheek, tickling my skin. I closed my eyes and relaxed. I felt his head move away from my shoulder, and I assumed he'd tried to get more comfortable, but suddenly his hot cidery breath met mine and his mouth touched my lips, softly, as if accidental. But when I didn't respond, he pressed his lips harder. I was too shocked to do anything. We were just friends, nothing more, right? He was almost like a brother to me. I hadn't given him any signs that I wanted our relationship to change into something different, had I? I turned my head, evading his wet mouth, but he followed my movement, his lips creating traces of spittle on my face. Then his tongue pressed against my closed lips, looking for access. When it found none, his teeth brushed my cheek until they arrived at my lips, and softly bit them. I tried to turn away, but he bit me again, hard this time. The taste of copper exploded in my mouth. I pressed my hand against his chest, pushing him away. I was furious. "Why did you have to do that? How dare you?" I threw the words into his face. He only smiled. "I know you wanted it, and you still do. Don't pretend to be so innocent, you're not. Now stop talking and enjoy it." With a sly smile he came closer again, but this time I didn't let him. With both hands I pushed him back, but his smile only grew wider, and he threw himself at me, squashing me under his heavy body. "So you like it rough, do you? I'll admit that's what I prefer too, so let's get started properly. Keep fighting me, that's so much more fun." This wasn't Dathlon. With a cruel laugh his lips found my face again, and this time he bit me so hard I cried out in pain. His body pressed mine to the ground, but I fought him, my hands scratching and beating against his broad chest, but the more I tried to hurt him, the more he laughed and the rougher he got. I pulled back my head, trying to escape his disgusting wet mouth, but he followed, his tongue slithering snake-like over my skin. With a jerk of my head, I banged my forehead against his nose, and it gave way. Warm blood ran down his face, dripping onto my skin. The hot liquid ran into my hair, and I shivered with disgust. Dathlon's groping hands left my forearms to cover his bleeding nose, and I used the opportunity to get away from under him. I scrambled to one side, but suddenly his hands held my legs, pulling me back. Instinctively I kicked out, my foot making contact with a soft part of Dathlon's body, and the grip around my legs softened. I pulled away from him, finally managing to get up. He clutched his nose with one hand, keeping the other placed protectively over his belly. He looked at me, hatred boiling behind his eyes. When I reached the stairs that would lead me back into the open, I turned back to look at him one more time. I thought we were friends, Dathlon, but you've just shown me that you don't care about that. Think twice next time before you harass me. It will only end in pain for you. The words were spoken way more confidently than I felt inside. Indeed, I was rattled and shaken, but I wouldn't let it show, not in front of him. I left him lying on the cellar floor, and ran up the stairs and through the ruined remains of the cottage, then all the way back to Rittletown. On the way I found a little stream where I washed my face and hands, but even when the clear water took away the blood and the dirt, I still felt stained. And what happened to change that? John asked, pulling me out of the memory. He thought I wanted him. I didn't. So we fell out. I tried to keep my tone neutral, but it wasn't easy. Too many feelings welled up within me, threatening to choke my voice. Before we parted, we only exchanged the necessary words, never mentioning what had happened. It seemed as if our friendship that had lasted for so many years was completely destroyed by the events of one single hour. But on the day when our two families left the winter quarters to get back onto the road, we talked, and he apologized for his behavior. I thought we might get along again the next time we meet. I think I've forgiven him, but right now he seems so distant, so different, that I think he might not be interested in us becoming friends again. Well, to be honest, it's his loss and not yours. If he doesn't want to be around you, then you should accept that and be thankful for it. I know you haven't told me what exactly happened between you two, but from reading your face while you were speaking, I think I know. And if I am right, then you should be happy not having to be around him. Let's speak of nicer things. Hasn't this evening been beautiful? I smiled at him, taking his hand. Yes, indeed it has. I think it has been the most amazing night I've had in a long time. But it's getting colder, shall we stand closer to the bonfire? We can take our wine with us. Together, we walked towards the fire. The crowd had lessened, many people had left after the play ended. The musicians had taken up their instruments once more, and were playing a delightful jig, while some of the younger people danced in the glow of the fire. We just stood there looking into the flames. The fire had lost in height and intensity, but it still gave off enough warmth to banish the cold. Autumn would soon end. The chill of the night already had a touch of winter in it. I huddled against John, leaning my back against his warm body. He lay a hand on my shoulder and left it there, steadying me. Side by side we warmed ourselves and watched the dancers circling the flames. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the heat of the fire on my face. Hela Reaving. Is Hela Reaving anywhere? A booming voice filled the courtyard. I opened my eyes and stepped away from John, looking for the origin of the call. John waved to a man hurrying towards us. When he stopped in front of us, he panted heavily. There's been an accident. Lord Wynter had been gravely injured. You must come immediately. John gave the man a short nod and turned to me. I have to go, but you stay here and enjoy yourself. I'll find you once I've seen to Lord Wynter. With that he hurried away, leaving me alone in front of the fire. Chapter 13. Law was no longer limping. How long had it been since he lost a toe, as a punishment for the unjust treatment of me? It seemed like years had passed since then, since he left me in the dungeons to rot. Now, as he came out of Lassada's room and saw me waiting in front of it, he smiled contemptuously. "See who we have here? Lassada's pet. I thought he would have tired of you by now. Usually he only keeps his pets for a short while until he's bored. But you're still here. Interesting." I met his glance and smiled politely. "It pleases me to see you no longer limping. Has the wound healed nicely?" "Indeed it has, especially as it was never a wound. But no, I shouldn't have said that. Lassada likes to keep his pets in the dark, feeding them only so much information as to satisfy them. Now what will you do? Confront him? Argue with him? Believe me, that's not possible. He controls you, you see, and in a moment you'll forget what I've just told you. But here I will tell you again and again, he never cut off my toe. It was all an act. Remember that." And with a crazy laugh he passed me and began to walk down the stairs, snickering nastily. "But I will remember." The peryton's voice chimed in my head. "Oishin, are you all right? I haven't heard from you in days. I tried to talk to you last night, but I think you were sleeping." "I was not, but I won't tell you what happened. Not yet, anyway. You wouldn't understand nor believe my words. But now something else. Do you trust me?" "Of course I do." "Then do this for me. Remember, who did you just meet? Who came out of Lassada's study?" "No one. I only just got here." "No, think again. You saw someone, you spoke to him. Remember." "I'm trying to, but I can't remember something that never happened. A servant asked me to come up here, and I did. Then I knocked, and Lassada called that I should wait for a moment. And then the door opened. No, it didn't, did it? Oishin, what are you doing to my head? It hurts." Waves of pain pounded against my skull, and dizziness washed over me. A headache numbed my thoughts, making it hard to concentrate. "It's not me doing it, Eona. I'm trying to help you, but I don't know how. I can see the net of thorns around your mind, but they're so sharp I can't touch it nor remove it. Its roots have burrowed far down into your thoughts, and if I try to pull them out, they might hurt you. I know what's wrong with you, but I can't do anything against it." "What do you mean, a net of thorns?" "There's nothing around my mind, my walls are still up, I'd feel if something threatened me." "Oh Eona, I think you've been deceived. But hush, straighten yourself, he's going to open the door." Footsteps neared the door, then it opened. A familiar face stared at me. Dathlon. What was he doing here? Again, he wore expensive clothes, garments he wouldn't have been able to afford last time we met. Without a word he squeezed past me and walked down the spiral staircase, leaving the door open for me to enter. Lassada stood by the window, looking out over the lake. Rain clouds hung low on the horizon, and a strong wind created rippling waves on the water's surface. I turned to look at the Elvedrich in her cage, but the cage had gone from the fireplace. "Where is she?" I asked Oishin, who lay on a velvet cushion on the floor beside the armchair. "I'll tell you later." He looked like a dog waiting for his master, lying on the cushion with his legs hidden beneath his body. A silver collar set with tiny rubies adorned his neck, complementing the crimson color of his fur and scales. He'd grown since I saw him the last time. He was about the size of a greyhound, and his large feathered wings seemed more suited to carry the weight of his body than they had before. They were folded together onto his back, one of them slightly higher than the other. "Good day, Eona." "Thank you for coming up here," Lassada said, turning away from the window. "Would you like a glass of wine?" This question had become a tradition for my sessions with the king's advisor. I always accepted the lovely wine he offered me. Its sweet note was refreshing and delicious at the same time. He poured me a glass and motioned me to sit down on a chair. He took his place in the armchair beside the peryton. With one hand he reached down to pet Oshin's head, as if he were a simple dog and not a mythical peryton. Lassada leant back and looked at me. "I've got a task for you again. There was an attack on the king last night." "No, don't worry, he wasn't injured. The guards and Lord Valter, who were with the king when the assassination attempt happened, stopped the assailant in time. The attacker himself was wounded, and in his great grace and wisdom, the king allowed his enemy's wounds to be treated. Now he wishes to make an example of the assassin, and asked me and you to work together for this. Just like the last time, you will slow down time while I inflict pain on the attacker to get her to give us information. It won't be an easy task, understandably. However, I trust you'll fulfill your part of it with your usual obedience." I swallowed. It had been horrible enough the last time, and I still felt the acidic guilt eating its way through my conscience. But it was the king's wish, and I had to obey his command. He was the king of Ver, after all. His Highness has commanded that the punishment will be executed later this afternoon. Before we have some time to practice a bit more. Are you still doing your exercises? I nodded. Twice a day, I reached into my energy reservoir and practiced my control of that energy. I'd become better at estimating how much of my reserves I would need, and didn't waste it as I had at the beginning. With each day, the reservoir became bigger. Despite that, I still couldn't do the simplest tasks with my magic, like lighting a fire. It was frustrating to read about what magic was possible, but never be able to put it into practice. All I could do was manipulate time, which wasn't much use in most situations. Today, I want to see if you can manage some ways of reading other people's intentions. Most magicians can't read the thoughts of others, but some manage at least to recognize the most basic emotions that swim on the surface of another's mind. Of course, reading the mind of another magician is almost impossible, as they usually have good defenses in place. However, it's fairly easy to see what ordinary people are up to, without them even noticing. I'm going to show it to you, and afterwards, you can try yourself, okay? I nodded, already getting myself in the right mindset. He dragged his armchair closer and placed his hand above my own. When Lassada closed his eyes, I did the same. I opened my mind to him until I found his probing flame. It had become easier over time to connect with Lassada. In the beginning, it took a lot of time and effort to link minds with the magician, in order for him to show me how a certain thing was done. When he showed me his skills, it always seemed easy and effortless. Yet afterwards, when I had to try it on my own, it never worked out at all. Therefore, I wasn't all too enthusiastic about reading another's mind, as I was sure it would only lead to disappointment once more. Lassada took the tendril of thought I sent towards him, and wrapped it around himself so I could feel and see what he was doing. I felt him access his own power reservoir before he expanded his mind, leaving the study and focusing on the corridors and rooms below. Instead of seeing other people's minds as flames like I usually did, for Lassada they resembled grey shades floating through the air. Their outline wobbled and shifted all the time, making it hard to recognize the shapes. Lassada focused on one shade, then discarded it and moved on to the next. On and on we went, moving past hundreds of shades. It was a journey through a grey and eerie world, as cold as ice water. I recognized a few of them, like the contour of the big-bellied cook that floated past us, followed by the silhouette of one of the young servants that sometimes brought me my breakfast. Finally, Lassada stopped in front of a young woman's shape. I could feel him using some of his energy to wrap it around the woman again and again, until her figure started to become more solid and less shaky. Slowly her features emerged until I could see her face. She sat on her own, holding something in her hand, yet whatever it was made from even thinner fog than the people around her. Lassada closed in on her and pressed himself against her body. Suddenly, with one flowing movement, he stepped into her, his mind stretching around her. There was only calm then. The cold of our surroundings disappeared, and slowly I could feel emotions drift into Lassada. There was contentment, happiness and satisfaction. It seemed easy to read her feelings, they poured out of her unstoppable. Yet it was not enough for my teacher. He seemed to press against the woman even more strongly, and I began to wonder if she was oblivious to what was happening to her mind. The more Lassada pushed, the more thoughts flowed from her. They were not coherent sentences, more a mixture of feelings and images. She was happy because she'd see her fiancé later on. She'd just eaten, a picture of steaming vegetables and a thick sausage came from her mind. Slowly Lassada untangled from the woman, pulling back further and further, until with a snap we left the shadow worlds and arrived back in our bodies in Lassada's study. Did you see what I did there? Was it enough information for you to try, or shall I show it to you again? I think I can try. But the woman, did she really not notice anything? They don't usually notice, and if they do, it's more a feeling of unease that lasts just a moment, nothing they can trace back to me. Have you ever felt like someone was watching you, and then you laugh about it, pretending that it was just a silly childish notion? That might have been someone trying to read your mind. Or as I told you earlier, your feelings, which is much more likely. And reading other people's emotions only tells you so much. But now let's see how you will get on. Close your eyes and reach out. I'd advise you to start with someone close to this room. That will make it a lot easier for the beginning. I'll let you try for yourself. My presence might distract you. Aware of his examining glance, I leant back and focused. Very slowly I extended my senses, searching for other people around me. First I only saw Lassada, his golden flame burning brightly right in front of me. Close by was a dark red flame, even more intense than that of my teacher. I approached it carefully until I could hear Oshin's thoughts. Don't look at me, ignore me. Try outside the door. I followed his advice and reached out, extending my mind, letting it grow bigger and bigger, until I left the confinements of the room. As if from a vast distance, I heard whispers in the dark. Focusing on the sounds, I slowly drifted towards them. There were two very different flames next to each other. One was almost as bright as Lassada's, but a little smaller. The other burned silver instead of golden, flickering faintly like a candle in the wind. I started with the golden flame, wrapping myself around it. Yet when I got close enough to reach out for it, the flames began to burn more brightly, sending sparks my way. It was hot so close to the fire, and the closer I got, the more the flames leant in my direction, until they licked at my mind, scorching me. Pain erupted in my head. I pulled back until I was out of reach of the vicious flames. Once I stopped to focus on them, they got smaller again, until there were no longer fiery fingers fumbling for me. Taking a moment to catch my breath, I moved back a little, observing the two flames. They moved towards each other, the golden one dominating the silver. Small golden sparks flew through the air, hitting the silver one from time to time. Time for another try. This time I reached out for the silver flame. More careful after my first painful encounter, I took my time approaching the silver fire, yet even when I got closer, they didn't change their flickering rhythm. Slowly I wrapped a tendril of energy around the flame, careful not to quench it. Still no reaction. I began to wrap more and more power around it, until the fire was caged by a net of fibers. What had Lassada done next? Somehow, he had stepped into the shade of that woman. Preparing myself for the pain, I went forward, touching the fire, and on until I was in the middle of the flame. There was no pain, only a tingling sensation as the silver flames licked harmlessly on my mind. And suddenly there were images and voices, washing over me like waves over rocks. A soldier wearing the azure armor of the blue militia looked at me, grinning, then he passed me a purse chinking with coins. The scene changed into a beautiful landscape, in the foreground a cottage with several tilers scrambling on the roof. A girl stood in the door, waving happily. Again, a new image came crashing into me. The wine stall at the autumn fire celebration, the red-nosed landlord handing me a tankard of white wine. I heard something and turned my head, and suddenly I looked into my own eyes. There I was, holding 2 mugs of wine in my hands, smiling. Dathlon. It was Dathlon whom I met that evening. I was looking at Dathlon's thoughts. His gaze followed me as I walked to John. Then John was called away, and I stood there all alone by the fire. Never losing sight of me, Dathlon moved towards a guard standing in one corner. I couldn't hear his voice clear enough, but he talked to the guard, pointing towards my lonely shape by the fire. The guard nodded and answered, looking slightly confused. Instinctively, I pulled more energy from my reservoir and wrapped it around Dathlon's mind. The whispered conversation became louder and louder, until I could make out individual words. Lassada's pupil, which means I can't tell you anything. You have to beg an audience with his lordship, but I can tell you in advance, he doesn't just talk to anyone. You'll have to have a really good reason, otherwise you won't even get to talk to his assistant, Law. Now bugger off, let me do my job. The scene dissolved into Law's sneering face. His laughter made my blood run cold with fear and hot with rage. Law was Lassada's assistant? Surely not. After what he'd done to me, it couldn't be. So it was you who blackened that bitch. Hilarious, and now you've returned to claim her. I shook my head. With Dathlon's voice I said, not to claim her. To make sure she pays for what she's done. She's a witch and she put a spell on me as revenge. I want to see her burned. I like your attitude. And let me guess, she bewitched your manhood? Dathlon nodded grimly. I wanted to give the bitch what she wanted, what she deserved, but she ran off, and ever since, I'm unable to. I cleared my throat uncomfortably. Will she burn? At some point in the future, yes, for sure. But the question is when. At the moment, my master still has some use for her, although what that might be I don't know. But once he's finished with her, she'll burn like all the others. You can be sure of that. And I'll stand there and watch her turn to ash. She's cost me a lot of time and effort, and seeing her slow and painful death will be a delightful sight. A sly smile played on his thin lips. I couldn't take it any longer. With one strong jerk, I removed my link with Dathlon, returning to my body. When I opened my eyes, tears were running down my cheeks. I saw what you saw. Don't tell him anything, Oishin urged me. Why are you crying? Lassada asked gently. Because it didn't work? He gave me an excuse and I took it. I nodded, pretending to be downcast and despairing. Can I leave? I need some time for myself. Of course you can. Just wait here for a moment, I'm going to get a servant to accompany you to your room. He went to the door and spoke with someone outside. Just before the door closed, I caught a glance of Dathlon waiting there impatiently, stepping from one foot to the other. The urge to slap him, to beat him bloody, to hurt him, surged through my body, and the only thing that stopped me was needing to hide the fact that I knew. Lassada couldn't find out that I was aware of what had happened. I squeezed past him and ran all the way until I reached my room. Dathlon had betrayed me to the Blue Militia. I didn't know when or how, but he had. It was his fault I was no longer with the Gorez family, that I no longer had control of my own life. I'd done nothing to him, except for not wanting to sleep with him. Was that a reason to want somebody dead? I didn't buy his "she bewitched me" theory for a second. He could not be so childish as to actually believe that laughable story. Then I remembered the scene where a soldier had given him a large purse. Of course it was the money Dathlon wanted. He'd always been greedier than was good for him. As a child he'd once incited me to steal a knife from a market stall, which he then sold on to a friend and spent the money on beer, not for both of us, only for himself. How could I have befriended this egotistical snitch? You aren't defined by the behavior of your friends, but how you react to it. Thanks, Oishin. What am I going to do now? Confront Dathlon? Ignore him? It's not about Dathlon, Eona. It's about Law and Lassada. Why? Lassada has you under his control, and you don't even know it. You think your mind is safe from intrusions. That's a lie. He sits in there like a parasite, feeding off your strength and your thoughts, yet giving you the illusion of independence and willfulness. You have been deceived, Eona. He's not your friend. How do you know? Let me show you. Suddenly, I looked out of the peryton's eyes. They were focused on his mother, the Elvedrich, who looked at him through the bars of her cage. She doesn't hear me, he told me sadly. Otherwise I could have warned her not to trust him. Lassada approached the cage, carrying a candle to light the dim room. It seemed to be evening. No sunlight flooded the room as it usually did. The Elvedrich looked up at Lassada, curious and carefree as always. He put the candle on the ground and opened the cage, reaching for the Elvedrich with both hands. He took her out and settled her on his lap. Her eyes never left his golden necklace. As usual, curiosity had taken over her sense of fear. Lassada's hands petted her golden feathering, soothing her. With one hand, he reached behind his back and pulled a knife from a hidden sheath. Oisin saw the danger and got to his feet, but when he tried to run to his mother he was pulled back. The silver collar I saw around his neck earlier was connected with a thin but strong chain that hung on a brass ring nailed to the floor. The peryton called for his mother, but she only looked at him for a heartbeat before becoming obsessed once more with Lassada's golden necklace. The sorcerer produced a chalice that he put on the floor, beneath the Elvedrich's throat. He gently scratched her neck, and she rubbed her head against his fingers, cackling happily. While Lassada held the knife at her throat, Oisin tried to escape his bonds, almost throttling himself by pulling at the chain. The sounds he made hurt my soul. He bleated and roared, trying to tell his mother to look out, to escape, but she only looked at him confusedly, not able to understand what he tried to tell her. Then, at the moment Lassada chose to cut her throat, she locked her eyes with his, and the love she felt for her child reflected in the tears that ran down her lifeless body, disappearing in her golden feathers. Blood welled from her throat, running into the chalice Lassada held to the wound. With every drop of blood that escaped his mother's body, Oisin's heart hardened. He'd never again bond with another creature, he'd never again be hurt by the connection he felt to others. Then he remembered the human girl he'd imprinted on, and his determination changed. He wouldn't let her down. He'd free her from the grip of the sorcerer, and protect her as he'd wanted to protect his mother. Together with the human, he'd avenge his mother, then they'd be free. They could return to where the other perytons lived, to the places of learning and beauty he knew from his dreams. There they could live in peace. But first the sorcerer had to die. He lifted his tear-filled eyes, only to see Lassada drink from the chalice. Blood ran down his chin, dripping onto his robe. He tilted his head back to drink the remaining drops of Elvedrich blood in the chalice. Then he wiped his mouth with his sleeve. In a single fluid movement he stood and turned his back to Oisin. Something happened to his body. It shifted. There were growths on his back and shoulder blades, getting bigger and bigger, while his arms seemed to disappear. Then the stretched cloth of his robe ripped, exposing golden feathers growing on the sorcerer's back. Further they grew. The torn robe fell to the floor. Lassada was naked, yet his entire body was covered in feathers, golden and shimmering. He flexed his large wings, then opened them. They were magnificent, yet the color of the feather tips was as red as the Elvedrich's blood. As if spellbound, Oisin watched as Lassada stepped to the largest window of the room and opened it. Cool air ruffled his feathers. He put his legs over the ledge, and then he was gone. I could feel the peryton's hope that the sorcerer was gone for good, that his body would fall into the lake, never to be seen again. But it was not so. Suddenly he saw the winged figure of Lassada fly across the sky, beating his wings as strongly as a full-grown peryton would. Oisin turned his eyes away from the window, avoiding looking at the puddle of blood in which his mother's body lay. He flexed his own wings, spreading them, then beginning to beat them up and down. He knew how to fly, he'd flown with others of his race in his memories and dreams. He crouched down, then jumped up, his scaled hind legs propelling him high into the air. But he'd forgotten the leather collar around his neck. The chain pulled him back down, then his flight became a fall. He turned in the air, and landed heavily on one wing. A tendon snapped, then his head hit the ground. Everything went black. Oshin's sorrow filled me as though I was an empty vessel, until I could take no more. I stepped back a little from our connection, resisting the stream of emotion that threatened to overwhelm me. I took in a deep breath, steadying myself. "How do you stand it?" I asked him, tears running down my face. There was a pause. "I don't. But in a way, I have to be grateful to have an injured wing. The physical pain distracts me from my loss, at least partly." He sent me an image of his opened wings. One of them was folded in the middle, like a straw bent by the wind. The wrongness of it filled me with hatred for the sorcerer whose fault this injury was. Lassada was not my friend. How had I ever believed it to be otherwise? How could I have been so stupid? I searched my mind for remnants of the link he'd forced on me. I found none. Don't be deceived by him again, Eona. The link is still there. It still holds even though it's frayed. But I promise you, we'll find a way to break it, once and for all. Then we can escape. Chapter 14. The assassin was a woman. She knelt on the ground, her slender hands bound behind her back. 2 guards flanked her, each had a hand pressed on her shoulders. Long red hair fell to her slender waist, and even though it was filthy and disheveled, its ginger color remained striking. She wore nothing but a rough shirt made from sackcloth that barely covered her tall body in a decent way. Another strip of burlap bound her head, gagging the woman. Peeking out from below her gag, I just made out 2 elegant pointy ears. She was one of the Catone, the elven folk. They rarely left their home country of Nythea. What was she doing here? Her head hung low. I couldn't tell whether she was conscious. It was surprising how, even in this degrading position, her body radiated beauty and agility. Lassada stood beside me, observing the king. Gint sat on his pompous throne, looking down on the prisoner and us. She has not only threatened us but also grievously wounded our friend Lord Wynter, who is still in a critical condition. Her malice is so great that she would use a happy celebration such as the autumn fires to carry out an attack on her king. Now we want her punished. Death is too good for an enemy of Ver. She has to suffer, and we want to see her suffer. There is no corporal punishment available that would satisfy our need for vengeance. Therefore, we have decided to give her to you, Lord Lassada. You have proven your excellent control over the minds of the enemy countless times before, and we ask you to do with her as you see fit. Your young assistant will increase her pain by slowing down time just as she did once before. Start now while she is still conscious, so we may learn how she was able to get into our chambers. The king leant back in anticipation of the coming spectacle. How had I not seen him for what he really was before? He took pleasure in causing pain. Even now, he smiled as he imagined the suffering his words would bring to the red-haired woman. He was not King Gint the wise but the brutal, the unjust, the hater. You're pushing against your bonds, Eona. Keep doing it, you're taking back control. Let's begin, Lassada said, and stretched out his hands towards the woman, his fingers clawing the air. I had no choice. Did I? My teacher had closed his eyes, and I could feel him wrapping himself around the woman's mind. Her soul was a glittering golden flame, she had magic. The flames licked against Lassada's bonds, refusing to be quenched. She fought against the sharp vines with which Lassada bound her, but I could see that her power was rapidly leaving her. Soon she'd be drained and would have no way to protect herself from the might of the sorcerer. In her current condition, she was too weak to fight him. Help her, Oshin prompted me. Stand against him. I felt for the clear blue lake within me, and took a large portion of its energy. With it, I put shackles on my inner clock to slow down time, just as the king had asked me to. However, I didn't wrap the timeless cloak I'd quickly created around the woman. I threw it over Lassada, who was busy pressing the thorns of his mind into the mage's helpless soul. They ripped holes into her walls. Countless perforations in her defenses made it easy for him to enter her mind. If I focused on her, I'd be able to hear her scream. I fastened the cloak around him, severing him from the thorns he'd sent out to torture the woman. Lassada stopped, his body and consciousness trapped under the cloak I'd woven from knot time. I could feel him fight my hold over him, and knew that soon he'd be able to free himself. He was so strong, and my energy was depleting rapidly. I felt the woman freeing herself from Lassada's painful embrace, and I sent her some of my power until her flame started to burn brighter once more. She pulled off vine after vine until her bonds had gone. She sent me a tendril of thought made up of golden flames as pure as starlight. Thank you. What now? We flee. Can you walk? I'll try. Good. I can only give us a few seconds head start. It has to be enough. While talking to her, I'd woven another cloak of timelessness. The weaving had been Oshin's idea, a few weeks ago when I complained I could only influence time for one person. He had suggested imagining building a blanket that would cover a greater area. Since then I'd practiced this new skill. Now it showed its use. Lassada's struggle against the cloak increased. We'd have to hurry. I took the blanket and threw it over the guards flanking the woman. They too stopped, frozen in time. But everyone else was able to move, and move they did. There was no time, we had to run. Now? I cried, and she staggered to her feet, hindered by her bonds, while I was already running towards the exit. I wished I could have burned away the rope binding her hands, but as always, my magic didn't do what I needed it to. With effort, I pulled the heavy door open. The woman went through first, her hands still bound behind her back. I followed, and suddenly there were arms around my chest, keeping me from running. I kicked and scratched wildly, trying to escape whoever held me. Scream, little girl. Scream for me, Law whispered. I'd forgotten all about him being in the room. I should have woven another blanket. It was too late now. His fist crashed into my face. I screamed, blood filling my mouth. Another hit knocked the wind out of my lungs. I fell to the ground, but still I tried to get away from the people trying to restrain me, until something hit my head. Dizzy and suddenly powerless, my body went limp. The last thing I heard was Law's whisper in my ear. You will burn, bitch. Soon you will burn. I was driftwood, floating on a river of molten gold. The waves that carried me like a child in its mother's arms lifted me up, high into the dark sky, showing me the stars looking down on me, before pushing me down again, deep into the cold water. The icy liquid filled my mouth and my nose, squeezing the air out of me. The water ran down my throat and entered my lungs. I choked, but with every breath I took more water into my mouth. Drums began to beat in the distance, coming closer and closer, and slowly with each beat, water was drawn out of my body. My lungs were free again, free to breathe. Gasping for air, I surfaced, drawing in deep breaths. I opened my eyes, but there was only darkness around me. I closed them again, and another wave carried me off into nothingness. I dreamed. Shadows chased me, driving me towards the edge of a cliff. I was running faster than I'd ever run before, racing to escape the darkness behind me. The ground was smooth and black like darkened steel. I wasn't breathing, and I didn't need to. There was no pain, no life, only fear. Fear was the whip that made me run to my death. A single solitary tree grew at the edge of everything, its branches a mere skeleton. On the thickest and strongest branch hung a rope fashioned into a noose. It waited for me. I was so close to the edge, so close to the tree, and still the shadows chased me, almost touching the heels of my feet as my steps became less sure. There was a choice to make, one that the wraiths behind me were forcing me to make. The noose or the long fall down. I couldn't see what was below the cliff, or whether there was another land on the other side of the abyss. Still I ran, my feet flying over the black ground, and then there was the tree in front of me, dead and white and full of thorns, with the noose moving in a wind that wasn't there. No, I would choose neither. I wouldn't give in to fear. One more step, and I reached the rope. The shadows behind me stopped running and formed a circle around me, waiting for me to kill myself. But I wouldn't. I would not. With shivering hands, I opened the knot at the top of the noose, straightening the rope into a long coil. Taking one last breath, I wrapped the rope around my hands, took a step back, then ran the last few ells towards the edge of the cliff. My right foot touched the black ground one last time, then I was flying over the abyss, the rope the only thing protecting me from falling. The further I flew, the more the rope stretched, the thinner it became. But still it held me. Below me there was only darkness, and behind me the shadows cried for me to return, to be punished for my insolence. Then the rope ended. It cut into my hands as the momentum of flying carried me further away from the dead tree. I let go of the rope and spread my arms, as suddenly there was nothing between me and gravity. I fell faster and faster towards the darkness. There was no ground I could see. On and on I fell. Wind grabbed at me, pulling my hair and slashing against my skin. There had been a plan once, a way of escaping the inevitable, but I couldn't remember. Falling was all I could think about. Soon there would be nothing but death. Soon everything would end. Falling was nothing like flying. Fly. Oshin's voice was loud and clear, coming from all around me. Where are you? Fly. When I looked at my arms, they transformed. Feathers sprouted from my skin, as beautiful and shimmering as those of my peryton friend. They formed wings, and I was no longer falling but flying, taking off into the sky, leaving the shadows and darkness behind me. With every beat of my wings, I grew stronger. Exhilaration pulsed through my body, giving me the strength to fly higher and higher. Grey clouds floated above me, and within a few strong wing beats I reached them. Cool water droplets rained down on me, drenching me as I flew through the clouds. Soon the fog around me became brighter, the grey turning into white. Then a single ray of the sun pierced the clouds like an arrow, pointing towards my final destination. I followed the light. The clouds turned into tiny droplets that together became a rainbow bridge, leading me on. Then the sun was there, its bright light warming and drying my wet body. The heat of the burning sun gave me new strength, and I flew towards it, leaving behind all the dark worries and thoughts I'd ever had. The sun beckoned, and why would I resist its call? It promised happiness such as I'd never known. Salvation lay within the fireball in front of me, and I wanted it. The warmth around me became heat. Beating my wings became more and more difficult as I sweated. Thirst tingled in my dry throat. Behind me there was darkness, in front of me there was fire. There was no end to the suffering. There was no peace. Unconsciousness was a blessing. A cold hand lay on my forehead. The coolness of it sank into my skin, spreading until my muddled mind became more focused. Fragments of a dream I could no longer remember were washed away. Now I could sleep. And sleep I did. I drifted. Floating in nothingness. Nothing to hold on to. I was breaking apart. A hand reached for me. Fingers wrapped around my own. Come with me. I was pulled from the fog. Her golden red hair shone like a halo around her face, a stark contrast to her striking green eyes that looked down at me. The pointy tips of her ears were islands within the red sea of her hair. Her forehead was wrinkled as if with concern. Slowly I managed to focus my gaze. My head hurt like hell, and with each breath I took, it throbbed even more painfully. I lifted a hand to my face. Dried blood clung to my nostrils. My lower lip was split, I tasted the cold iron. Once again, I was in a prison cell. I looked around me. There was a small window on the wall above me, more of a hole than a window, throwing little light onto the dark stone floor. Rusty iron bars cut the blue sky into 4 equal squares. A lake gull flew across the sky like a paintbrush over blue canvas. Her cry came into our cell in pieces. One side of the cell was made of iron bars, looking out into a dark corridor. The wet stone walls around me seemed to close in, and nausea made me gag. Are you all right? The woman's voice rang with an accent I couldn't place. She was huddled against the wet wall to make space for me on the stone bench. The bastards brought you in here half drowned. Apparently it wasn't enough to beat you in the throne room, they also had some fun waterboarding you. although drowning might have been a kinder death than what they planned to do with us. She frowned, then shook her head forcefully, as if determined not to let the thoughts of our execution trouble her mind. My name is Salia of the Kalisa clan, but most people just call me Laya. What may I call you? Eona. I grimaced, my split lip throbbing as I uttered that single word. No long conversations today. The world spun. Closing my eyes helped. Slowly I sat up and leant against the stone wall for support. The cold wetness immediately penetrated my dress. I looked down. I still wore the dress Lassada had presented me with. There were long gashes in it, and the hems were frayed. It clung to me, pulling any remaining warmth from my body. But there was no other option. Bluish bruises covered my skin. I could almost see them grow larger while I inspected the damage the guards had inflicted. I was only grateful I'd been unconscious while they beat me. The pain was enough, I didn't need the memories as well. Nausea hit me again, but it no longer overwhelmed me. Take a few deep breaths. Do you want some water? I nodded. A mistake. Pain flashed in my head. Laya stood and walked towards a bucket standing by the cell's door. She came back with a wooden mug filled with water. I tried to take it from her, but my hands shook too much. Instead, she held the cup to my lips. Greedily I drank. The water tasted stale and muddy, but it was better than nothing. After I quenched my thirst, I looked at Laya, sitting on the stone bench beside me once more. Is there a way out? I asked, then grimaced. Talking hurt. We don't have to use our bodies to talk. Her voice resonated in my mind. I could feel a trace of humor in her flaming thought that made me smile, but when I felt the iron taste of blood in my mouth, I soon regretted that. We're in a force bubble. We can use magic within, to talk to each other, but as soon as we try to influence people or things outside the bubble, the energy is absorbed instantaneously. I tried to open the lock, hoping it might have been inside the bubble, but they were thorough. It isn't surprising, really. They know what you can do, and have probably made a guess about my own powers. Magic won't help us to get out. Nor will sweet talk and persuasion. No, for now we have to stay here. She smiled. At least they put us in this cell together. Having a companion makes all the difference, don't you think? I nodded. How can you talk to me this easily? I'm Catone. It's how we communicate, even before we learn to speak. Thought talking is so much more efficient than having to use your mouth, right? It's quite a bit faster, and I can do this. Suddenly I saw a picture of a large tree, growing higher than any I'd ever seen, its branches disappearing into the sky. There were giant roots around the trunk of it, some building arches and circles that had been transformed into tents with the help of smaller branches and man-high leaves by the Catone. An evening sun threw warming light onto the scene. People wearing colors of the forest walked around the mossy ground beneath the tree. Peace eradicated from the image. Then, it disappeared as suddenly as it had come. Home. Laya smiled. I hope I'll see it again one day. I'm sure you will. I smiled back at her. What did the king say? She tried to attack him. No, I couldn't imagine that. She seemed too nice. Then I remembered the king wasn't nice at all. He was evil. I still didn't understand why I hadn't been able to see that before. So you attacked the king? Her expression changed. The smile disappeared, leaving behind anger and fear. I never got to him. Someone else did before me. Only I didn't know, and had I known, I'd never have injured him, but how could I know he was on my side? I can show you. She sent me an image of herself sneaking along a corridor that I didn't recognize. Old portraits and tapestries of former kings lined the walls. They looked like they came from a time before the kingdom of Ver was established. Before the invaders took over Alasia. The light of Leah's torch flickered across their faces. I found out about this way into the castle from a scholar, a human, who'd sought refuge among my people. He worked at the castle, but when he discovered something he shouldn't have, he had to flee. This corridor had been bricked up, but he broke through when he was looking for a hiding place from the king's soldiers. You can imagine his surprise when he not only found a safe place to hide, but also one that led him outside the castle complex. During my entire journey to Ver, I hoped that they hadn't discovered this way in. And luckily they hadn't. Although they might have by now. The corridor seemed endless, but then the image she showed me changed, and I saw her standing in an empty courtyard, one I'd been in before. The evening air was filled with the noise of people celebrating in the distance. It must have been the night of the autumn fires. A small fountain stood in the middle of the space. John showed it to me once. It was close to the king's quarters. She turned around and I saw where she'd come from. Beneath the ivy covering one of the walls, there was a small opening that must have led into the corridor. Laia looked around, carefully arranged the ivy twines over the secret way in, then extinguished her torch in the water basin of the fountain. Darkness surrounded her like a cloak. From a sheath on her back she drew a long curved knife, and slipped through a door at the other end of the courtyard. Carefully she progressed through several rooms, all of them deserted. Everyone was at the celebrations, and most of the servants got the evening off during the autumn fires. No one stood in Leah's way until she reached a beautiful golden door. A unicorn statue stood at both sides of the door. She tried to open it, but this time she wasn't as lucky. It was locked. She took a deep breath, then sang a single mournful note. The lock clicked open. I'd heard rumors of the exotic magical talents of the Catone, but singing to open a door was something so weird I didn't know what to make of it. Laia slipped through the golden door and entered the king's reception room. She looked around carefully, but as in the other rooms there were no people. How strange there would be no guards so close to the king's private quarters. Even during the autumn fires celebrations, this struck me as unusual. I saw from Leah's thoughts she thought the same. Was it a trap? She closed the golden door behind her, and began to explore the room. This was the place the king received his guests and advisors when not using the large throne room where I first met Laia. Everything was decorated to impress visitors and allies alike. Decadent tapestries and paintings covered the walls, chairs upholstered with red velvet lined the sides of the room, a golden throne was dwarfed by a large stained glass window on the other side of the chamber. A colorfully painted screen hid one corner of the room. The ceiling was made up of dozens of carved wooden faces, some human, some mythical creatures. There were 2 heads of lighter wood than the others. Both wore crowns, King Gint and his late father King Ver. Gint's eyes stared down at Laia, their gaze hard and piercing. I wouldn't have been surprised if he suddenly blinked and leapt down at us from the ceiling. I looked away, trying to ignore the feeling of being watched. One tapestry caught my eye. A woman leant against a column, her black hair touching her waist. She looked away into the distance, as if keeping watch. Her slender body pressed itself against the column. A thin silver diadem hugged her dark hair. Her dress was made after a fashion I hadn't seen before, with a starched collar around her throat, tiny emeralds forming a belt around her waist, and a skirt made from a material that shimmered slightly. The tapestry was beautiful. The Catone woman crossed the room with large strides. She stopped in front of the tapestry and stretched out one hand to touch it, when a voice sounded behind her. "Stop right there." Laia whirled around, her knife cutting through the air. With a clang, it met the shining blade of a sword. A man had stepped out from behind the painted screen. I recognized him, but don't know where I'd seen him before. He was dressed like one of the palace's many nobles, with expensive cloth accentuating his broad, muscular shoulders. His large whiskers were white, yet his sparse hair was pitch black. If he wasn't so frightening, I'd compare him to a badger. Laia stared at him, her gaze meeting his in a silent battle of wills. When I looked into his piercing eyes, I remembered where I knew him from. It was the first time I saw the king, with the young peryton in my arms. One of the nobles came and talked to Lassada. Wynter, that was his name. What are you doing here, Catone? He grumbled. None of your business, Lyra hissed. You're in the king's chambers. Of course it's my business. Now tell me or I'll have to kill you. He smiled, but he seemed regretful at the same time. Instead of giving an answer, Lyra took a quick step back and pulled her knife away from Wynter's sword. In one fluid motion she brought the knife up again, stabbing at her opponent's sword arm. But Wynter was too quick, and with the longer blade of his sword he had the advantage. He blocked the knife and turned his sword slightly so its blade shifted that of Lyra's weapon. Her wrist automatically followed the movement of her knife. Just before her hand twisted too much to maintain her hold, she opened her mouth and sang a single note, not as high, but just as plangent as the one earlier. Wynter stopped moving for just a second, but it was enough for Lyra to escape his sword's oppression. Again she jumped back, but with each step back she grew closer and closer to the wall. Soon Wynter would have her cornered. She must have noticed the same thing, for as her opponent hacked at her she danced aside, as light on her feet as a doe. The fight became a dance, her jumping back, trying to keep out of reach of his longer blade, him following, trying to find an opening in her defenses. I watched them helpless. This was just a memory, I couldn't do anything to interfere. I was just an observer. I continued watching their fight. The heavy carpet muffled their steps, the only sounds were their breaths and the twang whenever their blades met. Neither of them managed to get close enough to hurt their adversary, but with time they both seemed to tire. Lyra's movement slowed and Wynter's sword strokes became less vicious. They were equally matched, but Lyra had a clear disadvantage because of her shorter blade. When the sword grazed her cheek, I cried out even as she stayed silent. As blood trickled down her face, her gaze became more determined. You're wasting my time, she shouted at him, panting. And you mine, he retorted, taking advantage of her not concentrating for a second. Tell me what you want or I'll have to kill you. Another gash appeared on her left upper arm, but just a scratch and hardly bleeding. This second wound only made Lyra dance faster. She began to stab forwards more quickly while moving around him. Once, twice her metal blade reached his skin. Then she started to hum in time with her movements, and somehow she became even faster. Her music grew louder, and her dancing form blurred slightly as she whirled around Wynter, finding openings in his defenses. She seemed twice as fast as the nobleman, and soon he bled from several gashes on his arms and shoulders. His expensive clothes were ripped and sweat ran down his face. Still, he managed to defend himself, but he was no longer in the offensive position. Then she made her final move. As he raised his arm to block a feigned blow, his belly stayed unprotected. Lyra ducked under his sword arm and stabbed into his muscled abdomen. He cried out in pain. The blade slipped from his fingers. His knees buckled and he sank to the ground, clutching the wound in his stomach. Blood gushed from between his fingers, dripping onto the thick carpet. Stunned, he looked at Lyra, who bent over him, her face lined by exhaustion. You wanted it this way, she told Wynter. He only grimaced and curled into a ball. Blood pooled around him, seeping into the carpet. Lyra looked down at the wounded man, and I saw a mixture of pity and annoyance on her face. Then she seemed to think, and the anger turned into rage. You just destroyed my plans. Couldn't you have bled on something else? Now everyone will know that something is wrong. Even if I drag you away, the blood will tell. I won't get another chance like this, I won't get close enough to the king again, they'll be more careful in future. Her voice trailed off as Wynter looked up at her. You wanted to kill the king, he groaned. Lyra just looked at him. He sighed. Look, he panted, his face contorted by pain. His left hand pointed to his shoulder. Lyra pulled away his shirt and gasped. On his skin there was a mark tattooed, the letter E, surrounded by flames and underlined by a thin sword. Wynter looked at the Catone woman, smiling sadly. We're on the same side. Chapter 15. Had I known before, everything would have been different. Lyra sighed, her eyes glistening. He wanted to do the same thing as I, kill the king. But we collided and fought, and now neither of us has managed to kill Gint. He's still alive, and I'm in a cold, wet prison cell. She leant against the stone wall. So what was your plan? It was quite simple, really. Sneak into the king's chamber and hide until he came in after the festivities ended. Then surprise him and kill him. Easy. Except after I wounded Walter, the guards wouldn't have let him out of their sight. The blood on the floor would have alerted them. I tried to get back through the hidden corridor, but when I exited it, the king's sorcerer awaited me there with a group of guards. I was captured. You know the rest. I nodded. There was only one thing I didn't understand. What did that tattoo mean? On Walter's shoulder, the letter E? E stands for Alasia. It's the mark of the Alasian rebels. I haven't seen it in a long time. Back during King Ver's reign, when he crossed the mountains from the western counties to conquer Alasia, some people rebelled against him. Alasia was a peaceful country, its people were utterly unprepared for Ver's conquest. It was a brutal takeover, and many died. Ver's soldiers killed, pillaged, and raped their way through the villages, until most people were too afraid to speak out against the new regime. Instead, they kept their heads low, paid their taxes, and otherwise tried to ignore the foreign rulers. But a few didn't accept Ver as the absolute king he fashioned himself as. They met in secret, and became something of a guerrilla organization. They fought Ver's soldiers where they could, burning supply trains or stealing tax money. With time, the rebels split into two branches, those who were content to hinder soldiers in the villages, and those who aspired to sever Ver's brutal rule at its roots by killing the king himself. There are rumors those rebels were involved in the death of Crown Prince Fran, Gint's older brother. Only those prepared to kill for their cause got their symbol tattooed. I didn't know any of them were still active in Ver. After they failed to assassinate the king, many of them decided to leave the country and look for a better place to live. Walter must have been one of those who stayed. And well hidden he was, a nobleman, close enough to the king without arousing suspicion. He must have thought I was protecting Gint, when really we ought to have fought together. Where is he now? Then I remembered. King Gint mentioned Walter being gravely injured. They found him half dead and brought him to a healer. If his tattoo doesn't give him away, they might believe he was trying to stop me entering the king's chambers. I hope so. I mean, that's exactly what he was doing. I just wish I'd told him my plans right away, but how was I to know? She sighed. It might prove invaluable to have an ally so close to Gint. Though I can't understand why Walter hasn't acted before. If he's really a noble, he must have had scores of opportunities. Why now? She looked at me, one eyebrow raised in question, but all I could do was shrug. I didn't know any more than her. On the contrary. She was talking about resistance, about rebels and assassinating the king, while I'd lived in the palace for weeks, never questioning Gint and Lassada's authority. And why was that? I didn't usually trust this easily. In fact, it had taken me months to get comfortable speaking to the Gorres, and they were a lot friendlier and more open than most of the people I'd met here. And back then, nobody had kidnapped me. Where did that trust come from? The answer came to me the next morning. I woke up thinking I was under attack. It felt as if a knife had been thrust into my belly. I drew in air, groaning as pain exploded from my stomach. My hands found the skin over the searing pain, but there was no knife, no blood, no wound. Fire spread through my body. I'd never felt pain such as this, the red-hot agony flowing through my veins. Eona, I heard Lyra say, her voice distant. I wanted to reply, but the pain wouldn't let me form coherent thought. Wishing for unconsciousness, I let myself fall, but there were shackles of pain binding me to the present. No escape from the pain. No way out. A moan emerged from my lips. I curled up into a ball, placing my hands protectively on my stomach. Cramps shook me every minute or so, and I shivered from both the cold and the pain still burning deep inside me. Lyra moved closer to me and held a mug filled with stale water to my lips. Thirsty, I drank. Water ran down my chin and onto my ragged dress, but I couldn't have cared less. All I could think about was the pain, this endless aching pain that wouldn't let me in peace. I wanted to thank Laia for her kindness, but the next wave of agony crashed into me. I resurfaced from the pain for a second and took a deep breath, gasping in as much air as I could. Suddenly something was pushed down my throat and instinctively I swallowed. The pain returned, and everything disappeared into black agony. Hours later the pain decreased in intensity, but still it was almost too much to bear. My eyes hurt from crying the endless tears that had run down my cheeks. My lips were chafed and thirst burned in my throat. And still knives poked around in my guts. Just when I thought the pain had gone, the stabbing started again. I shivered uncontrollably, my skin was rubbing against the cold stone all around me. What a way to die. At some point I must have fallen asleep, or did I pass out? I didn't know. When I woke up, the sun's bright light filled the little cell. I looked up and saw a cloudless blue sky outside the barred window. What a beautiful day. Only then did I notice that my head was lying on something warm and soft. Leah's thighs. She had one hand resting on my forehead. Her chest rose and fell with every slow breath. With her eyes closed and her face relaxed, she looked even more beautiful. Red hair framed her high cheekbones and made her skin look pale, but not in a bad way. Instinctively I reached for her with my mind. I expected to see a golden flame like with other magicians I'd encountered, but instead, there was a green and brown cocoon in front of me, and branches and leaves tightly woven together to form a protective hut. There was a distinctive, organic look about it. Flexible twines moved like snakes, leaves shook without wind, branches rubbed together like lovers. Laia was Catone, not human. Maybe that was why her mind took a different shape. When I came closer, the twines seemed to move towards me, as if they were curious. Only when one of them almost touched me did I notice they had sharp thorns growing everywhere on them. A golden fire flickered behind the branches, its flames burning brightly. She did have one after all. But the twines prevented me from getting any closer. Looking for something? Her voice seemed to radiate directly from the flames. I addressed them in return. Sorry, no. I was just curious. You do know this isn't very polite? Sharpness tinged her voice. I pulled back and opened my eyes, only to look into her bottomless dark pupils. I'm sorry. I didn't know. It was weird using my mouth to talk to her. I was so used to the mental communication by now. Well, now you know. She smiled at me, all forgiven. Are you feeling better? Yes, the pain seems to have disappeared. Though I have no idea what might have caused it. It seemed a little intense for a stomach bug. Indeed. I might have an idea or two about the cause. She sat up straight and stretched her arms. Realizing I still lay very close to her, I leant against the stone walls instead of her thighs. I felt cold now. I was no longer touching her warm skin. In one fluid motion she slid from the bench and stood in the middle of our small cell, stretching her entire body to one side then the other, flexing her joints. She was slim, but hard muscles moved beneath her sack-like clothing. When she was done with her exercise, she drank some water from the bucket then offered me some. The bucket was full again. Someone must have filled it up while I had been sleeping. There was no food, but it was likely I wouldn't have been able to keep it down anyway. Without warning, Laia picked up our conversation again. I think you've been poisoned. It began to make sense. The pain had come from nowhere, and it had been a lot worse than any normal physical pain I'd experienced before. But how did they do it? Don't we eat the same food in here? Drink the same water? So why didn't you get sick? She frowned. Maybe it wasn't a poison as such. Perhaps it was withdrawal. My mother is a healer, well known for her skills and knowledge. Once, she treated a man with similar symptoms as the ones you showed. He cried out in pain for days, and there was almost nothing my mother could do to ease his pain. In the end she gave him a strong sleeping draught, which gave him a few hours of respite. Enough for his body to gain strength to endure the agony. Later, the man's former sleep companion confessed to having given him a love potion daily for years. He'd rejected her for so long that it seemed to be the only way she could bind him to her. You must know, in Catone culture, we don't often have permanent relationships as you humans have them. Instead, women can choose to stay with their partners for as long or as short a time as they want to. Most men don't refuse an offer of companionship. On the contrary, they're honored by the attention the women give them. But anyway, this man had been fed a love potion without even knowing for so long that when she stopped giving it to him, his body couldn't cope without it. It took over a week for the physical pains to lessen, and much longer for the psychological damage to be undone. Your pain reminded me of his. Does that make sense? It did. Now that I came to think of it, I remembered all the times Lassada offered me wine in his study. Even the first time we met, when I was half dead after spending so long in the cells, he poured me a glass of that red wine he kept in a beautifully carved cabinet. Had I ever refused? I didn't think so. It had seemed impolite at the time. There had been some days Lassada hadn't invited me to his quarters, but on those, food had been brought to me by servants. How easy it would have been for them or the sorcerer himself to pour something into my glass. Now the pain had gone, I felt different from before the withdrawal. My mind seemed sharper, more alert. What had Lassada given me? Laia seemed to read my mind. When I first met you in the king's throne room, when you reached out for me, your barriers were fragile, like walls crumbling from old age. I didn't think about it at the time, there was too much else going on, but now it seems to me that they might have been influenced by whatever the sorcerer poisoned you with. I could see his hold over you, grabbing you from behind, never letting you see his influence, but never letting you go either. Maybe this stopped you from questioning him. But unless he tells you the truth, we can only speculate. I nodded, wondering whether I'd ever find out. It seemed unlikely Lassada would just tell me. He probably wouldn't even meet me, let alone admit he'd poisoned me. Still, I made a mental note to figure it out. Along with finding out what had happened to Oisin. I tried to reach out for him like I usually did, but there was nothing but silence. It was as if he'd disappeared from this world. Although somehow I was sure he hadn't died, I'd have known. No, that wasn't a topic I wanted to think about. The peryton had to be alive. How long have I been sick? I asked Laia, who sat beside me once more. A few days, maybe. I'm not sure. A guy sneaked into here after a day or so, and gave me a pill for you to swallow. At first I didn't want to give it to you, but you were so ill. He mumbled something about candles. John, I exclaimed aloud, regretting it instantly as my throat burned. He's a healer I spent a lot of time with. I can't believe he actually came. He seemed very scared, and ran off as soon as I'd given you the pill. Soon after they took me away for questioning and, well, let's just say they weren't all that gentle. I must have blacked out myself at some point. Her thought voice was laced with pain. Did they hurt you? Protectiveness welled up in me, and that felt very unfamiliar, but good. What did they want to know? Did you find out what they're planning to do to us? 1,000 questions whirled around in my mind. They asked me how I managed to enter the king's chambers, where I got the information about the secret passage. That sorcerer, Lassada, was particularly interested in that. He's powerful, but I have my own ways of protecting myself from his mental grip. It wasn't easy, but he didn't get any information from me. I can't afford to have him know the identity of our informant. But I'm sure they'll try again. Next time I'll be weaker, and they won't stop until they know the truth. I fear at some point I'll be unable to conceal it from them. And once they know, I'll be worthless. They'll kill me, my body will be thrown down into the earth, and I will never join my ancestors' tree song. My soul will perish, unable to find its way back to Nythea. Even though I didn't understand all she told me, I understood the sadness that lingered behind her thoughts. And yes, they hurt me. But it could have been a lot worse. And we Catone heal fast, soon there will be no trace left of their doing. And what about you? What does the king want from you? Why hasn't he killed you already? I'm sorry to be so frank, but after you helped me, they'll see you as a threat too. And people who oppose the king don't seem to live long in this country. She gave me a questioning look, but when I didn't reply, she stretched her arms and legs and shot a longing glance towards the small window. I stayed silent, unable to answer her question. I had no idea why I was still alive, it wasn't logical. I didn't know why Lassada had taught me for the last few months and then discarded me like this. Hadn't I been his protégé, his favored student? Even though I knew it was wrong, that this feeling might have only been due to being poisoned, I still felt abandoned by the king's aid. He'd helped me, and I'd wanted to help him, wanted to do well for him, but suddenly I was sitting in a prison cell with a strange woman. Again, my life had changed within a tiny moment, and there was nothing I could do about it. I was confused and didn't know whether to believe what my mind told me. If Oisin was right and Lassada deceived me all this time, how could I ever trust my own thoughts again? And were they truly my own even now, or was he in there still, like a leech that doesn't leave its prey even after it has filled its slimy, disgusting body with blood? A knock against the bars ripped me from my thoughts. A face I'd hoped I wouldn't have to see again leered at me. "What do you want, Dathlon?" I spat, barely containing the urge to try and hit him through the bars like a crazed, caged animal. He smiled at me, his eyes cold. "I just wanted to check on my prize. You see, Master Law promised me I could spend some time with you before your execution. You look shocked, dear. You didn't know you were going to burn?" "No. I didn't know I once counted a monster among my friends." I glared at him. If only I had access to my magic. He wouldn't smile then. He'd run away screaming if I let him. Which I wouldn't. He'd suffer as he'd made me suffer. Lyra got up and put an arm around my shoulders. Knowing she was there helped me relax a tiny bit. This time I wasn't alone with the creep. Looking at him now, I saw no trace of the friend I once had. Gone was the cheeky smile, the friendly crinkles around his eyes. In his place stood a stranger who stared at me with cruel hunger. "Maybe I can persuade the sorcerer to let you stay with me a bit longer before you're executed. Wouldn't you like that?" This time I spat in his direction. He frowned. "Luckily, it won't matter what condition you're in when you arrive at the pyre. I'll have some fun with you, I promise. And if you don't lift your curse, I'll just have to find other ways to get pleasure from you." I cringed, not wanting to imagine what kind of things he thought of. Lyra began to laugh. Both Dathlon and I turned to stare at her. She winked at me. "You cursed him. Does that mean he can't?" Catching on, I grinned. "Yes, that's what he says. Imagine him taking a woman to his room, they kiss, undress, she gets flushed and then she looks down and all she sees." "Something hanging," Lyra snickered. "And I bet it's nothing big either." "I wouldn't know," I said. "I never had the desire to look at it." "Stop it, you whores!" Dathlon shouted. We looked at him and broke into laughter again, as his face flushed a shocking shade of red. Lyra turned to him, her smile disappearing and her eyes becoming vacant. "I see." She sighed in a deep, unfamiliar voice. "I see this human alone and broken. He will never have another woman. He will be despised. He will be shunned. He will be laughed at. Dathlon ran. I looked after him, my mind reeling. Loud giggling made me turn around. Lyra was bent over, trying to catch her breath between bouts of laughing. He actually fell for that. I joined her laughter. That was brilliant. I almost believed it myself. Lyra, the oracle. I threw my arms around her, hugging her tightly. Thank you, Laia, I whispered. Noticing we were touching in all sorts of places, I stepped back, slightly uncomfortable. It was just an innocent hug, right? Laia grinned. I was sure she knew what I'd been thinking. But she didn't say anything. Instead, she sat on the bench and patted the stone next to her. Now this particular entertainment has passed. I don't suppose you know any games that don't need cards or dice? Memories of after-show celebrations sprang into my mind, drinking around the large bonfire, playing games with the children, listening to the stories of the adults, and telling my own made-up tales. We could play truth or dare, but there aren't a lot of opportunities for dares in this cell. How about we do just truths? I say something and you have to guess if it's true or false. Why not? But I start. I grinned. I was once hit by an axe. Leah's lips curled into an evil smile. Can I examine you for scars? I blushed and shook my head. Then I'll go with false. It's true. I was hit by an axe, but only by the hilt. It gave me quite a bruise, but the dwarves were so apologetic they made their famous rum punch for me. Everything's better after rum punch. I licked my lips while thinking about it. Well, whatever you say, it can't be as good as my mother's homemade elderflower gin. Once my brother and I snuck into her pantry and stole a bottle. We both got terribly drunk, and my brother's magic became a little too wild. Have you ever seen a drunk tree? Well, until then I hadn't either. It took the elders hours to calm down the rampant trees my brother let loose. She giggled, and I joined in. It was good to laugh after all this time spent in misery. Not that we'd left our state of misery yet, but I ignored that thought and focused on the broad smile on Leah's face. My turn. I've petted a unicorn. I scoffed. Definitely false. There are no unicorns. Oh well, it was worth a try. I wouldn't be too sure about them not existing though. I mean, most people think perytons only exist in stories, and here you are bound to a peryton. My heart sank when I thought of Oisin chained up in Lassada's office. Are there many magical creatures in Nythea? Mainly nymphs, dryads in the trees and anthusi in the flower meadows. Most of them are quite friendly, but some of the dryads who inhabit ill and damaged trees become darkened, even crazed. My brother has to deal with those quite a lot. Do you have kelpies here? I laughed. Kelpies? They really exist. Of course, our rivers are full of them. Mischievous little beasts if you ask me, but some have the power of foresight, so we like to keep them happy. Some of our most important prophecies were told to us by kelpies. My mind reeled. Nythea really was a different world from all the places I'd visited. I couldn't wait to see it. If we got out of here alive. They came for me the next day. Two brutes heavily armed, their muscles protruding from the gaps between the armor pieces, came to the cell door. Stay back, one of them barked at us. Laia gave me a reassuring smile as if to say that those men could do us no harm. But they could. With a click, the door opened. The two guards stayed outside, glaring at us through the iron bars. Another figure stepped out of the shadows and entered the cell. Law. Instinctively I cowered against the cold stone wall. But there was nowhere to hide from the cruel smile that played around his thin lips. Get up, girl, he snarled. His eyes burned with hatred. With my entire body screaming for me to stay where I was, I stood and crossed the small space between the stone bench and the iron bars with 2 steps. Turn around, Law commanded. I did, looking into Leah's reassuring eyes. She nodded at me. Be strong. Rough hands grabbed my wrists and twisted my arms behind my back. Cold metal touched my skin as Law forced my hands into manacles. They were too tight and the iron chafed against my bare skin. They dragged me out of the cell and along a dark corridor. Every few steps there was a torch on the wall, making shadows dance over the black stone, but in between there was only darkness. By the time we reached the end of the passage, my naked feet hurt from all the times I'd stumbled. We turned left, into another dark tunnel. On and on we went, the men dragging me through more corridors, all of them with only torches to illuminate the dark stone. In the beginning, I tried to remember the route we took, but soon I gave up. All the passages we traversed looked the same. It was a labyrinth that would make escaping difficult. If we ever managed to get out of our cell. The tunnel ended in a large cave. Stalactites hung from the ceiling. The room glowed in an eerie blue light, but I couldn't see where it came from. Water dripped somewhere in the distance. We must have been deep inside the mountain Gint's keep was built on. Would you care for some wine, dear? Lassada was sprawled out on a stone throne, looking more regal than the king himself. Shadows danced on his face, and he no longer tried to hide the darkness behind his eyes. No thanks, I spat. The sorcerer laughed. I can see you missed your last dose. What a pity. You were doing so well. Law snickered behind me. You did do a rather splendid job with this one, master. Apparently I didn't control her as tightly as I thought. Lassada sighed. Well, if the carrot doesn't work, the stick should do it. He waved his hand, and a guard appeared beside the throne. The sorcerer whispered something into the guard's ear. He bowed and left the cave. Silence fell. My manacles were so tight my arms tingled from lack of circulation. I could hear Law breathing behind me. He was so close we almost touched. Disgust welled up within me. It had all started with him, and somehow I knew it would end with him. Lassada twiddled his thumbs. Yes, he actually twiddled his thumbs. How could he be so nonchalant about what he'd done to me, about what he was going to do to me now? The guard returned, carrying something large in his arms, and when he stepped into the blue light, I saw it was the peryton. He'd grown since I last saw him. He now resembled a medium-sized dog, with the body of a deer, rooster, and some other animals thrown into the mix. Oi, Sheen. I sent him a probing mental thought. There was no reply. He didn't even lift his head. Oi, Sheen. I shouted in my head. Still no response. Could he not hear me? That hadn't happened before. He'd ignored me a few times, but surely he wouldn't do it in this situation. I shot him a closer look. His head leant heavily on the guard's arm, and his eyes were half closed. His furry red chest barely moved whenever he took a breath. And as the guard moved closer, I thought I saw wet patches on his fur and scales. Anger filled me. They'd hurt my peryton. It hadn't been enough to kill his mother. Now they'd hurt Oishin. Without thinking, I reached for my power to lash out at Lassada and Law. But there was nothing. When I felt for my reservoir, I found it frozen. Thick ice covered the magic. Carefully I extended my mind to touch it but jerked back when freezing ice was thrown back at me. I gasped in shock. Lassada only smiled. You didn't actually think we'd let you access your powers? If you did, then you're stupider than I thought. Your shackles are spelled, and as long as you wear them you won't be able to do anything. But if you ask nicely, I might remove them later on. I must have looked at him dubiously because his smile grew wider. With the right incentive, I'm sure you'll want to put your powers to good use. I thought I could manipulate you enough to help me, but your sympathy for others got in the way before I could weaken your mind enough to get full control. No matter, I'm sure I'm going to enjoy this little inconvenience. A sudden shove from behind forced me to my knees. My skin broke when I hit the rough stone ground, and I barely managed to suppress a whimper. Your little pet has also been given some jewelry. Lassada smirked and pointed at the collar strangling Oshin's furry neck. He managed to lift his head a little, and gave me a defeated look. Rage boiled up in me. And Law has been itching to give you yours. Without warning, cold metal closed around my neck. Before I could even lift my hands, Law had collared me. Coldness poured into me where the collar touched my skin, while energy was pulled out of me with every breath I took. I swayed, my vision blurring for a moment. Was Oisin's collar doing the same thing to him? No wonder he was so weak. Slowly the nausea passed, and I could see clearly again. Lassada stared at me with cold blue eyes. You look beautiful, dear. Law sniggered from behind me. Now let's get down to business. Lord Lassada has finally allowed me to play with you. He tried it the nice way and you failed. Now we'll try it the fun way. Fun for me, that is. For you. Not so much. He massaged my shoulders. I shied away from him, but was too weak to even get up from my kneeling position. Law's hands wandered down, caressing the collar, then further down until he reached my chest. One of his hands slid under my dress and pinched me. His sharp fingernails drew lines on my skin. When I tried to move forwards away from his probing fingers, his other hand slapped my cheek from behind. Are you ready to listen to Lord Lassada yet? I nodded weakly, looking up to the sorcerer on his throne. He was enjoying this. You see, I'm dying. Lassada sighed dramatically. I'd rather avoid that. So when a little bird told me of your particular talent, I knew I needed to have you. You've proven you can slow and speed up time, but can you reverse it? I think you can. And I'm sure we can give you enough of an incentive to do so. He smiled at Law. You'd have to take my collar off for that. I smirked, pretending to be a lot braver than I was. Clever girl. That's what the peryton is for. If you even think of attacking Law or me, he'll suffer. Is that understood? I nodded, trying desperately to find a loophole. I couldn't give him what he wanted, but I also couldn't let him hurt Oisin. I could kill myself, but then there would be nothing to stop them from killing my peryton. But what if I take off the collar? I'm going to try. You're not going to try, my dear, you're going to succeed. Lassada gave a nod to Law and the collar sprung open. Energy flowed into me. I could finally breathe normally again. The world suddenly looked a lot brighter. I glanced at the man carrying Oisin. He held a knife to the peryton's throat. I wondered if Lassada had planned all this from the beginning. But how would he have known the peryton would bind to me? Get started, Law grumbled behind me. I closed my eyes and felt for my magic. My reservoir was no longer frozen, but it had so little energy in it that it resembled a puddle rather than a lake. This would suit my purpose. I'm going to weave the blanket now, I warned the two sorcerers. I didn't want them to think I'd do something that might make them hurt Oisin. I took thick strands of energy and began to weave them together. In the past, I used strands as thin as possible, so as not to deplete my energy too quickly. Today, I wanted the opposite to happen. When I finished the blanket, only a few drops of energy were left inside me. Perfect. I carefully moved the blanket towards Lassada. I didn't want to startle him. He was too dangerous for that. When I'd wrapped it around him, I sped up his time slightly, just enough that he would feel me do something. Pushing my final reserves of energy towards the blanket, I swayed. I can't hold it, I shouted, hoping my fear sounded genuine. At least I didn't have to fake the waver in my voice. The final drop left my reservoir. I collapsed to the floor. The blackness came to take me into her arms like an old friend. Chapter 16. It had been at least a week since either of us had last been taken from our cell. We were brought water every day, and a piece of bread most days. If we were lucky, they emptied our bucket when they brought us water. When they didn't, we left it in one corner, close to the bars, and sat far away from it against the wall opposite. It wasn't a large cell, but there was enough space to give us some respite from the smell. I had got to know Lyra well. Spending all day together in a prison cell does that to you. She'd listened to my sob story, and I'd heard about her life in Nythea, the land of the Catone. She lived with her brother, and both of them were part of the Nithian Defense Force. The country didn't have a large military force, and mainly trained their people in defense rather than offense. The Catone were a peaceful and secluded folk, and had no enemies as such. But since the Fifth War, when an equally peaceful country had been conquered without warning by invaders no one had ever heard about before, the Catone Council decided they needed to be able to defend themselves if the need ever arose. Laia specialized in reconnaissance. One of her skills was the ability to partially change her facial features, including shrinking her ears to human size. This made her ideal to infiltrate human settlements to gather information. Her brother Lewin was a forest mage, like many of the magically gifted Catone. He drew his power from the woods around him, but unlike my first tries with magic, he had complete control over how much energy he took. When he used his magic for the good of the forest, he never even killed a single blade of grass in the process. He took only as much as he needed, and gave back much more in return. He spent his time wandering, listening to the stories that the trees told him. As thanks for the tales and the food the forest provided, he served it in any way he could. From time to time the older, more aware trees sent him to help a wounded animal, to bring water to new shoots that were still too feeble to extend their roots deep enough during the hot summer months, or to spread the seeds of a dying tree so his offspring would prosper in the best places. Besides that, Luan's job was to choose young trees to become the next elder trees. Those he tended with extreme care until the time came for them to be brought to Roundstone, where the council gathered in the shade of the oldest trees in Nythea. Lewin spent a lot of time in the woods and often didn't come home at night, preferring to sleep in the forest. While all Catone had a strong connection to nature, Laia said her brother excelled in communicating with the plants and animals of the forest. The council regularly asked him for advice, and despite his age, a mere year older than Laia, he was well respected. The two of them lived together in a cottage close to the woods, for Luan's sake as he needed to be close to the forest. Laia said he became rather grumpy whenever he spent too much time away from his trees. Once we ended up talking about relationships. When I asked her whether she had a husband or a boyfriend, she looked at me then laughed. What a strange idea. No, they're not my type. I frowned until she clarified. I prefer women. She must have seen my surprised expression, for she asked, "Have you ever been with a woman?" I blushed and shook my head. It wasn't something I'd ever really thought about. Sure, in the free cities I'd seen a lot of female couples, but in the plains it was frowned upon. And I never met anyone who would have made me consider being with a woman. But now, those summer meadow eyes and that tiny dimple on her left cheek. Have you ever been with a man? My cheeks burned. Yes, I'm not a child. I never said you were. Laia smiled. Not condescendingly, just a friendly, comfortable smile. Do your people not speak about such things openly? They do, but not the women. At least not most women. That's strange. How will you find out if someone is a potential mate if you don't ask them questions about their experience? I didn't think my face could get any hotter. Sure, the travelers told their share of lustful tales, stories of their exploits and dreams of their perfect sexual encounters. But Luca had always tried to shield me from that. Just like swearing. He didn't mind me drinking, but wouldn't tolerate any kind of cursing. Just because you live with travelers doesn't mean you have to behave like the stereotype, Eona, he used to say. Right now though, I wished I was more experienced. Compared to Laia, I felt far too innocent. Most other women of my age were long married with children. Maybe I'd stayed with the Gorres for too long. It had been a safe, familiar place, one where I didn't have to worry about hiding my magic or pretending to be someone I wasn't. Is it true humans only take one person as their mate? Laia smiled, ignoring the fact I'd stared vacantly into space for a while. Yes, and usually it's a man and a woman. I've heard it's very different with the Catone. Laia laughed, and the cell brightened for a moment. We love, that's all. It doesn't matter who we love or how many. There are as many different relationships as there are stars in the sky. My mother has 3 male mates, one of whom has fallen in love with another female. Now all 5 live in the same house, together with 2 of my siblings. Catone see relationships as fluid but sacred at the same time. No one should judge someone else for having a different taste in love. In the end, it's all about fulfillment. What about the children? Do you know which of your mother's husbands is your father? Children are brought up together by all the adults in a household. No one cares who your parents are. I'm not quite sure about my father, but I don't really want to know anyway. I have 3 fathers, 1 mother and an auntie. What else could I need? She left me speechless. I hadn't realized the Catone were that different from humans. I found their ways rather strange. And that said a lot. After all, I'd grown up with travelers who didn't always follow convention. But at the same time, I saw opportunity in the ways of the Catone. Not having to bow to rules and expectations, just loving who you fall in love with. It sounded great, with the slight downside you first had to find someone to love. I sighed. So far, I'd been very unlucky with that. Laia and I were talking quietly when a shout echoed through the corridors. There was the sound of metal swords. More screams, loud and panicked, and quiet fell. Instinctively, we moved closer to each other until our shoulders touched. Someone ran towards the cells. None of the other cells in this section were occupied. They were coming for us. Laia took my hand and squeezed it hard, her fingers trembling. Pretending to be braver than I felt, I squeezed back, shooting her a weak smile. Then a shout. Salia! Laia! Where are you? Laia jumped up and pressed herself against the bars. I'm here, she cried, waving into the darkness. A tree trunk ran into the light, stopping in front of the iron bars. Well, although I said tree trunk, I meant a man as broad as a tree and just as brown and green. He was dressed in simple earth-colored clothes, which were covered in vines. It looked as if the plants were still alive or had only recently been taken from the forest. They hugged his legs and arms and even wound themselves around his chest. The leaves attached to the vines moved gently with every breath he took. I'd never seen anything like it. It was as if he was part of the forest. He had the pointy ears typical of the Catone, which stood out against his short black hair. He was gorgeous in a soft, wild sort of way. His intense green eyes were fixed on Laia, as if not wanting to let her out of his sight for a second. With a simple flick of his wrist, a vine detached from his arm and slithered through the air until it reached the lock. A moment later, the lock clicked. Apparently, moving plants didn't count as magic, and weren't stopped by the force bubble that prevented Laia and me from escaping. I wondered when you'd show up. Laia laughed and threw herself into the big guy's arms. He bent down to hug her back, stroking her hair with one hand. Despite all the fear, surprise and elation coursing through me, a tiny strand of jealousy touched my heart. Eona, meet Lewin, my brother. Finally he looked at me, and his emerald eyes widened ever so slightly. Lewin, this is? I screamed. Pain hit me from all sides. I curled up into a ball, willing the pain to go away. Of course it didn't. When was life ever easy? There were voices around me, but I didn't have the strength to listen. I was pain and it was eternal. Strong arms picked me up from the floor. The last thing I heard was Oishin shouting my name in my head. I was torn apart. My mind and my body moved in different directions. My eyes opened and my mouth spoke. But it wasn't me. Blackness inside me had taken over my body. All I could do was wait as my face contorted into a mask of disdain. Don't leave yet, darlings. I've only just started having fun with you. Even though my mouth spoke, I recognized the voice. Lassada. Laia and Lewin started at me in shock. I know, Lassada cackled at their confusion. You didn't think I'd just let you escape, did you? She's mine, and with a bit of work she'll finally fulfill her purpose. I've not spent all these months preparing her for you to take her from me. Lassada got up from the floor and raised his hands. "I'm sorry, Eona," Lewin said quietly. Before I knew what was going on, sharp pain exploded at the back of my head, and everything went black. "She's so cold. Look, she's shivering. What's going on?" Slowly I opened my eyes. Except I didn't. I could see my eyes were still closed. My pallid face stared well at me. I hovered above my body, looking down. I blinked. And blinked again. I was blinking without my eyes. Hysterical laughter forced its way up my non-existent throat. I floated a step back. We were no longer in the dungeons. My body lay on a mossy forest floor, accompanied by Laia and her brother. But I wasn't in my body. I was on my own. Whatever that meant. My mind, my soul maybe looked down at the scene. I had no shape. It wasn't like I had a nebulous copy of my body. No, I seemed to be without any kind of substance. My head hovered to exploding at the thought I was nothing. Then I remembered. I had no head. Laia placed her hands on both sides of my face and closed her eyes. A tingle ran through me, giving me hope I wasn't entirely disconnected from my body. Yet, when you broke the collar, she was still connected to Lassada. I can feel her energy, but it's feeble, blinking in and out as if she's not quite here. We need to get her home fast. The elders will know what to do. Are you sure this is a good idea, Laia? We don't know anything about her. For all I know, she could be a spy for Lassada, pretending to be a captive with you just to get information. Laia huffed. That would make it rather easy for you, wouldn't it? Leave her as collateral damage, then take me home as the hero who managed to save his sister from the clutches of Lassada. No, Lou, it's time to find courage and not just think of yourself. That's not what I meant, and you know it, Laia. What's going on with you? I'm sorry. It's just, I like her. There's something about her, something special. We can't leave her here. If you want to go, then go, but I'll stay. I'd never leave you behind, and you know that. We have to move though, we're still too close to the keep. He got up and walked to one of the trees at the edge of the clearing. I followed him, leaving my body with Laia. It was safe with her. Lewin put his hands on the thick bark of the tree and closed his eyes. His lips moved, but there were no words spoken. The tree groaned, and slowly one of the thick branches lowered itself to the ground. It moved and contorted and twisted until the branch had morphed into a sort of large basket. With a clonk, the basket detached from the branch. Lewin gently stroked the bark and whispered a thank you. He carried the basket to Laia and my body. Laia held my hand. I wished I was able to feel it. The basket turned out to be for carrying my body. There were holes for my legs, and straps that fit around Luan's shoulders like a backpack. My head lolled from side to side. I'd never felt so weak and helpless in all my life. They set off, walking at a brisk pace through the forest. They walked in a straight line, not hindered by brush and branches. All of nature seemed to step out of Luan's way, reverently, not frightened. I could see why he was one of the Catuan's strongest forest mages. He was one with the forest, and was accepted by nature as one of them. His hands stroked the ferns as they reached up to touch him. Flowers turned their faces in his direction, and the moss he stepped on immediately sprang back to its previous height. It was an impressive sight. I floated beside them, listening as Laia retold the story of how she was captured. I cringed a little when she started telling her brother about me. She didn't reveal all of what I told her about my previous life, just enough to prove to him I was no threat, and was as much a victim of Lassada's as she was. Listening to her voice soothed me, and almost made me forget I wasn't listening to her with my ears, but with whatever I was now. That night, we camped in another clearing. Lewin lit a fire, but disappeared into the forest. I followed him for a bit, watching as he walked among the trees, laying his hands on their bark. It seemed as though he listened to them. I felt like an intruder in a world I didn't understand. Returning to the clearing, I found Laia wrapped around my body, protecting it from the outside world. For the first time in days, I felt my body again. Not enough to move, but enough to feel her warmth. I strained against the emptiness around me that kept me from returning to my body. If Lassada could possess my body, why couldn't I? I was locked out of my home without a key, and all the windows barred. I could look in, but I had no way to break the glass. Lassada was the one with the key. I needed to find him. Chapter 17. I flew across the country searching for the man who'd done this to me. Time was on my side. I'd wrapped myself in a cloak of it. I'd be back before Laia could get up. We hadn't traveled far from Gint's keep, so it didn't take long before I hovered outside Lassada's tower window. He sat in his massive armchair, looking into the fire. "Glad you could join me. Come in, make yourself comfortable." I entered his room through the window. I could probably have flown through the walls, but the human in me resisted that. Being without a body was strange enough, thank you very much. Oishin lay in a corner, seemingly unconscious. He'd grown even more, and the metal collar cut into his throat. Rage bubbled up in me, as I saw my abused little peryton. No more. I knew the collar prevented him from talking to me, but I tried nonetheless. "Oishin?" No reply. I turned to Lassada. I was ready. When I was done with him, he'd harm no one ever again. "Are you seriously going to fight me?" Lassada asked. "You don't stand a chance." I didn't grace him with a reply. I closed my non-existent eyes and found Lassada's golden flame. It flickered brightly, an inferno waiting to be unleashed. I wrapped myself around it, screaming in pain as the flames licked at my mind. He was so strong. "You want to burn, little girl? Burn then, burn for me." Through the agony, I remembered why I was doing this. Why the pain was worth it. With practiced moves, I wove a time cloak and threw it over Lassada's flame. It wavered a little, then fought against the mantle. I poured all my energy into it, securing it as tightly as I could. It still hurt, but it was no longer agony. "This won't work on me. I am too." I stopped time. The shackles I put around the hands on my inner clock shook but held. With my last burst of energy, I released the clock hands. I didn't speed up time like I'd planned to. They did it all by themselves, racing across the clock face, spinning faster and faster. Time was angry at the sorcerer and I was its tool. I allowed myself a glance at Lassada's body. It aged quickly. His black hair turned to grey, then white. Wrinkles appeared on his flawless skin, destroying his ageless appearance. His bright blue eyes became milky and focused. It didn't take long for him to look like an old man. His flame still burned bright, however. His body may have aged, but his spirit had lost none of its energy. He struggled against my grip on him. I threw myself against the time cloak, willing it to stay in place. Finally, the golden flame began to shrink. Was that a flicker? Its struggle lessened, and I no longer had to expend as much energy on holding onto him. With one last spark, the flame extinguished. Lassada's body crashed to the floor. His limbs had become thin, almost skeletal. Wafer-thin skin stretched across his skull. A few teeth had fallen out. In old age, he hadn't become a friendly-looking grandfather. He finally looked how he felt on the inside, disgusting, raw, evil. But Lassada hadn't given up yet. With a mental roar, he broke free of my grip, flinging me away, out of his mind. While I gathered myself, he tried to get up, but his aged body was too frail. He let out a frustrated groan as he fell back to the ground. I couldn't help it. I laughed. Lassada, defeated by the very magic he helped me develop. Suddenly he yanked me towards him. Panicked, I looked at myself. A black sheen covered my spirit self. He could see me. A mental claw gripped me and pulled me to Lassada until he held me in front of his sunken face. I wiggled and fought against the claw. How was he still this strong? His energy should be depleted. His flame died, his magic was supposed to be gone. He squeezed and I could feel myself flicker. Could I die in this form? Could he kill me? A wing sliced through Lassada's back. His eyes bulged. Pale red blood spilt from his mouth. He looked at me with astonishment. Then with one last evil glance his eyes closed and his head fell to his chest. Lassada was dead. I looked behind him. Oisin breathed heavily, his wings still extended. Blood dripped from gleaming sharp spikes that had formed at the edges of his wing. As I watched, they retracted until only red feathers remained. He shot me a wary glance and folded his wing back to his body. He looked close to fainting. With the last drop of energy in my reservoir, I willed Oisin's collar to open. I didn't know how I did it, but somehow it worked. Clearly, I was going to have to look into all the things my magic could do. Thank you. Now get back. You're running out of time. Before I could say goodbye to him, the door banged open and Law stormed into the room. His eyes went wide with rage when he saw Lassada's crumpled body. He turned to the peryton, a fiery blade appearing in his hand. You killed my master, he spat. I'm going to take pleasure in ripping off your wings. Law didn't seem to be able to see me. His attention was fixed on Oisin, who was trying to lift his head but was too exhausted. This time, I couldn't rely on the peryton's help. I had to deal with Law and fast before he could hurt my friend. My magic was almost completely gone though. I doubted I could manipulate time in this state. I needed help. Hold on, distract him, I told Oisin and raced from the room, flying through walls like a ghost. It took me mere seconds to get to John's laboratory. He sat in a chair, leafing through a stained book that I'd seen a couple of times before. Poisons and antidotes. Maybe that was how he'd found a way to help me deal with my withdrawal back in the dungeons. But there was no time to ponder on such things. I willed myself into existence, making him see me. I had no idea how I was able to do it, but it worked. He jumped to his feet. Eona. I thought they'd killed you. Come with me. Lassada's tower. It was hard to speak in this form, but luckily, John nodded and ran out of the door without a moment's hesitation. I flew by his side, frustrated at how long it took him to navigate the keep's corridors and stairways. How are you alive? Or are you a ghost? He asked breathlessly while ascending the stairs to the tower. Alive. Not sure. Oisin is in danger. Lassada's dead. Every word was a struggle. John stopped in his tracks, staring at me. Dead? I nodded. Thank goodness, that saves me from having to kill that bastard myself. I was going to poison him tomorrow. Warmth filled me. I should never have doubted his loyalty. He took a deep breath and continued up the stairs. Who's threatening the peryton? Law. In response, he pulled a dirk from a sheath on his belt. I'd never seen John armed before. Many things had changed while I'd been imprisoned. I just hoped we'd all get out of this alive. The healer was no fighter. His body was lean, but he had none of the muscle or strength Law possessed. He wasn't going to last long in a fight. I'll distract, I announced, and moved ahead, flying through the door as if it wasn't even there. I made myself invisible again, and took in the scene. Oisin lay in the same position, a deep gash on his flank. Law cackled madly as he watched the peryton whimper in pain. If I had a body, I would have strangled the man to death. Instead, I appeared by Oisin's side, willing Law to see me. He startled, gasped and grinned. Oh, this is good. Brilliant. I'll get to destroy the two of you at the same time. You've done me a favor, killing the old sorcerer. Now I can take his place without having to dispose of him myself. He was crazy. deluded, and distracted as the door opened and John flung himself at Law. The mage managed to turn fast, but the dirk's blade grazed his side, leaving a deep cut. Blood welled from the wound, but Law only started laughing. "Yet another fool," he cackled. "This day is becoming better and better." He pointed his fiery blade at John, but then stilled. The grin melted off his face as his body started to shake. His knees buckled and he fell. "Poison," John explained. "Never underestimate a healer." Law tried to get up, but the poison was acting fast. His skin grew pale and foam gathered around his mouth. His last hateful glance was directed at me, before his eyes closed to the final time. Carefully, John kneeled by the man's side and took his pulse. Dead. Relief flooded me. The two men who'd become the biggest threat to my life were gone. I was free. John looked at me, the same relief I felt reflecting on his face. "What happens now?" My strength only lasted long enough to utter a single word. "Nythea." Then I was pulled from the room, turning translucent once again. Oisin had been right. I was running out of time. Chapter 18. Lassada was dead. He no longer controlled of my body, but I was still floating, and the fight with him had depleted my energy. There wasn't enough left to weave another time cloak. I had to make my way back in real time. I soared into the sky, trying to remember the route I'd taken to get here. It didn't take me long to get back to where I'd left my body. But it wasn't there. Neither were Laia and her brother. Panic spread through me. Without my body, I felt untethered. I didn't know how long I could stay in my current state, but it seemed unlikely that it would last for long. I needed to find them. I doubted Laia and Lewin had disappeared, without good reason. Something had happened, something bad. The clearing was empty, but in the center of it, a circle of leaves and branches caught my eyes. It was around 5 feet in diameter, large enough for several people to fit inside. I floated closer to the ground. Tiny dandelions grew among the grass. It took me a moment to realize they formed shapes, feet. 2 people had stood in the circle. They'd stood there with my body and now they were gone. Magic. I'd heard about portals that would transport you from one place to another, read about them in one of the books in Gint's Keep, but they usually needed fire to work. No scorch marks here though. It seemed Luann's magic was one of a kind. But where did this leave me? They could have traveled hundreds of miles without me knowing where to. All I knew about Nythea was it lay to the south of Vare and the plains. That was probably the extent of most humans' knowledge. The Catone were a secretive people who didn't venture out of Nythea much. They were the topic of many songs and tales, sure, but those didn't come with maps attached. I sat down inside the circle, willing it to jump to life. I didn't know enough about how portals worked. Was there a spell you had to know? Was this one primed to Lewin, so nobody else could even use it? I sat there for a while. The task of searching for them seemed overwhelming. Maybe I should just stay away from them. I'd already caused the 2 Catone so much trouble. Maybe it was better if my body just died. I didn't know what would happen to me when that happened, but I was willing to find out. I was tired of fighting. When Laia and I were in the dungeon, her will to survive had been infectious. Now she was gone, I noticed how indifferent I really was about it all. I was so tired. But then I remembered what she told me about the Catone. How beautiful and friendly their home sounded. How it could become my home. A real home. A place to live and thrive. I felt a tug in my mind. Someone was calling for me. I followed the call, flying into the air. I was going home. Despite flying as fast as possible, it took me 2 days to reach the forests of Nythea. From above they looked like an endless sea of trees, stretching far into the horizon. After flying over the woods for what seemed like forever, I finally felt a tug towards the ground. When I broke through the foliage, a peculiar sight awaited me. A large house sat in a tree. It looked as though a giant had picked it up and simply dropped it on the next available tree. A large wooden balcony in front of it turned into a stretched-out staircase that descended all the way to the ground. It looked beautiful in a quirky sort of way. There were a few wooden tables and benches in the clearing below, and on one of the tables lay my body, surrounded by a group of at least a dozen people. I recognized Leah's golden red hair, and Luan with his vine clothing beside her. The others were a lot older and all Catone. Maybe they were the elders Leah had talked of. "She's fading," a voice said sadly. "Leah." I wanted to comfort my friend, hug her to take away her pain, but I had no body. "We need to do something. I would never have got out of there without her." One of the older Catone rested one hand on my brow, the other on my chest. I'd lost weight since I last saw my body. His eyes were closed and his forehead creased into a mess of lines of concentration. The Catone man lifted his hands off my body. "Something is missing in her, like a hole in her heart. I can see where her spirit usually sits, but there's an extra space there, empty and dark. I think that's why the sorcerer managed to possess her. He took advantage of that and buried himself within her. Now he's left, but I'm not sure she'll be able to return to her body as long as that hole isn't filled." "How do we fill it?" Leah asked, her voice more hopeful than it had been for a while. "I don't know. If someone could take Lassada's place, not possess her but link with her somehow." "I'll do it," Leah interrupted. I wanted to hug her. How did I deserve her friendship? "No offense, Leah, but I don't think you're strong enough. You'd have to give up too much of your essence. You don't want to control her like the sorcerer did, so you can't put too much of yourself into her heart. Maybe if there were several people who each link themselves to her, we might be able to fill it. I don't know how many we'd need though, I'd say at least 3 or 4. Lassada must have increased the size of the hole." A noise above made all eyes turn upwards. "Oishin." The peryton circled above us. Only because I knew him so well could I see he was still injured. His feathers weren't as smoothly aligned as usual, and he had a slight tilt to the right. Still, he was flying and he'd followed me here. "I can do it," he said inside my head. "Relax." The Catone made way for him, as he gracefully landed beside the table my body lay on. "Are you strong enough?" I asked him, and he gave me a mental nod. When Lassada died, some of the power he stole from both my mother and me returned. I didn't realize at first, or I would have helped you immediately. Now though, I can pass that magic on to you. He hopped onto the table, and the Catone respectfully stepped back. I wasn't sure if they knew what Oishin was, but they treated him with the reverence he deserved. I was going to like living here. He lay his head on my chest and spread his wings, covering me like a blanket. When he closed his eyes, I felt a pull towards my body. Somehow, I knew what I was supposed to do. I climbed onto the table and lay down into my body. It was a strange feeling, but I instinctively knew that it was the right way to do it. "Focus on our bond," Oishin instructed. "Don't think about anything else. Just the ties that connect us." I did as he asked, and slowly the world around me disappeared. I no longer saw the Catone surrounding me, or Leah's tear-streaked face. I only saw the golden rope connecting my heart with the perytons. "Now sleep," he said softly. "When you wake up, everything will be fine." I didn't want to sleep. I tried to help him, but darkness overwhelmed me, pulling me under before I could protest. Epilogue. "Come on. We're late," Leah said and dragged me along with her. Luan laughed and trailed closely behind us. We walked down the wooden stairs to the forest floor, and followed a well-trodden path through the woods. Colorful silk bands were wrapped around the trees along the way, and hanging torch holders promised the path would be well lit even during the night. Birds sang all around us, many of their calls were unfamiliar to me. From time to time I heard whispering from the bushes, but whenever I turned to look, they stopped. Slowly we began to see more and more dwellings. All of them were built from wood, but not all of them were up in the trees. There were simple cabins on the ground, wooden towers with several floors, intricate tree houses, and even a big round ball hanging from a giant tree. It had windows and a thin plank connecting it to a ladder down the trunk, so it had to be a house as well, despite its unusual shape. A few people stared at us curiously, but I didn't get time to talk to them as Laia and Lewin pulled me along with them. Once we left the village, we walked in silence, following another path. This one was marked with yellow strips of cloth. My feet grew sore, I only wore a thin pair of slippers that had been by my bed. Laia was barefoot, as most Catone seemed to be, and Lewin wore black leather boots of the finest quality. Just when I was going to ask how much further it was going to be, we reached a clearing surrounded by the biggest trees I'd ever seen. In the clearing, 10 large seats carved from tree trunks formed an imposing circle. I didn't know much about the Catone Council, only what Laia had told me about them in Gint Keep's dungeons. Her brother often worked with them, informing them about the health of the forest and messages the birds passed to him. I imagined them all to be old wise elves. I wasn't disappointed. With 1 or 2 exceptions, all 10 of them were ancient. I wasn't sure how old Catone could get, but they all seemed to be at the upper scale of their lifespan. Silver and golden hair flowed down their delicate white robes, and garlands made from flowers and tiny branches crowned their heads. When they saw us approach, all of them stood as one. A woman, one of the younger ones but still older than my grandmother at the time of her death, beckoned us closer. Her silver hair was braided around her head, so that it formed a second crown beneath the flower crown. "Welcome, human, to the Council of the Catone. What may we call you?" Confused, I looked at Laia. If they'd invited me to them, surely they knew my name. "It's tradition," Laia whispered. "Just go along with it." I cleared my throat as quietly as I could. "My name is Eona." "And where do you hail from, Eona?" "I grew up with a traveling circus, so the road was my home. I don't know where I was born." An honest answer. The woman smiled. "And why are you here now?" "I was captured and imprisoned in Gint's Keep by the king's sorcerer Lassada. There I met Laia, sorry Salia, and we were rescued by her brother. They brought me here. I hope that wasn't against any rules?" "It is unusual to bring a human to our lands. There hasn't been one here in generations. But as my great-grandchildren decided to bring you here, you are very welcome." The other elders echoed her welcome. I bowed my head, not quite sure about the protocol. "Thank you for granting me refuge. If Salia hadn't taken me with her, I would have gone back to my adopted family, and if you don't want me here, I can always try to return to them." "Nonsense," Laia muttered behind me. "You're staying. We'll talk more about your time with the sorcerer soon, my child. For now we will let the community know you're our guest, and that you shall be treated with kindness. Laia has already agreed to teach you about our ways and customs, and you'll be staying with her and her brother. Oh, and I believe our scholars are desperate to talk to your peryton. None of us has ever seen one before, and they were little more than legends until you arrived." She sat back down and the other elders followed, all except one, an elderly gentleman with not much hair left. He had an extraordinarily long beard though. He cleared his throat and met my gaze. There was something strange about him. He wasn't as lofty as the other elders. Only when he started to speak did I realize what was different. He didn't have the same emotionless mask the rest of the council members wore. No, his eyes were teary and his voice choked. "5 years ago that monster Lassada killed my daughter," he began, wiping his eyes. "Now you've avenged her. You may stay in our lands for as long as you wish, and I will personally make sure you want for nothing." He walked over to where me and held out his hand. Overtaken with surprise and emotion, I took it, and he squeezed tight. "Welcome to Nythea." He met my eyes and I could see the pain in them. I was close to tears myself. "Thank you," I whispered. The man nodded and went back to his seat where he sat heavily, staring at the ground. It must have been incredibly painful to know his daughter's killer was still alive, while there was nothing he could do about it. Now, though, he could rest easier. I wondered how many more people there were who'd celebrate Lassada's death. Dozens. Hundreds. Even more. It was a pity the king still lived, but maybe now he didn't have his sorcerer anymore, the Elasian rebels might find it easier to kill him. Leah's great-grandmother stood again. As Han said, "You're welcome to stay as long as you wish. If that's until the end of your human life, then so be it. Now go back to the village. We have more things to discuss." She turned to the other elders, and just like that, my audience with the council was over. Slowly we walked back to the house. The house of Laia and her brother. And maybe mine now also. A home. Not a Vardo, not a room in a castle, but an actual house with a door and windows and furniture. Although I'd grown up in a cottage somewhere far away, I didn't have any memory of that. This would be a new beginning. A new life. Settled, happy, safe. I'd be free to practice my magic here. I could go on flights with Oisin. Once John arrived, we could learn more about the Catone and explore their lands together. The peryton had told me the healer was on his way. Soon we'd be reunited. I smiled. For the first time in my life, I felt truly free. The end. If you enjoyed this book, please consider leaving a review. For more audiobooks, go to skyemackinnon.com/audio. This has been Wings of Time and Fate by Isla Wynter and Skye MacKinnon. Copyright 2019. Production copyright 2022. Narrated by Ava, an AI voice by Google.